The warrior moved deep into the gloomy dungeons, whose walls were sprinkled with traces of blood. Approaching one of the captives, she struggled him firmly about the location of the lord. However, the exhausted prisoner with a dry throat could not say a word, only coughed frantically. This enraged the adamant Virgin W mainstage, who, having put the tip of her blade directly to his throat, repeated her question. All that the prisoner remained was scared to look at the formidable warrior in front of him. He recognized her, although he did not expect to meet in this ominous place. This woman was a purebred heiress of the supreme sword, V-Soul. Her incredible power allowed one blow to defeat hundreds of half-demons. It seemed that she could destroy the whole army with the only attack. That is why she was called a divine sword. The one that managed to defeat even the heavenly demon and unleashed a great war between the righteous and demons. Grabbing the captive by the clothes, the angry warrior began to persistently pure the information. She was sure. He knew where the demons went to the remaining floor. I hoped that if at least a drop of conscience remained in him, he would reveal the truth to her. In fact, the warrior was right. The prisoner really knew everything, but could not speak because of the torn voice ligaments. In addition, his heart was constrained by a deadly spell. It was a seal holding his silence. At that moment, the indestructible Vil suddenly cried, admitting that this was her last chance. Everyone around longed for his death. But if he helped, she would put all her strength to save him. Her voice trembled with sobs while she begged the captive of cooperation. Looking at this woman, the prisoner did not understand at all that he was moving her. Was it restrained hatred of the floor of demons or something else? Perhaps the reason was sheltered in the meteor of her groom, who was abducted by the demons. The captive grinned grimly at the naivety of this woman. The strongest warrior in the world suffered from a man. Noticing his grin, V-Soul finally lost her patience. Still holding the prisoner by the clothes, she threw him away, like a boring toy. The warrior admitted that if she knew about his meanness earlier, she would have killed him at the first meeting. She bitterly regretted that she did not do this right away. The demon only wondered whether he remembered V-Soul, how exactly they met. Perhaps her memories were different from his own. Remembering his childhood, he did not even understand from what moment everything went awry. Although it was not surprising, he became a traitor, joined the floor of the demons and destroyed many people. Surely karma overtook him right now. The crying warrior was about to leave when she heard a loud ringing of the captive chains. He squatted, trying to draw something on the ground. Looking at the Yanjun, V-Soul did not understand his actions, but he continued to scratch some symbols with bloody fingers on the ground. Suddenly his heart pierced unbearable pain, so strong that she shook the whole body, forcing him to choke with his own blood. But he did not give up. Even despite the above curse, he had to give her answers and continued to write. Although he knew, if he violates the oath, his heart would break and he would die. With each movement of his hand, he felt the enhanced effect of the ancient art of the heavenly demon, forbidding someone to betray a demonic cult. The frightened blood of the frightened Vi of Soul ran up to the bleeding blood, gradually realizing the cause of his condition. Soon she realized that this was connected with his letters, and begged to stop. However, he no longer distinguished her words. He was tormented by the only question. The warrior would believe him. He admitted that he acted not of his own free will, but by duress. If he could say, he would endlessly justify himself before the beauty. But now it was pointless. Too late. Therefore, he continued to write, and when the proposal ended, broke off and his life. After that, his body shuddered in convulsions. His heart was gradually bursting and the symbols began to blur before his eyes. The only thing he was thinking about, why did he have such a fate? He remembered the long-standing times when he became the floor of the demon of the demonic cult. Then he met with his sister, the same battered and exhausted by attack as himself. But even then, gently touching his cheek, she always smiled, hoping that her brother would be happy. He lost the last grains of consciousness in the arms of a sobbing Vila, trying in vain to bring him to his senses. Yanjun thought that all the hardships were small and large, were destined for his fate. He remembered his meeting with the enemy of a demonic cult, who seemed to be in meditation in a cave. Then Yanjun approached her, but he said nothing. He had no words. The girl, as if by learning his approach, sincerely apologized to the guy. At that moment, his heart did not even tremble. He said nothing. V-Soul continued to sob, trying to save the dying warrior. Her tears slowly dripped on his face, as if reflecting scenes from his fading life. He remembered his dying girlfriend who believed that he was crying, according to her death. But I was mistaken. It just started on the street. The dying person quietly asked if the moon ascended. Only when everything was in place, she could calmly leave under the light of the moon and the brilliance of raindrops. After that, her eyes closed forever, and the body slowly went limp in his hands. Such was the life of Yanjun, born in the righteous faction. He lived like their devoted fighter, until he betrayed them, moving over to the side of the demons. However, the demonic cult lost the war with the righteous, and he was captured and tortured until death overtook him. But when his eyes closed forever, in front of him appeared the image of a little girl drawing a warm baked potato. Yeonjun looked at her, opening his mouth, not believing his eyes. Looking around, he began to realize where he found himself. Looking at his hands, he still did not fully understand what had happened. He was sure that he violated the ban on heaven, which was why his heart exploded. He died in the arms of the salt. Everything was so. However, now his heart was beating, as if nothing had happened. And judging by the little hands, he returned to the young version of himself. It seemed to him that this was a dream. Otherwise, how to explain such strange events, especially considering that he was on the day of the first meeting with the Suai when she offered him potatoes. He tried to recall his answer that day. It seems then he knocked out potatoes from her hands, who fell to the ground. Then he crushed him to teach the girl a lesson. He did not understand how some mob dared to block his passage, as if forgetting his place. Now he was unbearably ashamed of those words. But he was at least pleased that he seized such a dream, believing that he could correct this regret. Little Vsol awkwardly asked if he liked the potato. He, sincerely smiling, thanked her for the treat and immediately bit off a piece. The potatoes turned out to be burning hot, an unusual feeling for sleeping. Looking at his reddened face, the girl laughed merrily. At that moment, his frightened assistant ran up to the young master. He was glad that he had finally found Yeonjun so suddenly disappeared. The boy immediately recognized his bodyguard from his memories in him. His name was Mueni, and he always excessively worried about his master. Noticing the potatoes in the hands of the boy and his burned tongue, Muyen was angry. Distributing the sword, he came closer to punish the daring girl. However, Yeonjun stopped him and demanded to give out honey cookies, which the bodyguard always carried with him. Although it was the last cookies, Yeonjun immediately handed it to the girl and with a smile asked if she wanted to try it. The baby could not believe that she was really offering such a treat. Yeonjun gently explained that he received delicious potatoes and would like to somehow thank it. Vsol, with her eyes shiny with anticipation, admitted that she was given something like that for the first time. The cookies shone beautifully and delightfully smelled. But suddenly the girl heard a familiar, alarmed voice. It was her grandfather, who firedly fled to his granddaughter. He immediately scolded the girl, reminding her that she could not run away like that. Seeing her in the company of Yeonjun, the old man was alarmed, trying to assess the situation. But she joyfully assured that everything was in order, and with potatoes too. Grandfather began to ask his granddaughter if she was injured, and whether she delivered trouble to anyone. Looking at this man, Yeonjun instantly recognized him. The granddaughter explained that she treated Yeonjun with potatoes. The frightened old man immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. Bowing in a deep bow, he apologized, explaining that his granddaughter did not yet understand the structure of the world, and asked for forgiveness for misconduct in relation to the young master from a noble family. However, Yeonjun assured that, on the contrary, he was very grateful. He also bowed, saying that he was just hungry, and he was treated to delicious potatoes. In return, he could only offer honey cookies and asked the girl to accept it. The old man awkwardly looked at the treats, wanting to abandon such an expensive gift. But Vsol joyfully exclaimed that she did not object. The cookies looked so sweet and brilliant. She held out her hands to the treat, but her grandfather stopped her, pressing her granddaughter to her. Running away, he explained that they could not accept such a precious gift, apologized for concern, and tried to hastily leave. Yeonjun called out the old man to stop, and his grandfather decided that the young master must be angry with the girl, and wanted to punish her. However, Yeonjun, having caught up with them, put cookies into a small palm of the salt and said goodbye, knowing that they would certainly meet again. Grandfather looked fascinated at this unusual child. At the same time, his granddaughter wanted to offer him more potatoes, but he politely refused, saying that he was already full. At that moment, the old man realized his granddaughter met that very man. Soon, saying goodbye, they left, and Yeonjun with a bodyguard looked at them. As soon as they disappeared from sight, the young man felt a strong dizziness. He felt uneasy. After all, he just met with an old man who recently headed the alliance of the warriors of Murim and was one of the 3 supreme ranks. They were called the strongest in Murim, those who sowed fear and horror in the ranks of the infidels. It was a supreme sword named Vi Hungan. Yeonjun was perplexed that he was making a supreme sword in a similar place, although he understood that if it was the nonsense of the dying, it may not be strange. While grandfather reported to the salt, she last looked back at the Yeonjun and waved his hand in parting. He looked at her, only smiling slightly. When the bodyguard offered to return home, the young gentleman agreed with his decision. Walking through the beautifully flowering fields, he thought that he would be able to get rid of one of his regrets, and the time of awakening should come. However, they already calmly reached the estate, and the dream did not stop. He believed that it was worth getting rid of regret, and everything would end, but it was not so. Yanjun even began to worry that this was not a dream, but the residual curse of the heavenly demon. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and turned around in fright. It was his older sister. She was surprised that Yanjun was not running away, although the head of the clan himself goes here, his second older sister, a fiery sword, a man who despised him the most. He realized that the reason for the fact that so many people gathered was the arrival of his father, and the girl was curious what he conceived this time. She invited him to think and escape once again, because most likely he would disgrace again. However, Yanjun, throwing her hand back, firmly stated that he was here because he should. Yonso was amazed that his brother suddenly spoke of a sense of duty, although he had not even shown his nose before. Yanjun himself pleaded his guilt and decided to personally apologize to the head of the clan. Even the bodyguard was amazed that his master was really going to ask for forgiveness. Yonso began to lose her temper. Growling loudly, she released her inner energy. Stepping closer, she admitted that she did not know what dirt he conceived this time, but she wanted to stop it in the bud. The warrior ordered the boy no longer anger her, intending to punish him for unworthy behavior. However, Yanjun stopped his sister, recalling that the head of the clan was approaching, and it is better for her to control herself. But the man, who had already entered the courtyard, nevertheless noticed a noise. Therefore, I asked displeasedly what kind of turmoil was happening in his possessions. Seeing the head, all the servants and households instantly bowed in a bow. But the man's attentive look was chained to Yanjun, which was why he was nervous. Suddenly distracted from his son, the head of the clan turned to his first deputy, coping of the readiness of swords. He learned that the first sword was still resting after a recent return, and the fourth is ready for his instructions. Therefore, he ordered the latter to prepare for the assignment. Yanjun was still trying to understand whether it was a dream or reality, but his father's gaze was heavy, as always. Suddenly, the head called the third child, ordering him to appear in his chambers after dinner. At that moment, Yanjun was so excited that he felt nausea and asked the bodyguard a means for the stomach. The usual oppressive atmosphere reigned in the dining room. The food was delicious as always, but even so, Yanjun did not even understand whether he was eating his mouth or nose. He was not in himself from the received personal invitation. The head, turning to the second child, asked the successes in martial arts. The daughter joyfully told how she received the third star a few days ago. Father nodded approvingly, noting that for her young age this is an impressive achievement. However, it was not surprising. She was gifted from birth and worked hard. The only thing that surprised Yanjun, how she knew how to smile so sincerely to others. She looked at him with undisguised contempt, as if she saw something disgusting. From the gloomy thoughts of the boy, the father of his father was distracted. He heard that Yanjun left the territory. The son honestly admitted that he was going out for a while on business. Thinking, his father rose from his seat. He asked everyone to continue the meal. He needed to leave them for a while. Initially, the boy was sure that his father wanted to talk to him after dinner. However, the suddenly appearing breathless maid reported that the head invited the boy to relax today and come to the chambers tomorrow. Perplexing from such sharp changes, Yanjun returned to his rooms. There he realized, since he still has not woken up, then he is not in a dream. He realized that he somehow regressed the past, although he heard about this only in books. At that moment, another, more logical idea arose in his head. Perhaps he received a chance to get rid of the heavenly demon. It was a crazy thought, from which it was worth brushing off at once. How did he defeat the one who killed 3 supreme ranks? He thought of a past life, where he was a demon, obeying the orders of the heavenly demon only for the sake of survival. From his memories, he was covered by bitterness and disappointment. It was a life filled with regrets, but she helped him realize a lot. If he really was reborn, he would like to live this life differently. The heavenly demon will still or later be killed by Vor's soul, and the demonic cult will disappear. But so far everything does not dare. He must lead a peaceful life and do everything possible. Yanjun believed that this opportunity could not be missed. He no longer wanted to feel the bitterness of regrets about the past. First of all, the young man decided to explore his body and study internal energy. A clot of fire. It was all that he could find inside himself. Now he understood how incredible his sister was. Only a year older, but already the owner of 3 stars. However, he knew that he could also reach such heights. He decided to train using the cultivation technique transmitted only to the blood relatives of the GU clan. It was a technique of fire wheel. If you gradually cultivate it, like a blossoming flower, then, having received the 4th star, he will be able to study the fiery internal energy. Upon reaching the 7th star, she will cover the whole body. But so far he had only the 1st star. Now he needed to collect internal energy as fast as possible, and to hone it until the 2nd star is obtained. In order for this life to be calm, he should not use demonic energy. He could only rely on his own strength. However, the longer he cultivated, the more clearly he understood the main problem. The method was really very complicated. Not everything succeeded as we would like. In addition, the more diligent he tried, the higher the risk of dying. With his current level of skills, it was not easy to use internal energy. Excessive efforts could destroy his body. However, even such a cautious practice was fruit. It has accumulated more energy. Although he understood that this was an early stage, she definitely pulled on to the 2nd star. Therefore, he decided to continue cultivation at a moderate pace. He strove for life that is different from the past, avoiding everything that could negatively affect his future. The morning has come, awakened by birds of birds. The boy was perplexed why he was so bad. His whole body was breaking, although he had only one small training. However, he himself was to blame that he had previously neglected classes. Ahead of him was waiting for an even longer path, and in the chambers of his father it was necessary to look in the afternoon, while he had time for other things. Going out into the street to practice, he suddenly saw the Salt. Smiling, she greeted the boy. Her appearance found him by surprise. Looking at her, he remembered what was supposed to happen after. A huge star will appear in the sky, some kind of break that people have never seen before. When the look of demonic eyes appears in this crack, people will panic, and then monsters will begin to get out of the slit. This phenomenon will become known as a demonic break. Since then, each sect will begin to return warriors trained against monsters. They will be called swords. They will be present in every sect. There were 5 in the clan of the Gyu, where the eldest daughter will become their commander. And Yanjun, a problematic son, will spend life under her tyranny. Then the first meeting with Sui will take place. 6 months after that case with potatoes. But now she herself came to him and behaved completely differently. The guy who did not expect to see her froze in amazement, after which he decided to return to bed, deciding that this was a hallucination. However, Vsol grabbed his hand, proving his reality. She admitted that she was very glad to meet him, and wanted to say something else. But grandfather prevented her, removing his hands from the clothes of the master. He displeasedly reminded his granddaughter that it was impossible to treat the young master so familiarly. Yanjun stood in complete confusion, not understanding what was happening, and grandfather made his granddaughter apologize. After that, the old man bowed himself. Moon explained that from now on, Yanjun would serve as a sign of gratitude to the head of their clan. He did not know whether the service of the old man would like to his liking, but he was ready to devote himself to the entire boy. Yanjun was truly amazed. He was sure that this man was called Vi Hungun, not Vi Moon. Then she introduced herself to Vi Sol, promising to help her grandfather and also serve the young master. The boy still could not accept what was happening, but he realized, if this was done with the permission of the chapter, then the father personally gave such an order. There was a feeling that his life went along a completely different path. Nevertheless, he asked to call him simply by name and not the young master. After meeting, Yanjun watched in surprise how V-Moon immediately took up work, starting to sweep the yard. The boy was amazed, but I realized that the man really treated his duties seriously. But what struck him even more is the behavior of V's. The girl took over many instructions at once. Other maids warned that it was dangerous to take so many things at once, but she stubbornly refused help. However, the outcome was predictable. Stumbling on the first obstacle, she collapsed with the whole burden. V-Soul struck her head on the hard floor. Unable to withstand the pain and disappointment, she burst into tears, to the surprise of her grandfather and other maids. While they tried to console the girl, Yanjun was only amazed at how inappropriate she was in household chores. He knew about her incredible talent in martial arts, and could not understand how such a gifted warrior could be so clumsy in simple matters. From everything that was happening, the young man had a headache, and he decided to relax in his chambers. V-Soul immediately jumped up and ran after. Yanjun looked around, clearly surprised by her behavior. He did not understand why she left her work. As it turned out, her grandfather told her to follow him. This news struck Yanjun, but he realized that the girl became his personal servant. It seems that other maids simply shifted this duty to her, not wanting to contact the problem son of the head of the clan themselves. Yanjun did not object to a personal maid in the face of assault, although her current behavior seemed incredible. After all, in the future she would become a supreme sword. Now she, as if nothing had happened, tried to correct his clothes. Although this turned out to be not too successful, Yanjun did not show that he noticed her inability, He only reflects that his father clearly does not suspect the true essence of this girl. Perhaps he didn't care, because so many servants had already gone from him. Remembering the appointed meeting, the young man went to his father's chambers. The worried Visol rushed after, begging to wait for her, but he asked the girl to stay and finish her affairs. The words sounded more sharply than we would like. Why, she was noticeably upset. Grandfather looked at his granddaughter with regret, understanding her sincere desire to help. Yanjun, feeling awkward, explained that Salt needs to learn how to fulfill its duties correctly. This even more upset the girl, but the young man decided to cheer her up. Leaving, he promised a reward for hard work. By this, he noticeably cheated on a young maid. Grandfather also calmed down, seeing that everything was in order with his granddaughter, and the master was good-natured. Finally, Yanjun got to his father's chambers. They were never close in a past life. He did not even remember that they had ever talked. Therefore, standing in front of the door and not daring to enter, he did not know what to say. However, he was sure that his father would say, since he himself called him. Yanjun decided to simply listen and ask questions about Salt and Vi Hyung-gun. At that moment, the father himself appeared, surprised by his son's indecision. With his sudden appearance, he frightened the boy so much that he even cursed, which he was immediately ashamed. It would be better to fall through the ground from such awkwardness. Starting the conversation, the father asked if the boy met with new servants and what was thinking about them. Yanjun expressed sincere gratitude for the new servants, but he was overcome by curiosity. However, the father asked not to ask questions. He promised to explain everything when the time came. The boy agreed, realizing that his father deliberately sent these people. Perhaps he had some kind of agreement with them. Father also asked his son not to worry about small troubles and prepare for the tomorrow's Union of Dragons. Yanjun did not immediately remember what it was, but when he realized, his face was distorted by horror. Leaving his father's room, he in desperation demanded that Muyong stab him. The bodyguard was perplexed. Was it really so difficult for the young master to appear at the meeting? The thing was that the Dragon Union is a special meeting where they represent new swords. It is carried out once every 2 years in honor of the warriors who gave their lives behind the clan and the earth, fighting with demonic gates. Of course, direct descendants of the GU clan are required to participate in this event. Therefore, Yanjun begged Muyun to kill him. Death would become a good reason for failure. However, the bodyguard ironically remarked that in this case the father would kill him himself. Yanjun was cold, learning that even the elder Li would attend the meeting. Muyong warned that if the young gentleman runs away again, he would personally arrange his thrashing. This did not surprise. From the elder one could expect anything. Among all the elders, he was the most stringent, always demanding special efforts from Yanjun, as from the only son of the head, and imposed responsibility for him almost for the honor of the whole clan. In truth, Yanjun was to be grateful to the elder. Despite employment, he always found time for instructions. Although his endless notations and flogging forced the young man to avoid meetings if possible, even his own father did not pay him so much attention. Yanjun did not understand how, with such a zealous upbringing, he still became a failure. Looking at the prepared carriage, he asked the time of departure. The answer was disappointing. It was necessary to travel in the very near future. At that moment, Yanjun heard a lively conversation between the maids who admired something unusually charming. He learned that they admired the suite, not understanding what the girl could do. When the maids parted, they showed the gaze of the Salt in the robe of the maid. From one glance at her, Yanjun's heart missed a blow, and her face was blurred by a blush. The girl herself, timidly approaching the young master, also looked no less embarrassed. Visol, shyly smiling, shared that everyone calls her a beauty. With children's spontaneity, she asked if Yanjun considers her beautiful. From such a direct question, the boy was finally embarrassed, because she was really beautiful. But the girl did not calm down, interrogating the master. Not finding words for an answer, he hastily sent her to the carriage. Having set off, they watched Visol admired the speed of the wagon. The maids with a smile noted that the girl was going in a carriage for the first time. It turned out that all this time she thought about horses as food, and had no idea how fast they could be. Yanjun found out that the meeting place is the Heavenly Market, the most famous trading area. This time, the elder Li clearly tried with the choice of a place. The road took about 4 hours, so a boy who had not slept due to evening training decided to take a nap. Recently, a dream was not easy for him. However, his plans were prevented by the talkative Visol, who began to enthusiastically tell the maids about the taste of horsemeat, despite his specific smell. Unable to stand it, Yanjun forced her to shut up, putting honey cookies in her mouth. Finally, the long-awaited silence reigned, and he was able to relax a bit. His eyes began to slowly close. But the nap did not last long. Soon he was awakened by Vsol, and now he did not have cookies left to pacify it. According to the voices of other maids, he realized that they had arrived at the place. Looking out of the carriage, Yeonjun saw the streets, flooded with light of lanterns and many idle fables. The festival was held here, which was why the streets were especially crowded. A venerable merchant came up to them, who knowingly noticed that a long trip must have tired the young master. Introducing himself as the deputy head of the heavenly market, he expressed the honor of getting to know the rising star of the GU clan. Yeonjun courteously answered the greeting, and the deputy suggested holding it. The first day promised to be calm. Now all the issues were resolved by the elder Lee and the lady, who made the boy alarmed. He realized that he would soon inevitably meet with the older sister. Following the deputy head, Yeonjun cherished the hope of avoiding this meeting, but his aspirations were in vain. Soon he saw her returning to his room. The sister gave him a familiar dissatisfied look, showing her dissatisfaction. Yeonjun was respectfully greeted her, but Yeonso answered rudely, only expressing the hope that at least this time she would do without his stupid exits. She ordered not to interfere with the collection of the Dragon Union, and not to defeat the name of the family. Yeonjun humbly promised to behave quietly, like a mouse, assuring that he should not worry about it. However, these words only angered Yeonso, who stated that she was not worried about him at all. At that moment she noticed a frightened maid behind her brother. It became obvious to him to abandon old habits, and he is going to behave as usual. Yeonjun pretended not to understand what it was about, but Yeonso only expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that some believed that her brother had changed. She sarcastically noticed that people, apparently, did not change at all. Yeonjun, looking at his sister, did not understand the reasons for her hostility, but he proposed to go to the room, apologizing to the deputy and asking them to spend. However, the Salt first wanted to look at the stage, which turned out to be truly impressive sizes. Vsol, looking at the arena with admiration, admitted that she had not seen such grandiose structures before. Yeonjun knew that the rich people loved to boast of their means, especially at such festivals, but even it seemed excessive to him. Today's holiday was dedicated to swords and their merits. The next day they were waiting for fights to determine the new members of the detachment of swords. Yeonjun was pleased at least that the blood heirs would not have to participate in this struggle. Today he will be only an observer. He hoped that everything would be calm. But the elder has already appeared behind him. Grabbing the boy, the old man was surprised that this time he did not escape. Seeing the elderly hand approaching, Yeonjun tightened, waiting for punishment. But to his amazement, the old man only affectionately stroked his head. Looking at how the boy crept out with fear, the elder laughed good-naturedly. He admitted that he was surprised. Usually Yeonjun ran away, barely seeing him. However, the boy reminded of the promise of the elder to twist him into Barani Ri if he did not appear. The elder was horrified, inquiring who could say such harsh words, and Yeonjun reminded that he was himself. This was even more amusing the old man. Yeonjun recalled that the second elder really seriously took up him because he was the only son of the chapter. At that moment, as if out of place, Vsol suddenly spoke of bears, assuring them that they were as tasty as the horses. The elder looked at the girl displeasedly, piercing her with his special look. She tightened from him and hastily hid behind Yeonjun's back. The boy asked the elder to stop scaring others with such terrible eyes. The man only smiled, admitting that Yeonjun intrigued him, and asked if he was a chosen one. Yeonjun, not understanding the words of the elder, pointed to the girl's clothes and explained that it was just his maid. The elder seemed boring, but he did not argue. He only warned the boy about the tomorrow's meeting of the Dragon Union. Even if Yeonjun is just a spectator, but also a kind of participant, so you should get enough sleep. However, the old man did not fail to warn that in case of failure, the boy would lose his head. Later, Yeonjun joined the Salt, which seriously decided that the Uncle Bear threatened to eat him. He corrected her, explaining that it was about cutting off her head. The elder continued to carefully watch the girl. He felt that in this child there was definitely something unusual. The day of the assembly of the Dragon Union has come. Watching the preparations, Yeonjun thought they would begin in the morning, but, it seemed, everyone gathered closer to dinner. All clans, as well as those who could confirm their identity, were allowed to participate in competitions. He was surprised by the number of people. Apparently it was incredibly important for people to become a sword. The frightened Vi Salt hid behind him, afraid that the Uncle Bear would come after her head, and muttered that it was time for him to hibernate. Yeonjun calmly recalled that now spring, and invited the girl to go to her room if she was so scared. However, she reminded of her grandfather's order to stay next to the master. Yeonjun, remembering that he could not order her to ignore the command of the Supreme Sword, pointed to the bodyguard and promised that in which case the music poured the bear. The bodyguard in bewilderment asked what kind of Uncle Bear was we talking about. Upon learning that they call the second elder, Mueni was amazed, explaining that he could not do anything to him. Yanjun, realizing that there was no choice, dramatically announced that in this case, the Uncle Bear would take V's head. The girl, stuttering with fear, realized that he would die today, and wondered why Yanjuna was so amusing. He tried to calm her down, explaining that this was just a joke, but V-Soul did not believe. She remembered the words of her grandfather, that if you die on a full stomach, the ghost would be kinder. Especially if you eat dumplings, and began to beg them from Yanjun. Mueni was surprised at how courteously the young master treats the servant. However, Yanjun was simply sorry for the girl. He saw her begs about dying dumplings. However, the reason covered in another. He saw in her a salt from a past life, and did not know how to behave. He explained to Muyun that the girl probably still understands what it means to be a servant. However, the bodyguard noticed that the gentleman still bought her food. The boy had nothing to object to, and he preferred to remain silent. Looking at him, Muyong realized that Yanjun was not at all the same as they were talking about him. Although he understood that it was impossible to rely on rumors, so he decided that he had yet to recognize the true nature of his master. It seemed to Yanjun that the bodyguard was too concerned about dumplings. But, hearing about rumors, he asked how long Mueni guarded him. It turned out that only 2 weeks. It means that he was appointed right before the regression of Yanjun. Therefore, the bodyguard said so freely. He did not even know who was more lucky, he or Yanjun. At that moment there was a loud female voice, scaring the boy. The woman, turning to the mistress, convinced that she could not let her go alone in such a dangerous place. She objected, explaining that they were at a meeting of the Dragon Union. This is an organized event where there are so many people, so nothing will happen. This voice seemed to Yanjun to friends, and he began to peer into the speakers. At this moment, the maid explained that she was especially worried about a possible meeting with the heir to Gu. Yanjun was perplexed, whom we were talking about. There were many men in the Gwing clan. The girl assured that it was impossible to meet him because of a huge number of people. However, turning around, the girl with her servant met her eyes with Yanjun. Everyone froze as if seeing a ghost. Muyong immediately asked if the master of these people knew him. Yanjun knew these hair falling to his shoulders, black base eyes, and that very ring on a finger with a symbol, distinguishable only upon close examination. Knowing him, he could not underestimate his meaning. It was the representative of the Kebuan clan, and not just some girl his bride. The reason that the engagement was organized with the representative of one of the largest clans was that the prestige of the Gu clan was not inferior to this four, and the young were peers. He was a direct heir to the clan. Therefore, Hibaivan did not object to a contractual marriage. Only now the heir turned out to be problematic. Rumors that he neglected training and delivered troubles, alarming them. But finally, the relationship was destroyed when he pronounced those fatal words to his bride. Now the girl, looking scared at Yanjun, wondered what he was doing here. However, he understood that this question should be asked to her. She coldly explained that she arrived on business, and added that she was not obliged to report on each of her steps. Yanjun calmly agreed, but the girl was annoyed by his rude tone, as if he had forgotten that she was older. Yanjun only grinned and deliberately respectfully called her Nuna, an older sister, asking if she liked such an appeal. Then he turned to his salt, and making sure that she bought everything necessary, offered to leave. Saying goodbye to the former bride, he expressed the hope that everything would be fine with her. He even apologized that he could not continue the conversation due to employment. The girl only froze in surprise, looking after him, and mechanically wished a good day. Leaving, she thought that she still needed to deal with business. In addition, she was interested in Salt. She first saw such a sweet maid. I even thought that perhaps it was she who influenced changes in the character of Yanjun. And he, moving away, recalled the day when their relationship with the bride finally collapsed, when he reminded that she was the daughter of the concubines. Then the girl could not stand it, grabbed him by the clothes. Looking menacingly into her eyes, she asked how he dared to say this. Yanjun only grinned, knowing that he was right. In response, she hit him in the face with her fist. She admitted that she was ready to endure a lot for a contractual marriage, even terrible rumors about him, all for her clan, but she could not demolish such an insult. She grabbed a chair, and although the maid begged the mistress to calm down, she pushed her away. Getting closer to Yanjun, she threw him to the ground. Raising her chair, she intended to kill him right there. Remembering that day, the girl understood that he could hardly have changed. However, now she noticed how he, seeing that his salt was hard to carry food, decided to help, not even allowing Muyun to take a burden, insisting that the bodyguard should focus on their protection. Looking at this, the former bride nevertheless admitted that something had changed in him, although she still considered it incredible. She suggested that perhaps he was just a good mood. After all, he was a rare bastard, and was unlikely to begin to behave humanly. She wanted to believe that he could become a different person. At that moment, loud cries came from behind the gate. Everyone turned around, trying to understand the reason for the noise. The man registering participants in the competition tried to reassure one of the candidates, demanding to stop screams. But he insisted that he did not have time, that people took responsibility if he was caught. This intrigued the registrar, and he asked what the stranger had in mind. The candidate came into even greater rage, shouting that he had already explained everything and demanding to allow him to participate. Muyong suggested intervening, but Yanjun did not understand the need. After all, anyone could participate in the Dragon Union if he confirmed his personality. The bodyguard explained that he wanted to help settle the conflict, because such troubles at the checkpoint often happened. This was usually done by law enforcement officers who were next to the inspectors. The guard again asked the man to calm down, but he grabbed his hand and threw him with force on the ground. Eyewitnesses in horror watched what was happening, and the offender calmly explained that he simply demonstrated his abilities, hoping that now he would be allowed to competition. They immediately explained to him that after such a demonstration of power, no one would not miss him. Seeing what was happening, Muyong insisted on interference. Visola, it seems, did not understand the seriousness of the situation and only admired military techniques. But Yanjun offered to return to the room. Muyun was surprised at his desire to leave everything as it is, but the young man explained that he did not want to intervene. Let them figure it out in everything. The registrar once again explained to the participant that it is impossible to do everything that he wants. There are rules, and only those who can confirm their identity are allowed to participate. However, he was outraged that his combat skills did not confirm anything. He believed that they did not respect the young head of the Hebawan clan at all. At these words, everyone turned around, and Yanjun and his former bride froze in amazement. The inspectors could not believe that he really introduced himself as the young head of Hebawan. When they were still in her clan, the girl noticed the strange behavior of her brother. He chewed the fire to warm up, and at the same time decided to fry potatoes. She did not find out why he was doing this right in front of her chambers, but asked a sign in his hands. He innocently explained that sweet potatoes are preparing for too long, so he decided to use a roser plate. The sister immediately wilted the slap him to him. She was evil that her brother clearly did not realize the significance of this subject. It was an identification plan, personally handed over to the head of the clan for the release among the best students of the Dragon Divine Academy, as well as for becoming the youngest heir in history. The brother stubbornly insisted that the plank would perfectly light fire. Once again, having left his brother with cuffs, the sister demanded that he learn to behave properly to the heir. From these words, he was noticeably sad. The sister once again marveled at his thoughts. Being incredibly talented at such a young age, having everything necessary for success, he did not seem to appreciate it. But the reason covered in another. He constantly dreamed of escaping as far as possible. The girl jokingly invited him to run away, but asked to return. This idea firmly settled in his head, and soon the sister found a note where he reported his escape. She was indignant. His briefly stretched for 4 months, but then the maid informed the joyful news. Information about the fugitive appeared. It turned out that he ended up in Shaki, which surprised his sister a lot. She could not imagine how he was so far away. At the same time, the fugitive himself fiercely cursed with the inspector. He believed that he had already demonstrated everything possible, and demanded to allow him to participate in the competition. When they tried to calm him down, he threatened to demonstrate a blade of a dark knight. Yanjun knew that this is the exclusive technique of the direct heir to the clan's Habivan, which means that the young man is really the one for whom he gives himself. However, he believed that it was better to leave as soon as possible until they were drawn into trouble. At that moment, the elder Li appeared, who, having heard the mention of the blade of the Dark Knight, realized that he was not an impostor. Seeing the confidence of the young man, he asked the inspector to give him a chance. The guy, full of gratitude, bowed. He introduced himself as a Hebawan heir named Wu Jin, expressing the joy of meeting with the great master of a fist, the famous warrior of the Gu. The elder laughed, admitting that he had not heard his full title for a long time, and reassured the young man he would be allowed to the meeting. When the inspector tried to object that the personality was not confirmed by documents, the elder noticed that he knew the guy's father well, and Wu Jin was his exact copy. The elder also pointed to the ring on Wu Jin's finger as additional evidence. But he asked the reason why the heir suddenly decided to participate in the selection of new swords for the GU clan. He innocently admitted that he became bored in his native clan. The elder considered it a worthy answer, although Yanjun decided to himself that Wujin was just a madman. When the elder asked if his father approved his participation, Wujin honestly admitted that he had escaped from home. This even more amused the old man, and Yanjun only shook his head, reflecting on the incredible stupidity of the fugitive. Carefully looking at Wujin, the elder noted his excellent physical shape. Upon learning that the guy should be 23 years old, the old man suggested that the clan raised a real monster, and noticed that Yanjun should have learned from him. Having called Yanjun the goner, the elder caused anxiety Muyan, who began to console the master, assuring that the old man did not mean this. However, Yanjun remained calm. He understood the correctness of the elder. If this Wujin is really the one he thought about, then he really was a monster, who soon had to win the title of Emperor Klinkov. Yanjun was surprised by the appearance of another representative of the Hebaven clan. They became much in one place. At that moment, Wujina noticed Avia, who quickly rushed to her brother. He sincerely rejoiced at a meeting with his sister, but instead of hugs, he received a crushing blow with his foot in the face. The girl ominously approached him. She called him a crazy heir who dared to escape, leaving a miserable note. A frightened brother begged his sister to stop and listen to him, but she only demanded the words of repentance. Not finding other excuses, he prayed for mercy. Then the girl burst into an angry tirade about how he dared to escape to become a sword of strangers. Looking at their showdown, Yanjun understood that with such a development of events, Wujin could not survive. However, the elder only grinned. The men of the Hebaven clan were so stubborn that they would not die, even if they beat them with reinforcement. At that moment, Wujin prayed for help. The elder really intervened, demanding that the girl leave her brother alone. Avia, not at first understanding who dared to intervene, was immediately seized when he saw the elder. She hastily apologized for the later performance and called her title, the Great Master of the Fist of Pure Flame. She also asked for forgiveness for finding them for family showdowns, recognizing inappropriate behavior, and promised to make amends later. The girl tried to take her brother, but he unexpectedly refused, which angered his sister even more. Wujin, looking at her seriously, explained that he was not joking. He believed that in the clan, the Jew would be more fun. Avia, surprised by such a strange answer, asked her brother to grow up. He is still an heir. It turned out that this is why he wanted to have fun until he became the head. There were two ways to avoid this fate: to turn into a cripple or die, but both options did not suit him. He did not want to lead the clan, but he understood that besides him and his sisters, there were only monsters there, defaming their surname. Someday he would still have to take the post of chapter. He did not want this burden to lay down on his sister's shoulders, and therefore agreed to become an heir, although he did not want it. The elder seriously wondered whether it was worth allowing Wujin to participate. He doubted that the conflict with the Hebaven clan was a good venture. Given the current situation, he set the guy a condition. He will allow you to participate if he can defeat him in a duel. Yanjun decided that the elder was completely crazy, and even Avia agreed with him. However, the old man explained that he would give only 10 attempts and offered to find out the opinion of Wujin himself. The guy wondered why the elder put such simple conditions. He assured that he never lies. If the guy at least once hurts him for 10 attempts, he would win. For a fraction of the second, Wujin was behind the elder. Li did not even have time to finish Li. Therefore, only such impatience grinned. Having caught a convenient moment, he struck the guy in the face with lightning speed. After that, the action is transferred to the arena, where those present declared the beginning of the battle between the two stars and the future leaders of the clan. The first contender was called the Fiery Sword of Yanso, as well as Yanjun, the first heir to the GU clan. Yanjun was perplexed why he had to fight, and even with his own sister. Remembering the events a few hours ago, the elder defeated the guy with just one blow. He was obviously his defeat. Yanjun noted that the elder had to dodge. Although he objected, he did not promise this, explaining that it was a competition that both agreed. In addition, he controlled the force, so Wujin will soon come across. Yanjun was worried that Wujin's father could come to them with claims, but the elder reassured him. There was no reason for unrest, because the head of the clan would not tell them anything. Yanjun, fearing for the fate of his family, excitedly explained Avia that all the wine was lying on the elder. However, she was even grateful for how he did with her brother. No one knew how many more problems Wujin could cause. She was convinced that it was a plan of the elder Li by the pacification of her brother. The elder was surprised at such a reaction of the girl. In fact, he entered the battle only for the sake of entertainment. Yanjun was perplexed how such a person was generally made by an elder. He dug a grave for himself. At that moment, the frightened Vi Salt clung to his shoulder, and he hastened to calm the girl, promising that they would soon leave the Uncle Bear. However, the girl was delighted with the strength of the elder, and Yeonjun only marveled at her childish immediacy. It is amazing how she even became the savior of the world. Touched by such attention, the elder decided to give her a gift. He took out a small honey cookies from behind the gate, and the girl immediately stated that she immediately liked the Uncle Bear. Noticing the sad appearance of Yeonjun, the elder decided that he also wanted cookies, and promised to find treats for him. After that, he informed the boy that after the meeting of the Dragon Union, a demonstration fight was waiting for him. Now the sister, looking at Yeonjun, was perplexed why he did not take a sword with him. However, the boy did not even remember to use weapons. Yeonjun knew that the fire wheel of their family can be combined with various types of weapons, but swords and fists are most effective. He believed that a fiery fist was suitable for him more, so he refused the sword. At that moment, Yeonso said that she did not care how Yeonjun would fight. He was amazed at how her bitchiness frankly manifested. The girl was happy to have the opportunity to legally make a chop from her brother. Yes, and disgrace him in front of so many people. Looking at this crazy situation, Yeonjun did not understand at all why the elder decided to arrange a demonstrative battle. When Yeonjun only found out about the upcoming duel, he was noticeably nervous from the prospect of opposing the older sister. The elder explained his decision by the unwillingness to disappoint people in their clan. But the boy saw the true reason in his face. The old man simply wanted to have fun. Yeonjun decided to surrender halfway, but the elder warned that in this case he was waiting for the same fate as Woojin. The boy was perplexed why the old man was so craving for his humiliation in front of the whole arena. The elder was surprised that Yeonjun was already tuned in to defeat. In fact, the young man simply did not want to waste his only chance on a second life, considering it pointless to spend strength on a fight, which was not even in a past life, especially against the older sister, which exceeded him in many ways. Yeonso, having accepted the fighting rack, decided to take revenge on his brother for being destined to become the next chapter only by the right of birth of a man. She honestly admitted that she deadly despises him for this, and attacked without warning. However, Yeonjun every time managed to dodge her blows. During the battle, Yeonso realized that his brother had barely reached the second star. Therefore, I was sure that he could not dodge her attacks for a long time. Yeonjun also understood her thoughts, but he managed to avoid blows because he was ahead of the girl's movements for half a second. However, breathing has already brought him, a clear indicator of the limit of forces. He did not know what to do next and whether it was worth getting under the blow. He was curious whether he would withstand at least one of her attack. At that moment, Yeonso crept closer, reproaching his brother that he can only run away. She grabbed him by the clothes, trying to hit him, but the guy managed to turn out at the cost of a torn cape. Her attack was so powerful that she cut her clothes in two, leaving a flat cut. Yeonjun noted that her swing was too obvious, and only simplified his task of evading. He invited his sister to come up with something else, wondering to himself how much Yeonso crawls his blood, since he cut his clothes so easily. The girl admitted that she put up with the impossibility of becoming the head due to the fact that she is a woman. Despite all her efforts, she annoyed that it was Yeonjun who burned life without a goal, only because he is a man. She believed that her brother did not understand life at all. Yeonjun noticed how she enveloped the sword with a fiery aura, and realized, this is already too much. Her power clearly exceeded the level of the third star. He had to constantly dodge, and his sister continued to blame him in an eternal flight. Yeonso perfectly understood his helplessness against her technology. He never made efforts to training. She stated that if he was going to live such a worthless life, then it is better for him to disappear. Having aimed at his face, she ordered to disappear in the same way as his mother. These words took off Yeonjun. He grabbed the girl with lightning speed by the hand, so much so that from surprise, her sword instantly went out. Yeonjun, looking into her eyes with fury, demanded to repeat what was said. Then the girl remembered her older sister, who was really outstanding. At 15, she found the title of the Phoenix, and at 20, with honors, she graduated from the Academy of the Divine Dragon and was appointed 5th with the clan sword. Everyone recognized her skills, but still would not allow the post of chapter to take the post of chapter. And after all this was a foregone conclusion before the birth of the son of a concubine. She hated him. Although they were only half relatives, but Yeonjun's mother was always good for her, and Yeonso even liked the stepmother. She reconciled with the existence of her brother, until one day his mother simply disappeared. Father forbade her to search, and everyone obeyed. It was then that Yeonjun began to deliver problems to everyone. However, his position of the future chapter remained unshakable. Only men could lead the clan. They ignored Yeonso's efforts, and therefore Yeonjun, who received so many undeserved privileges, began to cause her more and more irritation and hatred. Now, looking into his eyes, she was scared. Jumping back, she realized that it was not worth saying this, but the boy in a moment was behind her. His fist froze a centimeter from her face. All this time, Avia watched the fight, surprised at the fight. Although Yeonso and Yeonjun were peers, the girl significantly exceeded her brother in strength and talent. Noticing that they were constantly talking, she asked the maid whether she managed to catch at least a word. The approaching Woojin explained that this was impossible. The second elder put the energy barriers that hide their conversation. Seeing his brother's rumpled face, Avia asked him not even to think to appear in their family name in this form, and advised me to sit in the chambers until the edema fell. Having joined his sister, Woojin noted the skill of participants who have already reached 3 stars. Avia admired the smooth movements and excellent control of the girl's internal energy. However, Woojin was more delighted for those who dodged, the younger brother of the Phoenix Sword. At that moment, the maid of his sister explained to the master that both children belonged to the younger Sword of Phoenix. Then Woojin realized that even in the clan there were interesting children, about whom he did not know. His attentive and cunning gaze slightly puzzled his sister. She remembered his words about the desire to have fun until he became the head. She understood that when this would happen, enthusiasm in his eyes would probably disappear. At that moment, the battle continued, and her sister understood that she urgently needed to evade. It was impossible to miss the opportunity and attack directly. Looking at her rage, Yeonjun explained that she could hate him. After all, he himself went through it. Her words touched him, but he perfectly understood her. Therefore, he hoped that she would understand why he was doing this right now. After these words, he applied his technique, erupting the fire directly in her face. Then he hit her fist straight into her face. Yeonso fell unconscious to the ground. The battle was officially over by the victory of Yeonjun. Later, sitting on a bench, he admitted that he was not going to win and did not know that he could defeat her with the 2nd star. So he hoped that he would not be serious consequences. He still remembered her words, which was why he became darker. At that moment, the frightened Mueni and Vaisol ran up, after being served whether everything was fine with the young master, whether he was injured. The boy asked the situation inside. Mu-young honestly admitted that all people, previously confident in the defeat of Yeonjun, now only did that they praised his victory. It was not surprising. After all, everyone considered him a geek, about which dirty rumors went, and he suddenly defeated the rising star of the clan. However, the second elder slightly discharged the atmosphere, switching the attention of the Dragon Union gathered to the affairs. At that moment, V-Sol noticed Yeonjun's bloodied hand. He explained that this is an indicator that he still cannot completely control internal energy. The girl began to bandage his hand, although Yeonjun asked not to do this. However, the girl tried her best, but she did not succeed. With tears in her eyes, she apologized that she could not do everything right and calm his pain. The emerging Woojin also expressed regret that the young master was painful. After that, he decided to officially greet the new master and introduce himself. Avia, hiding behind her maids, begged her brother to leave as soon as possible. He only chuckled, recalling that his sister was the bride of the young master, which was probably embarrassed for her, and invited them to take advantage of the moment for communication. Yeonjun restrainedly asked the intentions of this guy, but he stated that he was a great moment to establish connections and offered friendship. Yeonjun tried to explain that it was not particularly profitable to get closer like him. However, Woojin admitted that he did not even expect that their family was hiding a similar talent. He thought that only his first sister was noteworthy. Yeonjun was surprised at the mention of the first sister, and realized that Woojin was personally familiar with her. Smiling, he said that he was very close to the girl, although he is not sure that she shares his feelings. Soon after their conversation, it got dark, and Woojin decided to leave. But Avia remained in place. Yeonjun asked if she wanted to say something. Embarrassed, she apologized to him for the fact that on the day of the engagement, she hit him with a chair with all his might. However, Yeonjun himself apologized first. He understood that he had humiliated her, calling her daughter a concubine. He admitted that he was immature, and then he definitely went too far, so he earned a stool, and she had nothing to apologize for. These words sincerely surprised Avia, but smiling, she thanked Yeonjun for understanding. Leaving, she only asked him not to lose what her brother handed her. It was his nameplate. They said goodbye to this, and Yeonjun, looking after them, understood that he had to do and fix a lot of things to do. Soon they went home, and V-Sol firmly fell asleep on the shoulder of another maid. Yeonjun plunged into thoughts. No matter how hard he tried, he could not remember to fight his sister in a past life. All the more, he won her. With the advent of Assault as a maid, The past that he knew has changed too much. The young heir did not understand whether that small act of kindness could influence the course of events. Therefore, I decided to take decisive measures upon returning home. But suddenly he felt something strange. Turning to his bodyguard, the young master demanded to check the demonic sensor. This surprised Muyun. He explained that, despite the feeling of the master, the sensor did not lit up, although he usually automatically reacted to the appearance of the gate nearby. Yanjun wanted to relax, but at that moment the sheet lit up. The bodyguard immediately loudly ordered everyone to stop. The young man announced the discovered demonic fault, ordering to prepare for battle. Although the master's safety was a priority, the heir himself went outside, which greatly alarmed Muyun. After all, it was too dangerous around. The bodyguard tried to explain to his master that now is not the time for rash acts, but he did not listen. Instead, the young owner pointed to the man at the break, located ahead. This portal was unusual, green. As soon as they looked at him, wolves ran out of there. Yanjun knew that the green gates pose a minimum danger, but there were nuances. Fighting with attackers, he understood that the situation was still under control. From a past life, the young man remembered that the typical vulnerability of monsters is a demonic stone. One of these he managed to pull out directly from the head of the monster. For monsters, these stones were tantamount to the heart. After extraction, any creature immediately died. However, the young master did not notice how another wolf crept behind. He again tried to pull out a stone, but after eliminating only 2 monsters, his energy was already exhausted. Maintaining the fire ring was quite problematic. To survive, he needed to use this technique. Fortunately, at that moment, Mueni stood to defend the heir. The valiant bodyguard, facing his master, began to deal with the attacking creatures and quickly defeated them. Yanjun was amazed. He did not even suspect that his defender was so strong. After making sure that the monsters were over, Muyang decided to check if he was injured. The young gentleman, still awkwardly looking at the bodyguard, thanked for the salvation. As it turned out, Muyang had already managed to deal with everyone. Fortunately, there were few monsters, and everyone turned out to be low-ranking. The faithful guard did not understand what his ward thought about, jumping towards the danger. After all, he could suffer. However, the young man carelessly replied that everything was well over and nothing to worry about. Pointing to his hand, glowing with a violet light, Muyun made it clear that he was mistaken. Immediately after that, Yanjun chose severe pain. The bodyguard, who did not notice this, explained that the next time the young master needs to hide in a safe place. When the young man could no longer restrain the scream, everyone noticed his torment. Bending on the ground, the heir did not understand where this vile sensation appeared in his body. He did not own the art of a heavenly demon, but could absorb demonic energy. Looking at his hand, he clearly saw that he had mastered the absorbing magic of the demonic well. Events from a past life surfaced in memory when he performed the tasks of a demonic cult. Then a warrior, already deprived of his hand and weapons, asked Yanjun why he did it. He killed many people, and the defeated enemy did not understand the reasons for such cruelty. But the young man remained silent. The man wanted to hear the last words from the blade that dissecting the flowers of the plum, but he said nothing. At that moment, looking fearfully at the severed head of his chapter, the warrior was covered with despair. And then Mrs. Yanjun appeared. Having evaluated the scale of the destruction, she recognized the result very tolerable. Going down to the young man, the mentor made it clear that this is not enough to satisfy her. Although she admitted, thanks to his effort, she got a little pleasure. With a smile, she ordered Yanjun to raise her head and get a reward. Now a strange fire escaped from the hand of the young master. Looking at him, the young man did not understand this sensation, as if the fiery ring cleared demonic energy. But then he realized that it absorbed it. This did not happen in a past life. At that moment, in addition to Muyun, Sol, trying to bring him to his senses, ran up to the wounded. Having come to his senses, Yanjun began to calm the audience. He explained that he suffered from a demonstration fight more than he thought. Muyong decided to find a doctor, but the young gentleman convinced him that everything was in order. The heir decided to hide the oddities that happened to him. If people learn about his ability to absorb demonic energy, he will definitely have many problems. At that moment, V-Sol, with tears in her eyes, examined the young man, trying to understand if he was painful. Her sincere concern was a little angry with Yanjun when she honestly admitted that his face looks more painful than usual. Another assistant, going to the salt, explained that she should help the master and not annoy him. At this time, Muyong invited the young master to buy a drug in the nearest shop. But the heir knew that his condition was in order. He only had to sleep, and everything would return to normal. Therefore, he proposed to continue the path. Looking at the stone in his hand, the young gentleman realized that he no longer feels demonic energy in the body. Apparently, the fiery ring still influenced it. Judging by the faded stone, all the energy was sucked out of it. Be that as it may, while it was not worth thinking about it, it was necessary to move on. Soon, in the nearest city, Yanjun with a bodyguard and a dwarf were on the market. The girl joyfully looked at honey cookies, begging to buy it. But when the young man refused, she did not understand why he even took her with him, if he was going to starve. To this, Yanjun recalled that when he said about her affairs in the market, she herself stuck to him, using her grandfather's order to follow the heir everywhere. Muyin himself was interested in what a matter led the master to the market. He has not yet recovered after a recent incident. So the faithful guard believed that if the matter is not urgent, it was better for the young man to return home and relax properly. The bodyguard suggested that if a young master is looking for something specific, he could help with the search. Yanjun appreciated the desire to help, but explained that time had not yet come. However, at that moment the heir noticed something interesting. Stopping, he began to peer into the dark lane. It was there that they needed to go. Muyong did not understand what was in that sinister place, but Yanjun ordered Sil to return to the clan mansion, promising to return in the evening. The bodyguard was supposed to go with him. The upset V-Soul did not understand why the young master drives her, despite her grandfather's order. However, the cunning heir decided to bribe the girl with 10 honey cookies if she returned home right now. The young maid agreed, but bargained a few more dumplings. As a result, Yanjun accepted its conditions. They quickly adored their hands, fixing the contract, after which they dispersed. Following the master, Mueni did not understand where they were going. Finally, a few minutes later, they went to the right place. The vigilant bodyguard reasonably remarked that this alley looks quite dangerous. Yanjun knew this very well. But this was not the reason to refuse the visit. Finally, he found the building that interested him. In fact, the young man was worried that he might not be here. Mueni was still trying to understand the intentions of his ward. It seemed to him the behavior of the young master suspicious, starting from yesterday's events in the external court, and ending with the current visit. It is not surprising. The experienced bodyguard had a great instinct. Finally, they went inside, and the guard immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword. The people who were there did not understand what kind of stranger he came to them, and even brought the child. The bandits decided that the man probably tracked them, so they thought what to do with him. But when they saw a sword in his hands, they decided that it was better to kill an uninvited guest at once. After these words, Mueni was even more alert, and Yanjun remained calm. Finally, a man with a small candlestick appeared, who explained to the boy that this was an inappropriate place for excursions. However, the young heir, smiling, said that he had come here with an order. These words surprised the leader of the robbers. He decided to tear out the boy's tongue to look at his reaction. At that moment, Muyong was even more angry, but Yanjun ordered him to retreat. Turning to the bandits, the young gentleman knew that they realized who he was as soon as he crossed the threshold. They were afraid that the clan would want to clear this place. However, the young man explained that he had no such intentions, so he warned people, until they accepted the turn that they are afraid of, it is better to bring the regional manager to him. It seemed to the leader too arrogant requirement. He did not know where such a child learned such words, and invited him to read the books about respect. While he said, the bandits began to surround the aliens, which only made Yanjun grin. With a smile, he gave a similar advice to the saying that he caused that grin. Laughing, the leader became more serious. He ordered his people to seize these two. Immediately after that, the bandits attacked the guests, surrounding them from all sides. However, experienced Mueni did not allow them to even touch the young master with a finger. He lightningly ripped off his throat to everyone who sent a blade to him. After that, all the soldiers immediately stopped, realizing the seriousness of the enemy. The leader also became nervous, realizing that in front of him the heir to the clan. It is obvious that the best bodyguards were assigned to him. He considered it stupid to call the regional manager to the child. Therefore, I did not know what to do. However, the robber that appeared explained to the captain that the regional manager asked for something to convey. The man was nervous, but still asked what the manager wanted from him. Looking at their conversations, Yanjun understood that they had planned something. In this case, they had no choice. Turning to Muyun, he wanted to order to kill all these people. However, at that moment the captain demanded that the bodyguard remove his blade. After that, the captain pointed to the room where the regional manager was already waiting for them. It seems that it only angered Yanjun. He did not understand why it was impossible to do this before. The young gentleman immediately gave the order to Muyun to hide the sword, and they headed for the indicated door. The faithful guard still did not understand what was happening, but Yanjun explained that he initially planned to turn to the Gang of the Poor. This organization had certain problems, although it is quite capable of taking a place among the 10 largest sects thanks to its extensive information network. However, they adhered to strict rules and did not take up affairs that could deliver troubles. The heir had a rather scrupulous request, so I had to contact other people. Since the poor delivered information to the righteous, this place worked with everyone who pays. It was a gang of How, and the young master had to turn to these people. Going down, they found themselves in a small basement chamber. They were greeted by a man who introduced himself as the head of the Shaki department. He apologized for the excessively aggressive behavior of subordinates. They are not used to receiving such important guests. Yanjun quickly accepted his apologies and asked if he would take for an assignment. But first, the guy wanted to know why they turned not to the gang of the poor, but to their small organization. The young heir explained that he had come precisely because the poor of the poor would not accept his order. Only the How gang could help with this. However, he was interested in the reason for this question. Wuja apologized and explained that everything was connected with the surname of Yanjun. They had to be careful, and he hoped for understanding. After listening to the explanation, the young gentleman asked if they would take up his job. Obviously, Wuja would not refuse to work if they are ready to pay for her generously. Having showed him a drawing, Yanjun explained that he was looking for a boy for about 10 years, perhaps a little older. Wuju carefully studied the image. But I realized that I would have to take his words back. He was not sure that they could help. More recently, there was one customer in their gang, but he was not looking for a child, but a place of residence of his guard. Yanjun was surprised, but immediately with a tricky smile, he offered information about the leader of the How gang as a fee. Instantly, all those present grabbed the swords. Their weapons were directed right into the face of the young master. However, the reacted Mueni reacted with lightning speed, reminding the non-Daycam agreement. Wuju became serious and asked the boy from where he got such information. However, he decided not to disclose the source, explaining that now that they have mutual interest, this is the most important thing. The manager was interested in how the boy could confirm the reliability of information, but Yanjun explained that they themselves are able to check it. They were in a desperate position. They could only carefully feel the soil. If they don't care, they could forget about this conversation. He would simply turn to the gang of the poor, whom this may interest even more. Wuja had no choice, and he agreed. Yanjun inquired. Usually they lasted about 3 months, which completely arranged a young master. Leaving, he asked to inform him as soon as they found the right person. Noticing Wuji's sad face, the heir decided to give a hint. He said that the head of the gang should be sought in the Rocky Mountains. The manager was surprised at the boy's words, but he explained that this is a kind of advance. As soon as the guests left, the captain asked if Wuju was going to believe the boy's words. He admitted that, given the awareness of the young master about the top-secret information regarding the loss of the gang leader, he would have to believe. However, he did not understand the plan of this unusual child. Given the skills of his guard, he could afford very aggressive actions. However, this information is probably known not only to him. The head of the GU clan is also involved in this. Soon, Wuja decided to remove the disguise, the second skin, who was worn on his face. The captain was surprised at such a quick demo. However, the manager explained that he was already choking from the mask, and still no one looked at him. Thinking about the gang, he understood that she did not respect, did not trust, and did not follow the last chapter, so he decided to hide from the pursuers. Wuja really missed his father head. At that moment, Yanjun and Muyun calmly left the building. As soon as the doors closed behind them, a mountain seemed to have fallen from the boy's shoulders. He was ready for an open confrontation if it had come to this. But he was very lucky that the crumbs of information came in handy. He knew that the head of How was captured by the Palace of Dark Night more than 5 years ago, which is why the conflict broke out between the How gang and the palace. The Alliance Murim made a sudden attack, as a result of which the Palace of the Dark Night fell, and the confrontation came to an end. In this battle, the gang leader died, which led to its decay. However, the exact location of the Palace of the Dark Night remained unknown. The young master was lucky that his risky undertaking worked, and that the gang unit was here. He managed to meet with its head. It was troublesome, but necessary. It was necessary to find the right person. The guy who had to lead a demonic cult in the future. At that young age, a tactical genius, known as the brain of the demonic cult of the Middle Kingdom, Fan Jukok, was especially dangerous. To get rid of him, even V. Sol suffered because of his brilliant mind. If Yanjun dealt with him in advance, this will significantly affect the development of a demonic cult. At that moment, Muyong spoke, admitted to the master that he had no idea whom he was looking for. However, the faithful guard understood. If the search really takes 3 months, this information will get this information only in the summer. It seems that the gang How was not as omnipotent as it was described in rumors. Yanjun was also disappointed with the need to wait. However, a thought suddenly dawned on him. He remembered something, although he did not understand the reason. It seems that soon they should find the secret room of the Jinchan clan, controlled by the First Trading Association. Countless wealth inside her was not as important as priceless spiritual relics. Anyone who took advantage of them in his past life became Paul Demon. He had almost limitless possibilities. This was a serious problem, like the secret room itself. Even if Yanjun wanted to do something, the room was in Sichan, because of which he was powerless. Therefore, the heir decided to simply ignore what was happening. All the same, he would not get to that region. And it was almost impossible to find the right place in such a huge area. The young gentleman simply decided to buy the promised honey cookies on the way back. At this time, Vsol, who returned home, was talking with a young bodyguard. He was awkwardly interested in the girl if she wanted to meet him, and embarrassedly stated that he was ready to make her the happiest. Somewhere at the same time, the second elder approached Vaimun. He calmly pointed out to the man that he missed several leaves. Laughing, the old man said that he had come a long way because of the difficult boy of Yanjun, not even knowing that Vmun was also a problem old man. The old man laughed, but the second elder, ordering to work more diligent, finally brought Vaimun from himself. He warned that the elder Jiyu Ren is running into trouble. However, Jiyu Ren explained that he just wanted to help the old man get used to the clan's servant. Vaimun, losing patience, suggested that Guise himself show how to sweep the floor. He scaredly began to explain that the broom was already broken, to which Vaimun proposed to make a new broom from him. As a result, the second elder had to collect chips himself. Vaimun doubted that Gu Ren came only in order to report to the boy. The old man was guessing, so Gu Ren asked if he noticed that oddities. This child 6 months ago refused to train and constantly ran away. But suddenly the sister wins, and even his firewheel became surprisingly stable. He considered Yanjun to be incredibly gifted, and could not stand aside. Vaimun admitted that in his entire life he had not seen such a rapid progress. Although he doubted that the matter was only in talent, the old man understood that there was something special in this child from the very beginning. In addition, the first person oncoming is unlikely to just leave him alone. Perhaps the boy was already thinking something. Guren agreed with these words and tried to find the heir, although he understood that under the gaze of so many people he was unlikely to come up with something. At this time, Vsol, standing in front of a young master, recalled the events of last night. She had a disturbing dream in which she offended people. Initially, the girl did not like weapons, but her grandfather still made her fight. She did not want this, but still burst into the houses to kill. There was even one person who smiled, realizing that he could come up with something better if he had more time. Then he stuck his sword into her stomach. The last thing she saw was his guilty face. Seeing this nightmare, the girl quickly woke up and hurried to the master because she was very scared. But the maid ordered her to immediately go to the yard. As a result, she came much earlier than the master. There was already another person in the courtyard, the same man who promised to make her happy. Only now the salt and with the young master was good. Finally, Yanjun appeared and, seeing what was happening, made a formidable face. He explained to the stranger that this was his maid and demanded to introduce himself. The young gentleman did not understand how this insolent dared to ask for the hands of the salt. In addition, he also blushed like a girl, which was disgusting to look at. Yanjun wanted him to run away as soon as possible. At that moment, the young man apologized to the heir for their past disagreements, although he did not even recognize this person. Bowing, he introduced himself as a jury and expressed a desire to arrange sparring with a representative of a straight line of blood. However, Yanjun, grinning, immediately refused. This really surprised Juriba, but the young master repeated his decision. It seemed to Juribu that he was about to escape from fear, and Yanjun did not argue. But the enemy believed that running away from someone was too small. Yanjun was struck by the observation of this guy, because he himself considered himself really small and insignificant. In fact, the young heir understood that he had already entered into a lot of problems by defeating his sister, and did not want to repeat the same mistake, fighting with some stranger. As a result, the young gentleman decided to say goodbye and leave, but Gu Ren blocked his path. The elder explained that the boy would not be able to slip away and should not refuse the battle. After all, the guy went a long way to him. At that moment, the inclined jury greeted the second elder. As it turned out, they were familiar. It was the grandson of the first elder. Looking at the young man, Yanjun finally recognized his face. The second elder was surprised that Jureb came to fight the heir, but he only explained that the enemy was frightened and refused the battle. Jureb calmly said that the battle was an order of the first elder. This surprised Yanjun. Initially, he thought that another one obsessed with martial arts came, but it turned out that politics was involved here. Everyone knows that the first elder longs for power, so it is waiting until the stupid Yanjun is headed by the clan. However, admitting that the victory over Yonso confused him the cards, the elder decided to use his grandson to again trample the heir into the mud. Yanjun repeated that he did not want to fight, although Gu Ren asked him to change his mind. The boy understood that the result would be obvious. He will definitely lose. However, the old man was convinced of his strength, indicating that Yanjun surpassed his sister. This was visible with the naked eye. The heir was not interested in no useless battles, nor political ranges. As a result, grabbing Vi Solu, he wanted to take her behind him. But the jury bee prevented them calmly to continue the path. He kept the girl, preventing him from leaving. In addition, he stated that he considers Yanjun to be unworthy of her attention. Therefore, he could promise a lot if she chooses him instead of such a moron. However, looking for a guy with a cold look, Yanjun ordered Juriba to remove his hands, and agreed to a duel, because he was ready to kill the insolent right now. As a result, the opponents were on the training ground. Looking at his opponent, the young heir has already begun to regret his decision. At that moment, the second elder patted him on the head. He believed that it would be fun, because battles with different warriors helped to develop skills. However, Yanjun told Gu Ren that he had agreed to amuse him. He would owe a service, regardless of the outcome of the battle. Gu Ren objected that nothing should. After all, Yanjun himself would be to blame if he loses, because he is the future chapter. But Yanjun calmly explained that he was not going to become the head at all, which made the man be alarmed. He did not understand who would lead the clan, if not Yanjun. The heir recalled that in a past life he refused to lead the clan, although, it seems, everyone around was considered differently. At this moment, Yanjun set the condition to Jiyu Ren. He will crawl in the dust and beg for mercy if the old man does not meet. The man clearly did not arrange such humiliating conditions, so he agreed. But he put forward a counterclaim. Yanjun had to win for the service. Finally, the jury, exposing his sword, asked the enemy if he was ready to join the battle. Yanjun smiled resolutely. The guy apologized in advance, but the heir seemed to not understand what was talking about. Then Juryob reminded how he went too far last time. He did not know that Yanjun after that would lie in bed. The young gentleman, thinking about it, realized that it was so long ago that he completely forgot. Juryob admitted that he then considered Yanjun a real weakling, which is why he did not come close. But rumors reached him that he had defeated the second daughter of the head, and considered an accident, and that his grandfather was worried about it. He himself did not like to offend the weak. However, the heir angered him more and more. Having saturated his blade with fiery energy, he explained that he did not want to see such a wimp on the side of the head of the clan. After that, Jurib looked at the second elder. He explained that he also wants a service in case of victory. It seemed honest to the man, so he asked the boy's desire. Jurib wanted to get a maid who was next to him. This seriously infuriated the heir, who promised to make him a chop. Looking at Yanjun overwhelming rage, Guren only grinned. Opponents began a duel, lining up opposite each other, surrounded by energy. Jurib did not understand what Yanjun hesitated. He decided to allow the weaker enemy to attack first. But it seemed to the young master that the opponent was nervous. In fact, Jurib was sure that he was superior to Yanjun in everything, whether it was internal energy, speed, or strength, but he felt insecure. Perhaps the case was in the enemy aura. Although he understood that this boy was a continuous misunderstanding, he was sure that all forces were spent only to withstand the energy that he emitted. Therefore, the jury calmed down, realizing that it was much stronger. Yanjun had less internal energy, which means that he will exhale faster, or maybe he was already at the limit. Yanjun, taking a fighting rack, decided to attack first. Before he could even answer, the young heir was already behind him. With one blow of his leg, he struck his enemy. However, the jury bounced at the last moment. He praised Yanjun for an excellent move, although counting the boy too slow. But he was mistaken. Literally in a moment, the young heir already struck him with a blow to his face. But this turned out to be not enough. Twisting stronger, it intensified with fiery energy. Yanjun crashed into the enemy, causing a powerful surge in force. The next moment, Jureb was standing on all fours, hip of blood. Yanjun, shaking his hand, only ordered the guy to rise so that he would not complain about a sudden attack. Rising, he apologized for underestimating the enemy and relaxing. He believed that Yanjun had already struck his blow, and decided that now his turn is to attack. Looking at the young heir, Jureb understood. To defeat him as quickly as we would like would not work. Yanjun also understood his time. If he did not have time to defeat, he would lose internal energy. But he realized, in order to defeat a stronger enemy, it is better to concentrate all the energy inside, strengthening the body. However, his body is not yet able to cope with such power. When overstrained, he will suffer from overload. He had a maximum of 7 minutes to finish this battle. Yeonjun knew that the technique of fencing Juriba was based on friction between the blade and legs. To be careful, it may be possible to predict his attack. As a result, the enemy's blow turned out to be lightning fast. He barely managed to dodge. After that, a series of attacks followed, from which the young master was really hard to dodge. The movements of the Juriba were consistent and natural. It was clear that he trained stubbornly. But it also meant, if you unsettle it, it will be confused. Therefore, instead of evading, Yeonjun immediately began to concentrate energy inside. At that moment, the jury was already crept behind, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. However, the young heir at the decisive moment, he released all the accumulated energy. This was frightened by a jury, who did not expect such a stream of power from the enemy. This moment was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Yeonjun immediately attacked the Juriba right in the chest and won. After such a powerful blow, the guy was imprinted in the wall, which broke under his pressure. Closer, Yeonjun decided to explain what angered him the most. Jurib could insult him, treat him as insignificance, and dispute the position of the chapter. He was absolutely all the same. But Juriob encroached on the inviolable. But such a young master could not stand it. The very fact that the insolent tried so simply to pick up what he did not deserve. Yeonjun even wanted to break his hand, so that he would never dare to touch his ward again. It sounded tempting, so he reached out to fulfill his plan. However, he was quickly stopped by the second elder. Praising the boy, he suggested finishing the battle on this. After they were left alone, Gu-Ren honestly admitted that Yeonjun overwhelmed. But I did not see anything terrible in this. After all, Juriob himself was able to rise and get away. This showed that he was in order. Gu-Ren was surprised that the boy did not think at all about the opinion of the first elder. However, Yeonjun did not care. He was not going to become the head. At this moment, Gu-Ren began to report to the heir. Who else, besides him, could lead the clan? After all, he is a direct descendant. But Yeonjun did not care. Even V-Sol could do this. Gu-Ren considered it a stupid joke. But Yeonjun understood that it was like the truth. After all, soon V-Sol should take possession of the sword, since it will be considered a purebred heiress of the supreme sword. So, he will personally train her. True, while she only served around the house, he never saw her with a blade in his hands. In addition, he did not remember that she was so inept. Therefore, I decided to recall how their meeting went in a past life. Strange, but he did not remember anything, although he was surprised how such events could be forgotten. At that moment, V-Sol, looking at the thoughtful master, suggested that he hit his head very much during the battle, so she jokingly offered to give her the clan until the angels took him to heaven. Looking at their bickering, Gu-Ren decided to leave, offering Yeonjun to rest after the fight. However, the young gentleman stopped the elder. He reminded with a smile that he had made him some promise. The dissatisfied Gu-Ren asked what the guy wants, money or food. However, Yeonjun wanted completely different. He was sure that Gu-Ren was able to settle things much more complicated. Then he pointed out the elder to something in the distance, and he demanded to fulfill the promise and transport him to Sichan. Gu-Ren clearly did not understand the reason for this requirement, and the boy smiled at deciding that the second elder could definitely cope with this. The man wondered why Yeonjun himself would not get there. Initially, Gu-Ren was worried, thinking that the heir would demand the moon from the sky, but this task was much easier. However, he understood that the elder himself knew very well. The son of the head of the clan could not freely walk around where he wants, and he probably has a good reason to go so far. The elder explained that he could declare his intention to visit an exhibition of weapons. This thought really struck the boy. He remembered that the exhibition of weapons is an annual event to which other clans convene in Sichan to demonstrate the weapons made by their best blacksmiths. The second elder understood that he did not have to really participate in the event. It was a worthy cover. Then the young heir calmly explained that he had just joked about his plans and invited Gu-Ren to give the award with money. But the elder understood. The boy really needs to get there. He could not think that puberty would be such a terrible thing. Tired of these conversations, Yeonjun asked the man to at least give him spiritual pills. Without listening and rising to his feet, Gu-Ren decided to quickly send the boy to Sichan. Yeonjun even alarmed, explaining that you could give him something else as a reward. However, the elder has already established himself in his decision, saying that the ward should go right now. The young gentleman explained that this is impossible. He needs to gather, and GURENU reports on everything. However, at that moment, everyone had already received an urgent order to immediately send a young master to Sichan. The preparations began immediately. In less than half an hour, the boy was already sitting in a carriage and leaving. The second elder only joyfully waved his hand, wanting to have fun. Together with Jiu Ren, he was also accompanied by Vi Moon, who did not look so joyful. He immediately decided to return to work and called Guz Rina to help. This surprised the man, but Vi Moon explained that it was stupid to dump all the work on a decrepit old man. This was angry with Guz Ren, but he admitted that he was bored, so he decided that the old man would listen to him. Then Vi Moon became obvious. Gu Ren so quickly put the boy away to pour out all his anxiety. Gu Ren honestly admitted that a couple of days ago, the head of the clan asked him about the immortal healer. It seems that he was more and more interested in him, so the elder wanted to know why Vi Moon needed an immortal healer. However, the man said nothing of Gu Ren realized that he would not receive an answer. He suggested changing the subject to his granddaughter. He was wondering why Vsol looked like a simple person. This remark was infuriated by Vi Moon. Magic blades were dancing around him when he ordered a man to follow his tongue. However, Gu Ren knew, be a man of a man, he would have felt her presence, like the presence of Vi Moon himself. The severity of the aura of each person is different. But already at the first meeting of the Dragon Union, he drew attention to the girl. Her presence seemed to be not felt at all. Gu Ren suggested that Vimong hopes for the help of an immortal doctor with his divine skills, but it was better to give up just because he perfectly understood that this was not a disease. However, the old man ordered Guz Ren to shut up, assuring that Vsol was just a man. As a result, Jiu Ren was tired of arguing, so he agreed. He understood the desire of Vimun to protect his child. He decided to stop dissuading the old man, and warned, if Vsol is really a person, then you just need to make up for the lack of humanity in it. However, Vi Moon was even ready to give life, if necessary, just to protect his granddaughter from danger. However, after a couple of hours, the Supreme Sword discovered that Vula had disappeared. Another evening the carriage stopped, and Muyong suggested preparing something to eat. However, the maid knew they had little food, and believed that it was better to protect her. Then the bodyguard decided to find out where the master went, and it turned out that the boy was training while they were resting. It seemed to Muyun that Yanjin was boring, but he was extremely serious in his training. He worked out tricks over and over until he finally exhausted. Despite the fact that the training was short-lived, all his internal energy was already exhausted. They were on the way for 10 days, but despite constant exercises, he did not see progress. The biggest problem in the battle with Jareb was the amount of internal energy. All the martial arts were built on it, so it was necessary to increase it faster. He remembered the moment of absorption of energy. The demonic well was able to draw power from demonic stones and spiritual pills. As a result of the absorption, the body and soul changed, but for some reason the firewheel was able to clear the energy. He felt that demonic energy had disappeared, and decided that he was able to avoid the consequences. However, the well was still the technique of the heavenly demon. Therefore, he should not use it. Having received a second chance for life, it was impossible to turn on the same dark path. Suddenly he heard a loud cry. Turning around, he saw the bright light of fire. The scream came from his carriage. Yanjun immediately ran to Muyun to find out what was happening. The bodyguard only calmly pointed to the boy to the carriage. The young gentleman looked inside to understand what was the matter. There he saw Vsol hiding there. She only awkwardly greeted the master, explaining that she decided to go with him. Prior to this, when the carriage was only about to go, her grandfather forbade her to go, believing that there were not enough household skills. However, the girl did not understand the ban. After all, last time her grandfather released her, the old man explained that then there was a Congress of the Dragon Union, and there were enough people who could help if something went wrong, but there would be no such luxury in Sichin. As a result, the girl had nothing to object to the words of his grandfather, and he suggested that she help to carry things. The salt became sad from the thought that the young master would not see, although she understood that she really did not cope with the household too well, and the master said that he did not like useless people, so she would have to stay. Suddenly she heard a strange voice who urged her to stop. The girl looked around, not understanding where he came from. It seemed that the sound came from one of the boxes, but there was no one there. Suddenly, an unknown force pushed her, forcing her to fall next to the supplies. The salt got angry, counting this with a stupid joke. But at that moment, invisible hands began to stir it. The more the girl resisted, the stronger she was in sleep. Finally, she fell asleep, and the mysterious stranger, looking at her, only apologized. As a result, the carriage went away with a lurking salt, and an unknown voice, escorting it, understood that now everything remaining depends on the girl. This story of Seoul told Yanjun and his servants. However, all three sat bewilderment, as if not believing her words. She assured that she was not lying, and everything was so. However, The young gentleman did not believe that a ghost really attacked her. Yeonjun wanted to return her home, but they had already gone too far, so they continued the path together. While they were traveling, Vsol, noticing the owl, began to tell how she once ate a similar bird. When they drove past the squirrel, it turned out that the enterprising girl managed to taste them. After a minute of silence, Yeonjun realized that the guards should order to deliver the fugitive back, but now they had little provisions. He could not even give them anything with supplies on the return trip. At that moment, Vsol decided to exchange the honey cooking of the master for the worm, whom she managed to catch. Getting angry, Yeonjun threw out the last cookies, if only it did not get a restless companion. Then he seriously regretted that he still did not send her home. Suddenly, in the light of the moon, the young gentleman noticed something. He turned to Mu-yoon, but he already saw the danger and ordered everyone to stop. Yeonjun was unhappy. The journey was not without adventure. This time, 4 gates opened at once, from which monsters began to get out. The guards dealt with them one after another. The last monster rang right on Yeonjun. The young gentleman managed to nourish his body with internal energy to strike. But at that moment an unknown warrior appeared, who defeated the monster with his sword. With just one light movement, he cut the bear in 2. Stopping, the stranger apologized that he could not quickly defeat the monsters, which were too much for one. At that moment, Vsol waved to the warrior girl to say hello. When she turned around, Yeonjun's face was distorted from fright. He immediately recognized a well-known figure. Now she calmly asked if they were going to Sichan. However, in the memory of Yeonjun, she was completely different. A cruel woman, and not this calm girl, who now asked to take her with her. She introduced herself like Namjoon-bia. Yeonjun recalled his past life. After the battle, crows flew, pecking the bodies of enemies. Looking at the ground, flooded with blood, the guy was amazed at the number of dead. And this woman, without answering his questions, was only interested in the words of the leader of the cult. She ordered Biu to bring, but while Yeonjun got, she had already arranged a real massacre. Ignoring the knuckles, she only clarified whether the chapter called her exactly. Yeonjun assured that it was enough for him to not confuse the information, after which he invited her to follow him. However, Namjoon-bia was even confused in the direction. The young master was perplexed. How can such a brutal killer be so absent-minded? While they were walking, Bia asked the power of the supreme sword. Yeonjun immediately warned that he was the prey of a leader. However, the girl was still curious to compare his abilities with the skills of their leader. These questions seriously angered the guy. He decided to teach the annoying companion. Having collected internal energy, he threw it right into the Biu. But she even barely grabbed the blade, and the energy was already divided in 2. A powerful explosion occurred behind her, but the warrior's face did not even tremble. Looking at Yeonjun, she asked if he wanted to fight. However, the guy, tired of her firmness, explained that they need to go further. She stopped halfway again, so he abruptly told her to shut up and follow him. Yeonjun warned, if Namjoon-bia stutter again about the supreme sword, he will tear it to pieces. Ignoring threats, she noticed a path that allows you to cut the path. Before the guy turned to turn out, she disappeared. This finally caught himself from himself. After all, he got to the right place per day, while Namjoon-bia wandered for 4 days after their separation. Now, having met her again, Yeonjun lied to the girl, explaining that they were going to another city and cannot take her with them. In fact, he was ready to go crazy if he again contacts a similar misunderstanding. In addition, Yeonjun explained to Bia that no one is obliged to take her a word about belonging to the Namjoon clan. It seems that the girl was really surprised at such distrust. She decided to prove it, and suddenly her whole body shone with bright lightning. The young gentleman immediately realized that it was the form of the ruling sword. Mu-young grabbed the weapon, understanding how dangerous this technique could be. But before he had time to do anything, as a huge explosion occurred, which, however, did not hit anyone. Bia calmly explained that this is all that she could show at the moment, as she still studied. She considered this a rather convincing evidence. Yeonjun really believed in her belonging to the Namjoon clan and apologized for having to prove it. But he explained that he could not take such a formidable warrior with him. Soon the travelers stopped to sleep and have a bite. Namjoon-bia, who decided to fry to her toad for lunch, was located nearby. Yeonjun was perplexed why she was holding nearby. Only he was delighted that she would not argue and would leave, as the warrior got up behind the carriage. The young gentleman did not understand why she should follow them if he said that they were not going to Sichan. He decided to simply ignore the girl, pretending that she did not exist, and warned Sol to stay away from a strange fellow traveler. However, the salt was already next to Bia, telling how to eat toads. At that moment, a displeased Yeonjun yanked her. He did not understand what the maid was doing, and she only calmly explained that she decided to help a new friend with a meal. Namjoon Bia carefully looked at Yeonjun. He decided to express what seemed strange since the meeting. Why is the daughter of such a famous clan alone? She awkwardly explained that she had gone with the group, but then she was lost, which was not surprising. The guy knew it all a sense of direction in a past life, and it is unlikely that it has changed now. Then Yeonjun asked why she followed them, although they said that they were not going to Sichan. Bia replied that premonitions suggest that they are heading to her place, although she could be wrong. After these words, To the fauna became sad. She began to carefully peer into the face of the master. And then she herself was frightened, believing that they really did not go to Sichan. Yeonjun finally became convinced that it was necessary to send her away. As a result, he decided not to interfere with B. Let him, if he wants, will not help either. The girl introduced herself again, although Yeonjun understood it so well. Namjoon Bia asked him to introduce herself since she did it. The young master called himself a stranger, namely the name of the grandson of the first elder Jurubus from the GU clan. After the moment, which made him test the feeling of guilt, has already passed 2 days. They calmly continued the journey, and V-Sol constantly left the carriage to chat with Bioi. Naturally, I had to slow down, since Yeonjun did not want to take Bu in the carriage, and Sol was not going to leave a new girlfriend. Yeonjun asked how much more they would spend on the road. At this pace, they had to go for another 3 days, while in the same rhythm they would have arrived in a day. Muyong did not understand why the master would be so stubborn, and offered to take a fellow traveler in a carriage to accelerate. Yeonjun also understood that he had no choice. As a result, he suggested they took them to the carriage and offered to go to the city that was already visible at the bottom of the mountain to think over the further plan. When the evening came, they ended up in the village. The young master was glad that they would not have to spend the night in the open air. At this time, V-Sola invited her new friend to sleep together. Bia was surprised at her friendliness. Yeonjun was seriously angry when he saw that V-Sol climbed onto her back and ordered the maid to get off. However, Namjoon Bia explained that the girl's legs hurt a lot. Yeonjun recalled that they had already come, so it was not far to go, and again ordered the salt to go down. At that moment, the girl noticed approaching people. All the eyes rushed to Bia. Among those who came, there was her brother, who was in dismay of his sister. Having run up, Namjoon Jongjun asked where she was worried, because they had not even imagined how long they were looking for her. He remembered that he was offering to tie them with a rope, but she objected. She was too awkward to walk like that. Although the brother noticed it much better than to disappear like that, because he was terribly worried. Then he asked who was sitting on her back. The girl Boyko introduced herself and pointed to her master. Yeonjun carefully examined the younger brother of Bii, realizing that he was in front of him of the future Sword of Lightning. He is one of the 5 great swordsmen in Murim, as well as the current Lightning Dragon. He introduced himself as Namjoon Jongjun. Yeonjun called himself Jureb and greeted the guest, rejoicing in the meeting. Young Namjoon laughed awkwardly, counting the jury too kind, after which he became more serious, and squinting asked how he was with his sister. Yeonjun explained that they accidentally collided along the road, and she joined them. Namjoon Bia immediately reminded that he said that they were not going to Sichan, and forced her to walk. Namjoon Jongjun, not hearing this, only thanked the satellite, realizing that his sister brought them a lot of trouble, and offered to spend the night with them. They had good sleeping places, which were enough for everyone. Yeonjun refused, realizing that he did not want to contact this crazy family anymore. In addition, he knew that they themselves would have a great overnight. However, the Muyong that appeared explained that there were no free rooms in the city, and Yeonjun was ready to set up the camp. The bodyguard with tears reminded that they spent several nights in the open air, and he did not want to spend the night on the street again. As a result, there was no choice left, and the young gentleman agreed to the proposal of Namjoon Jongjun. Looking at them, Yeonjun recalled that the first act of Namjoon Bia, becoming the subordinate of the heavenly demon, was the extermination of his own clan. She killed the head of the head and all the students, after which she became the empress of the demonic blade and began her ascent to glory. He was always interested in why she hated her people so much, since she treated them so cruelly. Although it seems, with their brother, they now live in the soul. He was of much greater interest in his secret technique of the clan, the shape of the ruling sword. It seemed to him that Namjoon Bia was much stronger than his brother, but at the same time she had neither a title nor glory. And her brother seemed a normal guy, so Yeonjun tried to understand where the catch lies. Leaving his room, he immediately ran into Namjoon Jongjun. Having greeted the guy, Yeonjun asked how he was sleeping, and thanked for the luxurious room. However, instead of greeting, Namjoon Jongjun passed by, hitting his shoulder greatly. Then he ordered that he would not forget his place. Yanjun opened his mouth in surprise, but Jongjun explained that he was trying to be cute, and this impudent does not understand the atmosphere at all. He warned that he would not even dare to look towards his sister. He did not know how Yanjun managed to seduce her, but if he sees them together again, he would cut them in half, and with a girl who climbed to her back, he would act even worse. But when Namjoon appeared from behind the door, he immediately changed in his face. He greeted the guest friendly, after which he led his sister to breakfast. Yanjun realized that their whole family was crazy. Soon he saw his bodyguard, who, greeting the young master, wanted to report something about the Namjoon clan. However, Yanjun ordered not to mention them and asked when they left. As it turned out, the carriage is already ready, and after breakfast they could continue the journey. The young master was glad that at least his bodyguard is normal. Without explaining anything, he offered to hurry, believing that he needed to get out of this family as soon as possible. Entering the dining room, he saw the salt. Namjoon apologized to Yanjun for not having time to say hello. At that moment, V-Soul invited the master to eat. They were given delicious dumplings. Looking at the girls, Yanjun did not understand whether to have breakfast together. He recalled that V-Soul was eating with him, so it is not necessary to sit with BIA, and invited her to eat with her family. However, the girl explained that she sat in her free place. Then Yanjun noticed that her brother was looking at him as if he wanted to gobble up. Namjoon did not believe, and as soon as she returned, she saw that her brother had become completely normal. Yanjun did not understand the motives of BIA and hoped that he sees her for the first and last time before the exhibition of weapons. Realizing that they have time, and praying not to cross with this family anymore, he said goodbye to BIA, wished him a pleasant appetite, and tried to leave. However, suddenly Namjoon felt a strange smell. At this moment, a brother who looked dissatisfied with her approached her. He reminded his sister that they usually sit at the same table, not understanding why she sat separately. She only explained that it was more convenient here. The brother demanded that next time she would not leave them, and the girl simply apologizes. Looking after the departing Yanjun with the company, she immediately rose, heading in their direction. The brother did not understand where the sister was going, but she explained that she wanted to relax. In fact, she went behind the solar and her companions to spend them. At this time, Namjoon Jongjun was very unhappy. He was infuriated when someone got up between him and his sister. When the evening came and Yanjun and his retinue drove far away, he wondered why Namjoon BIA still follows them. She explained that she just wanted to accompany them. He accepted the answer, but it seemed strange to him that she was traveling with them when her family was in the neighboring carriage. Vi-Sol explained that she herself called her, and at that moment Yanjun lost his temper. He demanded that Muyong immediately throw both, but he objected. Then they would go on foot and slow down the way. In addition, he asked the young master to tolerate because they had almost arrived. Finally, they fell into a city where the most prestigious clans of the righteous have lived for centuries. The Namjoon clan was responsible for sharpness, the Habe clan for the strength, the Muyun clan for dexterity. The Tang clan was slightly inferior to their background, but was known for his weapons and poisons. Their exhibition spoke for itself. Yanjun had only 3 days to find the treasury until the exhibition ended. All that he knew about her is that she was somewhere in this place. But he had no idea how to find treasures in such a huge city. If he does not cope himself, you have to contact the gang of the poor. After all, he needed to rush. V-Sol screamed loudly, admiring the city. By this, she scared the young master. The girl first turned out to be so high, where it was cool and windy. Smiling, she drew Yanjun's attention to how beautifully the firefly danced in the moonlight. In addition, she told him about a wonderful lake, visible in the distance. Grabbing his hand, she offered to go to see. Finally, they found themselves at a beautiful reservoir. Looking at the lake, the heir realized that it was really huge, as they said to him. He was surprised how great the Tan clan was. A whole forest contained on their territory. At that moment, the girl, hiding behind the flowers, invited Yanjun to find her, but he was not located in the games. Vu Sola apologized. She only wanted to cheer him up. Yanjun explained that she could not help him, so do not worry. But the girl was sure of the opposite. Then he explained. He needs to find a place where someone could hide the treasures in a vast territory. V-Sol did not understand why someone to hide treasures at all, but the emotional component of her question was little interested in the young master. At this moment, a stranger appeared, who was displeased with the personalities of the aliens. She explained that outsiders are forbidden to enter this territory. Yanjuna became embarrassed. He completely forgot about it. In front of him was the same girl who personally stopped the invasion of 1,000 half of the demons, Queen of Yada Tan Soyong, whom he killed in a past life. Then she sat in the far corner of the cave in a pose for meditation. Approaching her, Yanjun explained that everything was finished on this. Realizing who came, Tan Soyun smiled. Yeonjun considered her a miserable sight. Her relatives were already deserted, and he did not understand that she really believed that something would change if she was holding on this place alone. She herself knew that nothing would change, and asked why he had come. Yeonjun believed that this was a stupid question. Grabbed her neck. He made it clear that he had come to take her worthless life. Smiling, Tan Soyoung admitted that she was sincerely sorry for his decision. It seemed that the Queen of Yadov was completely crazy, since she apologized to the floor of the demon. She herself knew that her mind finally staggered. She opened so much now when she lost her eyesight, and admitted that she should have retreated even earlier. Yeonjun ordered her to stop saying nonsense and voice her last words. And although it could sound selfish, she wanted to ask him for something, but he did not listen and immediately crushed her neck. All his hands were in the blood, but he left, only considering his act vile. Now live and healthy, Tan Soyoung demanded that Yeonjun answer her question. He understood that she was still full of poisons, but despite this, she raged and cursed, threatening to call the guard. However, at that moment Namjoon Bia, who introduced the guests, came up. Tan Soyoung immediately calmed down. Having bowed, she apologized for raising her voice to the guests of her family. Yeonjun also introduced himself, apologizing for his numbness. However, Tan Soyoung was still interested in what brought them here. Those who did not belong to her clan could not walk here. Yeonjun noticed that Boa was also here, but, as it turned out, the girl had permission from her relatives. The heir considered it petty to drive him away because he had no permission, but he was already about to leave. As soon as Yeonjun and Vaisol left, Tan Soyoung and Bioi were left alone. Looking after the guest, the girl noticed that this guy was a real bore. Namjoon Bia asked why she so chases his gaze. Tan Soyun was indignant that he did not even apologize when he was indicated for a mistake. It seemed that Yeonjun believes that his appearance decides everything, and since he was born a handsome man, he could behave in a mighty. But then she became ashamed of her words, and she justified herself before Bioi, explaining that she did not mean this at all. She did not even consider him pretty. However, Namjoon Bia, recalling his face, also could not call him a handsome man. Moving a little away, Tan Soyun admitted that in fact she liked her homemade guys, and even if they are not very beautiful, it does not matter. In truth, most men did not like most men. The morning dawn found Yeonjun in his guest house, where the birds were tenderly waking up a young man. Planning in clothes, the warrior remembered the upcoming tomorrow's exhibition of weapons. He had free time for training, but as soon as he opened the door, he discovered on the threshold of unexpected guests, Namjoon Bia and her brother. The young warrior awkwardly asked the purpose of their visit. Namjoon Bia, smiling embarrassedly, mentioned the meal, but her words sounded mysteriously for the owner of the house. Namjoon Chonjun, seeing the confusion of the interlocutor, explained. The clan invited them to share the meal, and his sister decided to call Yeonjun to join them. A shy young man, smiling softly, admitted his natural modesty, explaining his unwell to join the company. Looking carefully at the guests, he hoped that they would understand his thin hint. However, the impulsive Namjoon Chonjun, not catching the mood of the owner, resolutely grabbing Yeonjun by the hand, he insisted on his presence. Such unceremoniousness caused anger among a usually restrained warrior. A sinister energy began to swirl around him. She forced the self-confident Namjoon Chonjun to instantly recoil and shut up. Yeonjun, realizing the power of his impact on the unlucky guest, softened. He decided to accept their sincere invitation. Showing an unexpected friendliness, a young warrior acquired the confused Namjoon Jongjun. At the same time, whispering in his ear not to distort his face with grimaces, because his sister watches them. These words clearly touched the proud young man, but he restrained himself, limiting himself to dry gratitude for the adopted invitation. Soon the company is located at the table. Sichuan cuisine was famous for its acuteness, but reality exceeded all expectations. Each dish glowed with spices with fire. The heir to the Tan clan with hope watched the guests, wanting to see their pleasure by local delicacies. Yeonjun, though with cautiously looking at the dumplings, generously seasoned with spices, decided to try them. But before he managed to do this, his attention was attracted by the gaze of Tan Soil. The warrior, whose cheeks were covered with a gentle blush, did not take her eyes off him. This situation reminded Yeonjun of their meetings in a past life, when the girl watched him in the same way. Having decided not to attach importance to this view, the warrior tried the dumplings. The severity of the dish was so stunning that he tried to get rid of the burning food. At that moment, the caring Namjoon Bia lightningly handed him a glass of water. The grateful young man quickly drained him with one sip. A sympathetic girl put another dish on his plate, she assured in his moderate severity. However, Yanjun, still recovering from previous experience, politely but firmly asked not to climb into his plate. Namjoon Chonjun watched this scene with poorly hidden rage, who broke his wands for food in a fit of emotions. The son of the head of the Tan clan immediately apologized for the quality of the cutlery and the embarrassed Namjoon Chonjun for his incontinence. To the surprise of those present, Tan Soil suddenly moved closer to Yanjun, although she avoided meeting him. It was obvious that she wanted to say something, but timidity fettered her speech. When the girl finally gathered in spirit, Namjoon Jonggong intervened in the conversation. He mentioned the nearby training ground, a special zone created specifically for the clan members. Despite the fact that the majority preferred personal rooms for training, some still showed interest in this historical place. The son of the head of the clan readily suggested showing the guests a training site. Yanjun intuitively felt that some kind of intent lies behind this proposal. The scale of the training ground was impressed even by experienced Yanjun. The heir to the clan explained that their ancestors believed in the direct dependence of the effectiveness of training on the size of the site, a concept that the modern generation found somewhat strange. He also shared funny memories of how his sister often tried to beat him here in childhood. Although now, having matured, she left these warlike fun. From these words, Tan Soyol was embarrassed, and Yanjun mentally thanked the heavens for the fact that he had passed the fate of having such a warlike sister. Suddenly, Namjoon Jeonjong, grabbing the hilt of the sword, reminded the old saying about the benefits of movement after eating, and invited Yanjun to conduct a friendly duel. An experienced warrior perfectly understood the true intentions of his ardent interlocutor, but he was in no hurry to accept the challenge, apologizing for the inability to resist the lightning of the dragon. Tan Soil, showing unexpected care, stood up for Yanjun, pointing out a significant difference in age and combat skill, which could lead to injuries. The cunning Namjoon Jongjun immediately offered an alternative, a duel without the use of internal energy. With a tricky smile looking at the guy, he tried to persuade Yanjun to agree. The penetrating warrior, solving the idea of the opponent, with a barely noticeable grin, and he asked if he had enough strength for a duel without the use of internal energy. The heir to Tan noticed excessive sharpness in the words of Yanjun, but the tension was already hanging in the air. Despite the obvious disrespect, Namjoon Chonjun missed his words past his ears. He only grinned and invited Yanjun to demonstrate his true skill. Opponents took positions opposite each other on the training ground. The self-confident Namjoon Jonggong invited the enemy to strike the first blow, but Yanjun generously lost the right of the first attack. Namjoon Chonjun, swallowing offense, following quickly rushed forward. His first blow, although lightning, met only air. Yanjun deftly dodged. The second attack followed, but the experienced warrior saw their ostentatious character. Watching the enemies approach, Yanjun intuitively felt, a real attack is preparing right now. The fight, holding her breath, watched Tan Soil, a girl of an unusual fate. From childhood, she was different from her peers. While they were busy with kittens and puppies, she found a common language with wild wolves. She was fascinated by their predatory slanting eyes, bared fangs, a special aura of the rulers of the forest, which distinguished them among ordinary animals. This passion for indomitable nature determined her views on love. She dreamed of meeting a man like a wolf, hoping to find one at the upcoming weapon exhibition. Young, handsome people did not attract a warrior. She did not understand the enthusiasm of other girls in front of cute faces. But fate gave her a surprise. She met the one who made her heart beat more often. Her heart at one glance at him pounded like crazy. At first, Tan Soil attributed its condition to the cold morning air. She assured herself that tomorrow Yanjun would seem as uninteresting to her as other heirs of the clans. However, every look at him only strengthened the charm. Even such a trifle as his hostility to acute food seemed special to her. So without noticing at dinner, she sat down to him. She herself did not understand the reason for her strange actions. But I understood if it was love, she should take the first step, but could not. Returning to reality from her dreams, she saw how Namjoon Chonjun's blade split in two. Its owner froze in fierce bewilderment before the smiling Yanjun. He could not understand how this could happen. From this sight, the girl's legs were giving up, and she knelt down. Namjoon Chonjun, looking at the wreckage of his weapons, finally understood his mistake. His plan to distract the enemy by the first attacks failed. He was forced to put all his strength into the third blow. With contempt, Yanjun noticed that in a real battle, such a genius that worships in the clouds would have met his death 3 times. Without wasting time, he attacked again. But the guy managed to jump away. The young warrior was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that such a rude attacked an unarmed enemy. However, Yanjun only mockingly explained that the back could be taken from behind. He himself wanted to arrange an instructive battle, offering to continue his training. although it soon became obvious that the roles of the teacher and the student quietly changed places. Yanjun modestly remarked that he was not strong in explanations of combat receptions. Suddenly, a young warrior felt something sinister. The murderous energy rushed straight from Namjun Chongjun in his direction. In the last second, he managed to avoid a deadly impact. It became obvious to Yanjun. The frightened opponent connected his internal energy, so he decided not to restrain himself anymore. As a result, they again agreed in a furious battle. What surprise Namjun Chongjun was reflected in the face when the one he considered a simpleton easily evaded his attack. Moreover, he realized with horror that Yanjun apparently was even stronger than himself. The young warrior calmly explained that he had already spared his enemy enough. In an instant, he turned out to be a centimeter from him, delivering a crushing blow straight into the crotch. Seeing this, everyone watched the battle painfully distorted their faces from the only idea of unbearable pain. Namjun Chongjun himself experienced especially strong suffering, who seemed to be ready to lose consciousness. He immediately collapsed to his knees, clinging to the injured place and trying to recover. Yanjun, leaning towards a defeated enemy with a mockery, suggested that something could have burst in his underwear. However, Namjun Chongjun, choking with curses with anger, which made it clear that he was in perfect order, since he could still speak. With difficulty rising to his feet, he began to violate violently that Yanjun was a vile coward that did not deserve the right to be called a warrior. He predicted that as soon as other clans learn about this shameful duel, Yanjun could no longer look people in the eyes. In response, Yanjun calmly asked how many people his enemy managed to kill. He suggested that there were at least a dozen of them. Namjun Chongjun only indignantly pretended that he did not understand what was being discussed. However, at that moment, Yanjun grabbed his hand, tearing another painful scream from the enemy. Hastily approached the son of the head of the Tang clan. He tried to stop the fight, but Yanjun only reminded of a thirst for blood shown by the enemy, as well as the use of aura against him. He obviously did not consider this a random oversight, especially considering that Namjun Chongjun was much older than him. The son of the head of the clan patiently explained that Chongjun belonged to the Namjun clan, and Yanjun should have understood the consequences of harm to him. The young warrior admitted that he was sufficiently restrained precisely because of this clan affiliation. But he was curious that the heir to Tan would say if he and Namjun had changed places. For some time, the heir to the clan was silent, but in the end he realized the unforgivability of the behavior of Namjun Jongjun. At this time, Yanjun broke his hand to the guy and calmly retired. When he went far enough, he was visited by the thought of inevitable troubles. He was interested in what the elders would say, learning about the brutal beating of a member of the Namjun clan. However, he believed that everything could get away with him if he correctly explains the situation. Perhaps he would even be awarded or praised. In addition, there were witnesses of how this arrogant young man himself asked for troubles. When he passed by Bia, the girl suddenly grabbed his sleeve. With an embarrassed expression on her face, she asked Yanjun to name her real name. He repeated his false name, Jureb, but she did not believe. Yanjun was curious when Namjun Bia unraveled his deception. He thought if she wanted to know his name in order to take revenge on her brother, or for some other reason. However, the expression of her face remained unchanged even after he defeated Namjun Chongjun. Approaching, Namjun Bia softly asked the young man to name her real name. Yanjun immediately asked her not to come so close, reminding her that they were not familiar with well enough. As a result, he proposed a compromise. He will call his real name if it stops following him. After that, he introduced himself as Yanjun. When Namjun Bia repeated his name, her cheeks burst into a blush, but the young man did not notice this. He was already leaving. Yanjun understood that after what happened to Namjun Chongjun, he would no longer be allowed to the exhibition. However, it was even by the way. He could win an additional day to search for a secret room. Although after an exhausting battle he wanted to rest, he realized that returning home, he would probably meet the angry Muyun. Rumors of the defeated young master probably already reached that, and the bodyguard would definitely decide to follow him on the heels. Therefore, Yanjun began to think through the workaround. As he expected, at that moment, in search of the master, the alarmed Muyun burst into the room. He met only V. Solu, who reported that she had not seen Mr. Yanjun. Moini immediately rushed in search, trying to understand where he could disappear. Meanwhile, Vi Sol asked the cause of such anxiety. The bodyguard admitted that after breakfast with the leaders of the clans, the lord never returned. Besides, anxious rumors about the beating of a member of the Namjun clan. He admitted that he did not know how to explain what happened. After these words, Vila's gaze became much more serious, but, without betraying her mood, she turned away from Muyun, directing her eyes into the distance. The boy was thinking about the Yang clan from Jinchan, a clan of warriors, several centuries ago flourished in the field of trade in the Central Plains. They were famous for both outstanding warriors and skillful control of cash flows. But even this seemingly firmly standing clan disappeared overnight, and no one really knew the true reasons for its disappearance. However, the preserved records stated that the secrets of the clan were lurking under white maple. Now Yanjun was looking for precisely this tree, but only ordinary trees saw around. He understood that in the fall, searches would go faster, and worried that the treasured maple could already dry out or someone could cut it down. In addition, he was tormented by hunger. He never managed to eat normally, and even spent a lot of energy on an unnecessary battle. And now he was to climb the mountain in the middle of the night. At that moment, Vsol approached him, offering cookies. Yanjun was delighted with such a prudence of the companion. Its reserves were really useful on the way. Noticing that the whole bag behind her was filled with food, he praised the girl for prudence, admitting that he was seriously hungry. Only then did he realize that he did not take Vsolu with him, and asked the reason for her appearance. The girl only laughed joyfully without revealing her secrets. When the meal came to an end, Vsol said that Muyong was looking for him everywhere, and she came for him. Yanjun was perplexed as she found out about his stay in the mountains, but the girl, without revealing this secret, was simply happy that she had found a master who would now finally relax. Yanjun understood that even though the problem with food was solved, this did not cancel the fact that white maple was still not found. Even having 3 days in search and the remaining provisions, he could not guarantee success. Thinking about how best to look for white maple, he suddenly heard Vsol calmly reported that she had seen such a tree nearby, noting his extraordinary beauty. From these words, Yanjun seemed to be struck by lightning. He jumped sharply, trying to find out exactly where the girl saw this maple. However, Vsol mysteriously hinted that Yanjun also met him. However, the young man seemed to not understand at all what was being discussed. Soon, Vsol led him to a tree. However, it did not resemble white maple at all. Yanjun even jokingly suggested that the companion check his vision, wondering how she could see something white in this tree. He already sighed sadly, pitying that he believed the girl and was about to return. But Vsol, suddenly angry, said warmly that she did not lie. Her voice trembled with resentment when she insisted on her innocence. At that moment, something strange began to happen with Vsol, but Yanjun, not noticing this, admitted that he decided to look here only because he had no other hooks. He complained about the difficulty of finding one tree at such a scale, and already decided to return home for training with the elder. However, suddenly his attention was attracted by the strange sound coming from the girl. Vsol was approaching an unusual small bluish break in space. Yanjun, not knowing the nature of this phenomenon, but feeling his danger, tried to stop the girl. However, no matter how he dissuaded her, she already held out her hands to mysterious matter. Yanjun rushed to her, intending to drag away from unknown danger, but did not have time. The next moment, a huge radiant hole arose in the space. A strong wind spun around them, and bright light blinded, interfering with discerning what was happening. When everything was subsided, the same white maple appeared in front of them. Vsol, with a triumphant smile, confirmed that she did not deceive the master. This was a real maple. Yanjun considered what was happening extremely strange. A second ago, there was an ordinary snag in front of him. But as soon as the girl was hurt, everything changed. He suggested that it could be a kind of camouflage mechanism, but he was puzzled, as Vsol found out about it before him. He began to ask about the reasons for the appearance of white leaves, trying to understand what the girl had done, what she had come for, or what touched. However, Vsol, it seems, did not herself understand the mechanism of what had happened. Therefore, Yanjun decided to postpone this issue for later. Since the tree was found, it was necessary to begin searching for a treasury that was clearly not on the surface. Soon, not far from the maple, something attracted his attention. Stepping closer to the cliff, he noticed a bright purple light emanating from the depths of the cave. And I understood the meaning of the phrase about hidden under the white maple. Vsol, not a second in doubt, immediately jumped down, confident that it was the entrance to the dungeon. She called the master to follow her. He had no choice left. The girl began to plunge into a strange glow and Yanjun jumped after. All this time, an unknown spy was closely observed after them, extremely displeased that they discovered white maple. Soon they found themselves in an unknown room. Vsol froze, looking at one point, and Yanjun, stepping closer and touched her shoulder, warned about the danger of the place, not wanting to take risks in vain. It turned out that the girl examined the branching of roads. Yanjun realized that they were really in the treasury, but did not know which way to choose. At this moment, V-Soul confidently pointed to one of the aisles. Although Yanjun did not understand the reasons for such confidence, but remembering the case of White Maple, he decided to trust her. They headed along the indicated path. Following them, observing the distance, the mysterious spy moved. Moving deeper down, Yanjun again turned to V-Soul, asking about the direction. No matter how much they walk, the caves did not end. The lamps became smaller, and the passages became darker. He hoped that they were on the right track. V-Soul only asked to trust her and soon led him to the right place. Yanjun noticed only the ancient extinct lamps in the depths of the cave. Looking around the space in front, he with disappointment noted that there was nothing in the cave. Perhaps the treasury was already devastated. However, at the next moment, the frightened Vuil grabbed her master by the shoulder. She felt the approach of something terrible. Soon screaming, she saw white scales. A huge snake arose straight in front of them. Yanjun instantly obscured the girl with his own body, preparing to protect her from the demonic beast. Looking at the monster, he wondered how it could be in such a place. A second ago, the room was empty, and suddenly a creature of such sizes appeared. This monster was at least a blue rank, quite high in the classification of monsters. There were 4 ranks in total, of which the white was the strongest, and then red, blue, and green went. Yanjun was only pleased that the monster seemed to have not awakened until the end. He hoped that if they were quietly moving away, they could avoid confrontation. However, at that moment the monster looked at them carefully, and Yanjun froze. He understood that perhaps they would have to fight, although he was no longer sure of his ability to defeat such a creature. But he could not miss his second chance of life. Therefore, he was ready to fight to the end. Suddenly the snake spoke, ordering the child to calm down. He explained that he did not intend to attack them at all. Yanjuna became curious how the demonic beast knows the human language. The serpent, in turn, asked how a child came here, not related to the family of Yong. Yanjun tried to justify himself, explaining that he was by accident here. The ancient serpent smiled, obviously not believing the words of the young man, but still asked the purpose of his visit. Yanjun again tried to insist on the accident of his appearance, realizing that the true answer could cost him life. However, the snake only laughed and openly said that the artifacts desired by Yanjun were no longer left. Approaching, a mysterious creature asked an unexpected question. He wanted to know what fate is. This question seemed strange to Yanjun, and the snake burst out laughing even louder, observing his confusion. It even seemed to the boy that the snakes became too old since he asked such ridiculous questions. The serpent understood very well. Since a child who did not belong to the clan Yong climbed here, which means that the great clan really fell. He thought about whether to worry about the disappearance of the clan and his suffering. Yanjun, seeing the thoughtfulness of the snake, decided to politely say goodbye and leave. However, at that moment, the ancient guard suddenly threw him a gold item, explaining this by the desire to thank the young man for having fun of the old man. The serpent reasoned that if you give an artifact to someone, it was better to Yanjun it was not for nothing that he came here. He was sure that Yanjun would cope with this little thing inside than anyone else. The intrigued Yanjun wanted to consider the mysterious object, but he suddenly shone with bright golden light. The young man was sure that this was not a demonic stone, but his body began to absorb unknown power. The sensations differed from the previous experience of energy absorption. Although it was still unpleasant, the power seemed different, more powerful. At that moment, V-Soul, who slowly touched him, was behind him. The longer she held her hand on his back, the more strength left Yanjun. Soon he generally fell unconscious. The snake asked V-Sola whether she was satisfied with the result, but the girl answered sadly that her pleasure does not matter. The ancient guard asked Vi-Sol to remove the aura, warning that such powerful energy could lead to the consequences of the worse fainting. She nodded knowingly, and then the snakes realized it was her conscious choice. V-Sola guessed that this choice remained incomprehensible to various creatures, although in fact the snakes understood everything, which was why he was painful and sad. The girl was perplexed why the guard gave such an important crystal to the first person. He replied that he simply wanted to do this, adding that there was nothing worse than the expectation of someone who would never come. For him, the desired oblivion was better than this torture. The snake began to dissolve in the air, and looking at his disappearance, V-Sol understood that fate was really meaningless. She forgot about this, looking at the boy, afraid not to miss a second chance in life, and ready to protect him. He was really full of regrets of man. This thought caused tears in her eyes, because in spite of everything he defended her. At this tense moment, the same spy appeared, demanding that the girl give the boy to him. V-Sol, looking at the man, warned of the danger of his demands. The spy was interested in how long she noticed his surveillance. To which the girl contemptuously noticed that it was easy to discover the presence of a shavka that performs the dirty work of the Namjoon clan. Enraged by these words, the man called V the unbearable girl. In fact, the spy was amazed that the young master lost to the one who was exhausted from the usual walk in the mountains. He was ordered to settle the matter quietly, so he demanded that Yeonjun give him, promising to release the girl in exchange. V Sol with a mockery asked if it was the will of the whole clan, or only the idol of Namjoon Jongjun. Her words were seriously angry with the spy, and he instructed the blade to her neck. And when she slowly took the blade, the man realized the girl will resist. Deciding that there was no choice, he rushed to kill her, but the next instant he lost his hand. When the spy shouted in pain, V Sol with an imperious gesture ordered him to shut up. A lot of soaring blades arose behind her. She threateningly warned the man not to dare to wake her master. Shortly before that, Namjoon Chongjun kipped with rage. He could not believe that some kind of flawed really managed to overcome him. After all, he was the great Namjoon Jongjun, the warrior of the dragon sword. From anger, he tried to hit the ground, but an acute pain pierced his hand again. He turned to his servant who was nearby, and I decided to consult what to do. After all, the guards of the clan was much stronger than they expected. They did not have time to deal with Yeonjun before, but now it was obvious. The guy went somewhere without his guard. The servant significantly noted that this is a great chance. Namjoon Chongjun understood his hint and relied on his help, confident in the imminent receipt of good news. However, the servant warnedly recalled that Yeonjun was still a representative of the GU clan, carefully interested in whether to go so far. But the angry young man believed, insisted on the execution of the order. He believed that the life of this upstart is even less than his injured shoulder. Realizing the order, the man immediately went in pursuit. Now, standing in front of V Sol without a hand, the spy tried to understand who she was. The girl, looking thoughtfully at him, coldly noticed that this should not bother him. Not understanding why such a powerful creature is next to Yeonjun, the man continued to ask questions. V Sol did not chop off his second hand, making it clear that he exceeded the permissible limit of curiosity. Looking at the unconscious of Yeonjun, she understood that there was little time left to awakening. The spy realized the need to escape while the girl was busy with her master. He decided to take this chance to survive and return to the clan. But he was not ceased to torment the question. Who was this terrifying woman, whom he had never heard of? However, the spy failed to escape far. The sharp sword with lightning speed struck his head, instantly cutting off the life of an unlucky spy. Looking at the lifeless body, the girl quietly apologized to the owner of the body. She wanted to live the first life as she wanted. But due to the intervention of strangers, I had to act differently. At this moment, the true V Sol demanded to regain control of her body. The essence inside her apologized, recognizing her egoism, but asked to linger for a short while. She wanted to at least touch Yeonjun. However, the mistress of the body was indignant, reminding her rights, and the alien had to retreat, recognizing the justice of her claims. The snake was surprised, noticing that she was about to leave. The essence explained that it was time to give the body a rest. She clearly overloaded him with her actions. The ancient guard asked if the girl understands the nature of her true essence, but she admitted that she was not fully aware of this. The only thing she knew, and the snakes, a difficult path awaited her ahead of her. In parting, the snakes could only wish her a blessed path, and the essence itself expressed the hope that if fate provides such an opportunity, it will be able to meet with Yeonjun again. When the young man finally woke up, V Sol already brought him to the surface. Sounded and frightened, he began to look around. He was trying to understand his whereabouts and restore a series of events. In his memory, it popped up as they miraculously found white maple. We went down to an empty treasury. They met a huge white snake, which gave him a mysterious sphere. Touching her, he instantly absorbed her energy, and due to an excess of energy, he lost consciousness. He turned to V Sol, wanting to confirm the correctness of his memories. But the girl suddenly stated that there was no snake in sphere, suggesting that the master simply dreamed of a nightmare. Yeonjun, not believing in such oblivion, demanded the truth from her. However, the girl reasonably noticed that no one would have believed in a similar story about the maple and mysterious road. When Yeonjun asked how they were here then, she admitted that she also did not know. She just woke up in this place. At this moment, the young man felt acute pain inside the body. He hastened to reassure the alarmed V Sol, explaining that this was just a little malaise. Having decided to pap it, he plunged into himself. A spiritual power began to accumulate around him. His conjecture was confirmed. After the absorption of the mysterious sphere, the volume of his energy increased sharply. Now he could claim the 4th star. This confirmed the veracity of his memories. Perhaps some power simply erased the memory of Vula before their return. The excited girl offered to return home, and Yeonjun agreed. realizing that the longer they were delayed, the stronger his bodyguard would be worried. Suddenly the idea dawned on him. Surviving to the ground, he invited V-Soul to climb onto his back. The girl was embarrassed, not understanding the need for such a step, but he explained that a 2-hour way can be significantly reduced. V-Sola was worried that after a plentiful meal she would be too heavy, but she seems to have no choice left. The worried girl still asked if it was hard for him, but Yeonjun asked not to worry. Listening to his sensations, he felt the fire wheel of the third step, and the energy overwhelming it. Having pushed abruptly, he made a powerful jump, rushing to the next mountain. As he approaches the house, his body, previously seemed heavy, became easier. Moving has become surprisingly simple. Therefore, their return home was fast, and with a breeze fluttering hair. Mweni, who searched the whole district, did not find a place for himself from excitement. The gentleman was absent for almost a whole day. He sincerely hoped that everything was in order with Yeonjun. Suddenly the young man appeared on the balcony, and with a smile asked that his faithful bodyguard had forgotten here. Mweni turned pale, reproaching the master of gone for a day, not saying a word. Yeonjun jokingly apologized, and offered to rejoice at his prosperous return. At that moment, Muyong could not stand it, and the crying admitted how much he worried about the master. He asked where Yeonjun disappeared all this time. V-Soul immediately wanted to talk about his fantasies about the snake, but the young man, smiling, explained that the girl understood everything misunderstood. They just walked. The bodyguard doubted this explanation and tried to find out the truth. Yeonjun awkwardly justified himself, surprised at how quickly Muyong noticed the changes that had occurred to him, although the bodyguard was almost the first rank. Suddenly, Yeonjun felt the presence of other people. Looking into the room, he saw Tan Soyol and Namjoon Bia at a meal. At the sight of a young man, Tan Soyol instantly stopped eating. Even food fell out of her hands. Yeonjun coldly asked the girls about their intentions, reminding Namjoon Bia about her promise not to bother him anymore. Tan Soyol hastily explained that they were specifically waiting for his return, while Namjoon Bia assured that she was not going to disturb him at all. Tired of their excuses, Yeonjun directly asked about the purpose of their visit. Namjoon Bia admitted that she did not have time to say goodbye, and Tan Soyol came to wish them a good path. The young man awkwardly asked if Namjoon Chonjun appeared with them, whose presence would only complicate the situation, but it turned out that he did not come. When Namjoon Bia warned his brother about the intention to visit Yeonjun, he dismissed, noting that they would not find him. However, the girl, staring at him, asked an unexpected question. He touched the strange sensations that she experienced looking at the boy. Having broken the sticks in her hands, Bia resolutely called him to the duel. Yeonjun politely rejected the challenge, explaining that after an exhausting training he barely holds on his feet. An expressive look, he made the essence of the situation to understand the essence of the situation, and he immediately began to put out the girls, insisting on the need for relaxation for the master. However, the excited Tan Soyol stopped, explaining that she did not say the most important thing. She handed Yeonjun an invitation to the next exhibition of weapons in a year, begging him to come. Having thanked, the young man promised to meet in a year, although he obviously was not going to do this. The girl hastily added that all this is just in order to maintain good relations between families. After their departure, Tan Soyol stained herself for the excessive anxiety about Yeonjun, although she was glad that everything was in order with him. Suddenly she noticed a joyful smile, Namjoon Bia. She suddenly realized the heir to the GU clan perhaps liked her companion. When Namjoon Bia asked what Tan Soyol means by the word like, she, no matter how hard she tried, could not choose an explanation and suggested forgetting about it. Namjoon Bia asked her friend about her invitation to the exhibition for the next year, and Tan Soyol admitted that she initially cooked him for BIA but gave it to Yeonjun and apologized that she had not prepared 2 invitations at once. However, Namjoon Bia reassured her friend, assuring her that she did the right thing. Provided by the lack of resentment, Tan Soyol invited her friend to follow her. She promised to treat her with the most delicious poison in the world. Looking at the dark shadows stretching towards her, the hands of Tan Soyol trembled. But she understood that it was necessary to withstand the tests that have fallen to her share. She only hoped for an imminent meeting with Yeonjun, who was the only one to radiate the light. At this time, Namjoon Chonjun appeared before the head of the clan. Father reminded his son that he asked him only to look after his sister. He expressed bewilderment about the disappearance of one of the guards. Even Namjoon Chonjun himself did not understand what happened. His subordinate never returned from the assignment. The young man could not believe in the failure of the mission. After all, the guard was a high-class warrior, to whom such a task should have been on the shoulder. Noticing the thoughtfulness of his son, his father said his name and approached. With each step, more and more spreading the frightening aura. He wanted to know if Namjoon Chonjun understood the true reason for his disappointment. Not a defeat from the nameless boy angered him, and not even the use of fatal techniques during sparring became the fault, and the inability to competently owe traces. The father announced that he did not intend to endlessly reproach his son, but he should spend time in a jade golden room for serious training. Namjoon Cheonjun dutifully agreed with the order. Leaving, the father ordered to forget about what had happened. The frightened young man did not understand the meaning of these words, but the man gave him a piercing look. He explained that his son would understand everything when he became the leader of the clan, and until then, he should not even think about the performance against the GU clan. In addition, he added, their families could still be related. Namjoon Cheonjun mechanically agreed, and only then, realizing his father's words, scaredly asked for their meaning. Meanwhile, Yeonjun, who returned home, met with the second elder. Gurin joyfully informed the young man about the bride chosen for him. Yeonjun, exhausted by the trip, could not believe that he had already been arranged for a new engagement. He recalled the recently terminated engagement with another girl. Gurin, grinning, noticed that the last time Yeonjun himself was rumored to be to blame. The young man with irony asked why such a bauble how to appoint a new bride, although he understood the naivety of hopes for life loneliness. The worried Vaisol asked about the personality of the bride, but Yeonjun asked not to believe the joke old man. However, the run-up Muani had a different opinion. He believed that the second elder was telling the truth. During the report on the results of the trip, he heard how everyone everywhere discussed the details of this engagement. Given the latest events with Avia's bride, such a union seemed incredible. He did not understand what Sumashevs decided to give him his daughter. Yeonjun, going up to Guren, demanded to name the bride's clan. The elder, chuckling, asked the young man not to faint. At the same time, they called the Namjoon family. Yeonjun was perplexed why they wanted to bind their daughter with him precisely with him. Although he understood, this meant her personal consent to the engagement. Suddenly, he remembered that the clan had the only daughter, and Guren confirmed his guess, reminding of their possible meeting at the weapon exhibition. After that, there was a minute's silence. The boy realized that we were talking about Bia, and exclaimed in despair. He could not believe that he was going to engage to this crazy. Guren strictly warned him from such statements about the future wife, recalling that this is the decision of the head of the clan. But there were more important news, although the young man was sure to no longer surprise him. But the old man managed to be the news of his older sister's news. The thought of this brought Yeonjun to a state of real horror. As one of the three greatest Lord of the Aura said, the meteor era came. The stars piercing the heavens hit the earth, and every day more and more geniuses appeared. Yeonjun, born in this era, did not correspond to her. Despite his abilities, his potential could not compare with the talent of his sister. She had skills and skills that he could only dream of, and that is why he was now trying to escape from the inevitable meeting. However, Guren stopped trying to flee the young man. He sincerely wondered where he was in such a hurry to hide. Yeonjun begged the elder at least once let him go, but he only said that his sister had already arrived. In despair, Yeonjun did not know what to do. He had no idea that she was preparing him, and was ready to wander for several months until she left again. Guren, with ironia, asked what ailment Yeonjun picked up on a journey, what he was carrying such nonsense, as if to begun to punish. However, he agreed even to beating to lie in bed for several months. With every moment he felt her approach, he in a panic ordered Muyun to block the door. A confused bodyguard did not know how to resist an impending storm. Therefore, he just stuck a broom in the door handles. Yeonjun understood the futility of this obstacle. She certainly will not stop his sister. The girl was already behind the door and put her hand to the tree. She expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the younger brother did not open the door of her older sister. With one powerful blow, she demolished the barrier from her journey. Approaching, she called the brother of the ignoramus for not greeting her properly. Then she reminded of the need for a respectful attitude to her older sister. Although she was glad to see him, she was surprised why he was still standing right on her feet. Yeonjun did not immediately understand the hint, but remembering the distorted standards of the decency of his sister, he hastily knelt down. The sister approvingly stroked his head and friendly greeted the elder. Guren rejoiced at the manifestation of such family proximity, mentioning that he had heard about the excellent performance by the girl the role of the commander. She politely thanked for praise. Looking at his sister, Yeonjun again realized the reasons for his desire to escape. Suddenly, the girl turned around and asked if his brother understood the reason for her offense. He suggested that the matter in an attempt to block the door, or in the intention to escape. But his answer only strengthened his sister's anger. Then Yeonjun suggested that it was about his random victory over Yeonso. But it turned out that the sister did not even hear about this incident. Realizing that all his assumptions are incorrect, Yeonjun decided to directly ask what was the matter. As it turned out, her sister was outraged by the news of the engagement. She could not understand why her brother did not inform her of this first and did not even ask her permission. Yeonjun was justified by the fact that he himself had just learned about it, wondering why the permission of the older sister needed. The angry girl began to punish her brother while Goreen laughed, and V-Sol froze in horror. The interfering Muyun begged the mistress to show mercy, but her murderous gaze made him retreat. She announced the intention to teach her brother a lesson of manners, or threaten him well. At that moment, V-Sol suddenly grabbed the mistress by the hand. Yeonjun hastily introduced her as a new inexperienced maid, who sometimes makes nonsense. But the girl, holding onto the mistress's hand tightly, continued to beg not to beat the master. The mistress, as if spellbound, began to release internal energy, which scared Yeonjun. The boy did not understand the reason for such a close attention of the sister to the maid. In a calm tone, she asked her brother the personality of the girl. The frightened Yeonjun repeated that this was a new inexperienced maid and asked to forgive her mistakes. However, he saw only the growing anger of his sister. He rushed to V-Sol to protect her from a possible punishment. However, instead of a blow, the mistress suddenly began to feel the girl's cheeks, admiring their softness. The guy froze in shock, and the girl admitted that her cheeks were as soft as they looked. Yeonjun was struck by the fact that the sister released so much internal energy only in order to pinch the maid's cheeks, and she asked where her brother had such a cute maid and expressed a desire to take her to herself. Yeonjun firmly replied that V-Sol is already busy with other duties. The sister was surprised that the brother, who usually shared with the adored sister, suddenly refused her. She again ordered Yeonjun to kneel down, which he immediately performed. Then he paid attention to changes in his brother's strength. The sister asked if it was the hands of Gu Ren. The boy was surprised by her insight, and the elder resolutely denied his involvement. The sister hardly believed that his brother could change so in just a month. She wanted to say something, but changed her mind and gestured to leave to greet the head of the clan. Yeonjun with relief noted that she was going to leave. But her sister clarified that the lesson had come to teach him, but now in that mood. As a result, quickly rising, the boy wanted to leave. Before leaving, she threw a small gift to her brother. It was a small green medallion. He recognized a demonic stone, although he did not feel any energy from him. The sister explained that she bought a souvenir from a vagabond merchant who assured his ability to bring good luck. She wanted her brother to always wear this stone with him and seriously warned of the consequences if he decides to get rid of a gift because of his modest appearance. Grabbing his hand tightly, she promised to become even more amiable with a cunning smile. Frightened enough, Yeonjun did not argue. By this, he only caused another smile of his sister. She admitted that she always believed in his ability to work on herself. Yeonjun remembered this smile from a past life. Then the sister smiled in the same way, hoping for his happiness. He became ashamed of these memories, and he looked down at the floor. The girl decided to clarify the elder with his non-involvement in the growth of Yeonjun's strength. She remembered how last winter the boy, having reached the first star at 12 years. Unlike Yeonso, he could not even control energy correctly and move normally. Now his body was perfectly trained, and the volume of energy doubled while remaining stable. Since she heard that Yeonso began to train more diligently after the defeat from Yeonjun, she had suspicions. However, such a rapid progress of her brother seemed incredible to her. Gu Ren was also impressed, admitting that he did not suspect such abilities in the young man. He invited the girl to find out the reason from his brother, but she was sure of the futility of this venture. Gu Ren held a different opinion, but she explained. She knew her brother too well, and could read from his eyes that he would not tell anything. However, the same maid bothered her much more. She was sure that Ji Ren also paid attention to her. From this question, the elder became embarrassed. But the girl had no doubt. It seemed to her not only that something was wrong with the maid. Having doubted, she decided to take a closer look. The girl seemed completely ordinary. Gu Ren, nervous, tried to convince the mistress that this was only her sensitivity, explaining that V-Sol is just a maid. The girl seemed to believe. She herself admitted that after so many battles with the monsters, she began to react too sharply to everything. Gu Ren inwardly rejoiced that she was able to feel the true strangeness of the salt. After all, Gu Phoebe really had terrifying potential. Stroking the girl on the head, he reflected on how all other blood relatives turned away from Yeonjun. The clan as a whole was unkind to him. He was grateful to Gu Phoebe for her invariable concern for his brother and knew, while she was nearby, there was nothing to worry about. Phoebe understood that someone should look after this fool. Gu Ren gently asked her to be kinder and asked the reason for her anger because of the engagement. As it turned out, the girl could not forgive that some kind of person dared to claim her brother. She was ready to tear that girl into shreds. Meanwhile, Yeonjun arrived at his father, who already knew about the broken arm of the lightning dragon. The young man awkwardly explained that he was not going to break his hand, but only pressed slightly. There was a tense silence in the room. The father clearly did not believe. Having calmly drank tea, he asked his son to tell how everything happened. Yanjun was surprised that it seemed that only this was worried about his father. There was no choice, and he began the story with how Namjoon Jonggong invited him to sparring. But then he attacked with the intention to harm, for which he received a response. Father asked the cause of the aggression of the Dragon of Lightning and the presence of witnesses of the incident. Then the chapter noted an improvement in the skills of his son. He appreciated his efforts and asked to continue training in the same spirit. Yanjun was surprised at his father's calm reaction to the news about the victory over the lightning dragon with the third star. Although the father was always distinguished by restraint, the head of the clan suggested that since his son was visiting the Namjun clan, he probably met his bride. At that moment, Yanjun was seriously alarmed. He asked how it came to the engagement. The father explained that the decision was made by elders, but the proposal arranged not only clans, but also Yanjun himself. He warned of the inevitability of the conflict with Hebaven, and asked his son not to break at least this engagement. Yanjun understood the hint of his father. He will not have any other chance, because he himself became the reason for the rupture of the first engagement, and he will not be able to justify. Having turned the letter, the father began to read, and he soon reminded of the upcoming competition in the Hua Mountains. Yanjun recalled the events at the festival from a past life, trying to understand what the father was driving at. Instead of explanations, the man simply handed him a letter. The boy did not understand why he was him, and the head ordered him to return him to his place, and promising to prepare everything you need to leave in 10 days. The boy wanted to refuse to recall a recent return from the trip, but his father set the conditions. In case of consent, he will receive the pill of the great sage and a certain treasure. At this time, Mu Yuns with V-Soul expected the master, assuming that the conversation with his father would take a couple of hours. Despite the fatigue after the trip, Mueni reminded V-Soul of their duties of the personal servants of the master. The girl was worried about the possible punishment for their absence, but the bodyguard hoped to avoid trouble. Suddenly, Yanjun appeared behind them, wondering about their idle pastime. Muyun apologized for a long time, but the guy immediately moved to the main thing. 10 days later, he had a new journey. The girl was clearly unhappy with the need to hit the road again. But Yanjun explained, "This is the order of the head of the clan, and the objections are useless." Moyong did not understand the reasons for such a hurry, Yanjun explained. The father wanted him to personally go back to his sister. Returning to his estate, the young man relieved the absence of an elder and sister. He was exhausted by a meeting with annoying Namjuns and the sudden appearance of the older sister, and now he was again sent to the Hua Mountains. Having decided to forget about all the problems for a while, he went to rest and restore strength. The unexpected guest broke the night silence. An older sister with food and a bottle in her hands entered the room. Before Yanjun really wake up, Gwibian grabbed him tightly, not allowing her to break out, and began to feed dumplings. In parallel, saying that the growing body should not pass dinner. Watching the boy to resist the food, she with a laugh asked him not to choke. Finally bursting out, frightened, Yanjun indignantly asked that his sister had forgotten in his room. Gu Habibi calmly stated that she had the right to stay with her brother. According to her behavior, Yanjun realized her sister was drunk, that she did not deny, defiantly showing an almost empty bottle of wine. Gu Vibi honestly admitted that she was worried when her brother did not come to dinner and decided to bring him food. She did not understand his rudeness. Besides, she was still annoying that some girl from the Namjun family took him to her hands. Yanjun already choked on these words, which gave her sister to understand that that girl is more expensive for him than herself. Not wanting to listen to his sister's drunken speeches, Yanjun tried to escort her, but Gu Vibi reminded her that she had raised him. When he asked her to drink in another place, his sister did not seem to understand the hint. She stated that today, as in the good old days, she would sleep with him. Realizing the futility of disputes, Yanjun decided to leave himself, explaining that they were no longer at the age for a joint sleep. The drunk Guvibi only laughed. Looking at her, he once again invited her to return home, but instead, looking thoughtfully out the window, made an unexpected offer. It seemed to Yanjun that he rustled, but the sister was absolutely serious. Deciding that she was too drunk for sound judgments, he again tried to send her to his room. However, Gu Hvibi, perplexed by his confident refusal, touched his chest. She noted that a huge amount of energy absorbed by him has not yet been assimilated. This could create internal damage. Yanjun himself knew that the jade energy had not yet mastered in his body. He had to anticipate the difficulty of holding such a power in a fragile organism. The sister strongly advised to release this energy as soon as possible. Yeonjun decided that she was offering a joint training, but he was mistaken. With a smile, Gu Vibi reported the desire to beat him well. Mentally complaining about the lack of normal sisters, Yeonjun followed her to the training ground. Gu Vibi with nostalgia remembered their previous joint training. Noticing that her brother did not take a sword, she invited him to arm herself. But Yeonjun explained that he prefers hand-to-hand combat. This surprised the girl. Most recently, his brother fought only with a sword. Perhaps he was bored with the weapon, or his conscience bit him. But regardless of the reason, she invited him to attack first. Yeonjun recalled the purpose of training, the release of excess energy. But the sister made it clear with a laugh that she would not kill him, urging him to stop being afraid. At that moment, Yeonjun suddenly attacked with such force that he could seriously damage the girl's body. Continuing the offensive, he released more and more internal energy. A powerful explosion occurred at the landing site of the sister. Yeonjun even lost sight of her for a moment. However, the fire after the attack only intensified, and her laughter was heard. Leaving the flame, she praised her brother for a good attack. Feeling an incredible stream of her energy, Yeonjun could not believe that his sister was still on the 5th star. He believed that she clearly surpassed this rank. He hit at full strength, but it seemed to her anyway. Frightened by such power, Yeonjun suggested stopping, which only made his sister laugh. She noted how quickly he retreated, feeling her strength. With one blow, she turned the entire training site into a fiery field. Once upon a time, being next to her brother, she announced that the fun was just beginning. After her attack, Yeonjun bounced to the other end of the site. Understanding came into his head. Do not block him a blow, it would already be dead. Gu Vibi did not give a break, preparing a new sudden attack. She threw a weapon in her brother's face. Using the moment of its evasion, it quickly reduced the distance for a new attack. Yeonjun was struck by her pressure. Despite intoxication, all her blows remained powerful and accurate. Grabbing a wooden sword, she again rushed to the attack. But at the last moment, she stopped the blade. Instead, she grabbed her brother's hair. And laughing, she demanded to clench her teeth tightly so as not to lose her jaw. Then she continued his beating. At the same time, the head of the clan Namjoon discovered a note to his daughter. She reported her intention to visit the groom. Covered with rage, he crumpled the message. When the assistant confirmed that the lady really left the estate, an angry man ordered the daughter to immediately return. History is transferred to an ordinary farmer, who worked hard in his garden under a chatter of insects. Having harvested carrots, he noted with annoyance that many root crops were not suitable for sale. Surrounded by an unsuccessful season, he discarded spoiled vegetables. Looking at the beds, he wondered when this black strip would end. At this moment, the farmer noticed an amazing sight. Namjoon Bia flew in the sky. The girl landed a meter from an amazed man. He froze, amazed at her unearthly beauty. She seemed a real angel. Bia turned to him for help, asking the way to Shaxi. The embarrassed farmer hastily indicated the direction. In less than a second, a beautiful stranger again soared into the sky. The stunned peasant did not immediately realize what happened but noticed a silver ingot left on the ground. It was a generous board from Namjoon Bia, capable of feeding his family for a month. He thanked the heavenly angel for such kindness, but he was still perplexed why the girl headed west. After all, he pointed to her east, and she went to the Hua Mountains. At this time, the second elder discussed important news with Vai Mun. They knew about the immortal healer living in those parts, and the elder suggested that he had already left Avi for the sake of Hua Mountains. This mysterious person, similar to a blow of the wind, never lingered for a long time in one place, and his choice of area seemed strange. Gyu Ren did not understand the persistence of the old man in search of the doctor, especially given the inaccuracy of the information. He suggested sending Yeonjun for intelligence. In addition, he spoke about the carefully prepared disguise of the old man, and did not consider it reasonable to reveal it now, calling it an excessive rush. Vai Mun recognized the haste of his decisions. In the morning, he came to the conclusion that he would personally accompany the young master. Having reported his decision to Yeonjun, he asked the young man to trust him on this journey. The young master was sincerely surprised at such a desire, and the second elder, standing behind, skillfully portrayed surprise. The boy understood the suspicion of the situation. Instead of an ordinary charioteer, the Supreme Sword himself was traveling with them. Despite the repeated checks of the list of satellites, where neither Sol nor Vai Mun were listed, they seemed to have obsessed to join the journey. Yeonjun felt a catch and tried to unravel the plan of the Supreme Sword. The elder noticed the thoughtfulness of the young man, but he was in no hurry to share the causes of anxiety. Guren gently recalled that if Yeonjun should worry about something, it was about his habit of beating other people's children. The boy wanted to argue, but immediately remembered that he had been fighting with his sister, Durabus, and even Namjoon Jonggeon recently. Therefore, he promised to try not to violate this promise. Believing Yeonjun, Gu-ren decided to give him something special, a small bag with unknown contents. As soon as the young man accepted him, he immediately felt a pleasant smell emanating from the gift. It smelled pleasantly, like a blossomed flower, and he felt a surge of strength when he squeezed this bag. He realized that the contents are clearly not cheap, and Gu-ren explained that it was just a stone. Thinking, he remembered that it was a flowering stone. He was considered one of the 4 treasures of the sect of MANHWA. Surprised, Yeonjun did not understand how Gu-ren could relate to this as a simple stone. However, the elder explained that this was a trifle, and only good-naturedly laughed. Yeonjun began to ask the old man where he got from and why he handed him like that. He said that he once won this stone in a drunken bet, and Yeonjun did not understand how someone could breed such an important thing. In addition, he was embarrassed why the old man accepted her, and why he was now transmitting to him. He believed that this stone had to be carefully guarded. However, Ji-Yu-ren believed that to convey it to Yeonjun is the most reliable option. The young man did not understand the meaning of these words until he paid attention to the side where the elder looked. Seeing Vi Moon, he realized what was being discussed. If the elder knew that it was a supreme sword, it was really safe to give a stone to him. At this moment, the bodyguard reported to the master about the completion of all preparations. Looking at the bag, Yeonjun understood. There was no time. Besides, he had no suitable excuse for refusal, so he agreed to accept it. He promised that he would return soon, and Gu-ren assured that he would give Gvibi the news of his departure and that everything was fine. It was interesting to Yeonjun where his older sister went, but the elder thought for sure she cried somewhere, mourning his county. As a result, the carriage with the charioteer moved on the road. The young man only shouted to Gu-ren, a request to say goodbye to his sister instead of him. As soon as the carriage drove away, Gu-ren decided to find out from Gu-vibi why she did not go out to say goodbye to her brother. However, she sat, clenching into a lump, and whimpered quietly. She did not understand how she might seem to her brother with such a swollen face. Gu-ren said that he did not understand her excitement, because Yeonjun has long been not a 3-year-old baby. However, the girl believed that he was still very fragile. When they moved far enough, Yeonjun decided to turn to the bodyguard. He wanted to know how long they still go. However, he only smiled, reminding the master that he asked this question for the 30th time. He repeated that they needed to drive several times more than they had already traveled. These answers were led to Yeonjun, and his words slightly mixed Vi-moon. He laughed kindly, asked the young master, did he really get tired? In fact, now Yeonjun was forced to be nervous only by this old man. He did not understand how to travel calmly when there was such a great swordsman nearby. But still, in order to calm down, he looked at the salt that ate cookies. He asked her to share cookies with him so that he could relax. However, Vi-sol demanded that Yeonjun ask for permission from the maid before she share cookies with him. The girl immediately agreed to offer the owner a treat, because she knew that he also liked it. As a result, Vi-sol was happy that he had not taken so much and left her enough. Somewhere at that time the guest came to Gu-vibi, and the girl was interested to know who it was. It turned out to be Namjoon Bia, who was embarrassed to the girl. At that moment, Gu-vibi became obvious that it was her brother's bride. Looking at the young guest, she could not help but note her natural beauty and grace, despite the disheveled look. Curiosity prevailed, and the hostess decided to ask the cause of such an unusual appearance of a young person, because she looked like a vagabond. The girl, smiling embarrassedly, admitted that she went astray several times before getting to the place. The sister still wanted to know the main goal of her visit. Bia sincerely admitted that she came to visit her narrowed. These words caused a smile of Gu-vibi, who gently reminded of the absence of an official announcement of their engagement. She explained that her younger brother was absent. Finally, she introduced herself as her older sister Yeonjun. Her face shone with pride when she said it. Hearing this, Namjoon Bia put herself in order, and Gu-vibi was glad that she respected her. After that, the guest calmly asked where Yeonjun went. Laughing, Gu-vibi explained that he was already far from here, in the Hua Mountains, and they are unlikely to be destined to meet. Namjoon Bia smiled embarrassedly when she heard about it. Gu-vibi hoped that the girl would listen and return home. But I was mistaken. She immediately disappeared, setting off. Gu-vibi was angry that Bia left without even saying goodbye. Somewhere at this time, everyone slept near the wagon, both the maids and even the bodyguard. They settled down near the fire, and the guard was carried by Vi-moon. However, the young man did not sleep, and trained, because judging by the way the energy saturated her breath, the boy was on the threshold of the 4th star. He considered it a bad sign, because energy spread against his will, when more the dew volume began to accumulate in the body. The young student urgently needed to overcome the barrier of the 3rd star. In addition, he was sad that he could barely release energy, and his sister easily released her in one fell swoop. Therefore, the young man realized the level of his talents was far from the ideal, but still decided not to make excuses and continue training. He began to concentrate his energy. But he soon remembered the spur in his pocket. Looking around a small package, he reminded himself that in no case should he lose it. He completely did not understand why he was entrusted with delivering this stone, but he noticed that the smell of stone intensified greatly, and this aroma of flowering plum was prevented from concentrating. I had to postpone training. At that moment, the plum petals from the tree began to fall around him. It seemed strange. After all, the middle of the summer stood. Then behind him appeared a spirit who did not recognize the student of the sect in the boy. He frightenedly turned around by looking for a speaker, but in vain. The owner of the voice that arose behind him decided to find out where the one who did not belong to the Hua sect had the ability to absorb energy. It seemed to Yanjun that he was raving, hearing strange voices. The spirit explained that he wanted to know what kind the young man belonged to, since he so eagerly absorbed foreign energy, because soon he could just burst. Yanjun objected that he had not taken anything, but at that moment he realized that he began to absorb the energy of the stone in his hands. Soon he lost consciousness. When V-Sol and the bodyguard came to his senses, they tried to understand what happened to him. As it turned out, Vi-Moon discovered the boy in the forest unconscious and brought it back. Yanjun thanked the man, but he replied that it was his duty. For some reason, after these words, the old man became more thoughtful and sad. The bodyguard asked the young master about the events of last night. The boy remembered how he trained. After that, the stone handed to him began to radiate a strange radiance. To his surprise, when he took out the artifact, he did not change. The only difference is that the stone stopped smelling. Most likely, the absorption technique of a dynamic well worked unexpectedly, because of which he lost consciousness. Yanjun suggested that something was lushing inside the treasure, but did not expect that he could absorb this force. Now he began to seriously worry about his strain. However, he understood that this was even for the better. After all, he was able to reach the 4th star. Soon everyone gathered and continued. Yanjun understood that receiving the 4th star per night probably seemed incredible, so everyone looked at him so strangely. At that moment, V-Sol approached him, noticing that an unusual aroma emanated from the young master. He was surprised. After all, he changed his clothes and washed more often than salt. However, she explained that the smell was pleasant. The young man suspected that he smelled of forest, but V-Sol clearly doubted. It became obvious that if even she felt the changes in it, then his internal energy really increased greatly. From the 3rd star, he could accidentally move to the 4th. Now he could easily even control fire, almost like his sister. However, the young man understood that until he tried to apply his strength, he would not know anything, and secretly hoped that it would be possible to check it. Suddenly, the carriage twitched a lot, because of which Yanjun and Sol fell to the ground. The frightened maid rushed to them to make sure their well-being. Rising, Yanjun turned to the bodyguard to find out the reason for the stop. He looked thoughtfully into the distance, clearly tense. Then Yanjun noticed the appearance of an unknown man. Bowing, he apologized for such a sudden appearance. Looking at his clothes, the young man recognized the symbol. This man was a 3rd-generation student of MANHUA. He stopped the wagon to ask something. Yanjun recognized this man from a past life. He clearly did not want to meet face-to-face with those whom he once killed himself. Although the guy has seen now young and full of strength, not like in a past life. At this moment, angry Muyong expressed bewilderment as a follower of the great dragon could have done so rashly. The stranger apologized, explaining that he was not going to block their way. He only needed to check something. He wanted to inspect the carriage, suggesting that one of the students could be in it. Yanjun understood that it was about him, although the probability of such a coincidence was insignificant. The man explained that he thought of a familiar aura from afar, which raised questions. Realizing the futility of explanations, the guard immediately threatened the suspicious warrior with his blade. At that moment, the man was a step away from Yanjun. He decided to ask the boy why the aura of the great mountain's Hua emanated from him. The guy seriously worried, realizing that he was stuck into trouble. However, he heard the voice of some strange spirit sitting next to him. The spirit was surprised that Yanjun could see him. This finally knocked out the boy from the rut. He even rubbed his eyes in an attempt to dispel strange visions. However, this did not help, and the little old man ordered Yanjun to greet him. At this moment, the student of the sect noticed the strange behavior of the young master. He only apologized, explaining that he was overturned, and now he would like all sorts of nonsense. However, the spirit continued to prove that he was not at all stupidity and did not seem. Then Yanjun decided to ask the guy if he saw something strange. For example, a little old man about a rat size. However, the warrior did not see anyone. The boy turned to the bodyguard with that question. He decided to play along with the master, saying that the Eastern spirit had red hair. Yanjun realized that he was seeing the spirit alone. The awareness of this seemed impossible. As a result, he decided that a ghost was chasing him, which was why he was very scared. However, the old man only reminded the boy that he himself swallowed him. Then Yanjun realized that we were talking about that very stone ski. He explained the spirit of the essence of the stone, while not being their successor. In addition, the spirit helped him prevent the blocking of key paths after absorption, and in response, Yanjun called it a rat. Having calmed down, the boy decided to find out who this spirit is. He was surprised that Yanjun still did not recognize him, believing that the guy, apparently, knew absolutely nothing about this world. However, the boy believed that if he did not know him, it means that he is not so much popular. The old man, disappointed with his words, decided to introduce himself. He was the 8th leader of the great sect, Shinchol, the immortal sword of Manhwa, events when he lived even before the appearance of heaven, when a great and most terrible war with demons flared up. Only 5 martial artists survived this bloody massacre. Even centuries later, their names were often mentioned in the history of Murim. And one of the most revered members of the sect was precisely Shinchol. Yanjun looked at him, trying to understand how such a small rat could really be such a great warrior. Despite the fact that he made this comparison mentally, Shinchol still heard his words. Yanjun did not understand who, in his right mind, would believe that the spirit really was the very warrior. Nevertheless, he wondered why the man was inside this stone. Shinchol did not know, but he had the feeling that Yanjun knew even more than himself. The spirit was interested in how a young man who was not related to the Hua sect was able to absorb the essence of the flowering stone of the plum. Looking at the uncertainty of Yanjun, guesses crept in the tires of Chol. He realized that the guy was clearly hiding something. However, he realized that all people have secrets, especially such young people. Be that as it may, now he understood that the problem was more serious, and offered to do it. This serious problem was the sudden appearance of several warriors. They lined up in front of the carriage, which prettily scared Yanjun. However, the guy standing nearby asked not to pay attention, believing that the soldiers did not pose a threat. At that moment, Muyong took this guy hostage. He warned the young master of danger. It seemed to him that it was an ambush. Looking at the warrior, Yanjun suggested not going so far, but Mueni had a different opinion. From the moment of their appearance, he felt strong hostility. The guy who grabbed Mueni asked to listen to him. He did not know why the sect members were so angry, but he was sure that he could deal with them, just talking. Mueni realized that they were members of his sect. The symbol on clothes pointed to this. The guy only hoped that Yanjun would trust him, and in the end ordered Muyun to let him go. He immediately asked Yanjun not to worry about anything, promising to settle everything. However, as soon as he approached that company, they immediately began to beat him. Immediately after that, the soldiers hid their weapons and bent, apologizing for the fact that one of them made them feel the threat. Yanjun explained that he should also apologize for exposing swords without understanding the situation. He was wondering what could have been so far from the city, and he suggested that something had happened. Unfortunately, the warrior was not entitled to disclose this information, but still their acquaintance admitted that recently the members of their sect began to disappear. It seemed strange. After all, the detachment of the plum was not so weak that its representatives disappeared in the struggle. The warrior admitted that while they combed the forest, one of their guys rushed forward, allegedly sensing energy similar to their own. Yanjun realized that it was about him and wanted to know from Shinchol what to do. He explained that he blocked the energy so that they would not feel anything else. Other warriors wanted to check it, because of which Yanjun was scared, believing that they still feel this energy. The old man invited Yanjun to show them a stone that he brought. Having taken him out, the young man showed the treasure to the soldiers, and their faces were immediately distorted in surprise. It was their treasure, which their had lost by drunk. They could not believe that the story of Jiyu Ren was true. The warrior realized that since Yanjun had their treasure, it became clear why he felt his native energy. The soldiers were interested in where the young man was able to get this stone. Then Yanjun introduced himself as a member of the Jiyu clan, who was heading for their sect to return what belonged to them. At that moment, the soldiers somehow uncertainly whispered, but still bent, welcoming the master from the prestigious clan, and apologized for the manifestation of hostility. At that moment, one of the guys began to say something about his sister. However, hitting him on the head, the rest of the warriors began to lead him away. Yanjun already understood what he would talk about, and decided to find out what he wanted to say, realizing that his sister had delivered them trouble. The soldiers only smiled, denying this, although in fact the boy was right. and he also understood that. Therefore, he apologized and promised that he would take his sister as soon as he got to the Hua Mountains. The warriors were clearly delighted to hear that Yanjun wanted to take his sister. They surrounded the young master and offered to proceed after them. Then the boy thought with interest what Yonso managed to do. At this time, the girl herself stood behind the doors, not daring to enter. However, the unknown, feeling her approach, invited her inside. Yonso entered and awkwardly greeted her master. It was a beautiful elderly woman, who understood that the girl must be scary to go out in the middle of the night, but she still continued to visit her. Running closer, the girl immediately hugged the mentor, asking if everything was in order. The woman explained that from the contemplation of the beautiful moon she was getting better. Hugging her, Yonso experienced great relief. In addition, the mentor smiled, feeling that soon the student's visits would come to an end. Yonso wanted to stay with the master forever, but the woman believed that it was time to return home to the girl. She reminded of this, although she herself did not understand why this thought so upset her. The girl objected that they were all not her real family. The woman was surprised, but realized that such an old woman was not entitled to intervene in the student's family affairs. Yonso asked her not to say so. She knew that a woman, until her illness overtook her, was a famous sage of flowering. However, these were past things. Now she did not even know how much she had to live in this world. Somewhere at this time, making his way closer to Yanjun, Namjunbia met many monsters. However, the brave warrior defeated everyone who got in her way. After another fight, she stopped and sniffed at the surrounding space. Her flare turned out to be true. These were not all monsters lurking nearby. She immediately broke off, continuing the persecution. Meanwhile, the carriage of Yanjun stopped in the evening for rest. The boy asked Sol to cook food for everyone. The warriors were divided into two groups. One stood on guard, while the other was preparing a camp for an overnight stay. At that time, Yanjun talked with Shinchol, trying to find out what needs to be done so that the spirit would leave his body. However, the old man explained that he was not attached to him. For sure, just the presence of the students of his sect allowed him to leave. Yanjun had a question for the old man, but he strictly scolded the boy, recalling that he was an immortal sword, and he could not be so impolite to turn to him. When the spirit reminded of his title, he again noticed Yanjun's incredulous look. In fact, the young man believed, but doubts were caused by others. Shinchol realized what Yanjun wanted to talk about, but he explained that his infected body was not interested in him. It was strange to hear such phrases from whose body has long happened. The spirit retorted that it was stupid to say so to the one who has something even more sinister inside. Yanjun was wondering what sinister force was talking about. Shinchol was surprised that the young man did not even understand what he wears in his own body. But for starters, he decided to ask what happened to the bloody demon. This surprised the boy. As a result, Yanjun reasoned, the man certainly could not be an immortal sword, because it was he who killed the demon. Therefore, the young man was perplexed how the spirit so boldly calls himself Shinchol. However, the true fate of the warrior remained a mystery. The man himself was at a loss, for some incomprehensible reason, unable to recall the outcome of the final battle with the bloody demon. This was even more surprised by the young man. Switching to another topic, Yanjun decided to find out what is inside him. The old man knew about this, but did not want to answer, because the young man still did not believe his words. Yanjun was surprised at the mood of the spirit, but in the end he decided to tell, although he himself did not fully understand this phenomenon. It seemed strange to the old man that Yanjun did not feel such a ferocious power inside himself. He managed to seal her for a while, so now she could not harm. Yanjun was surprised that everything was so serious. At this moment, the spirit decided to release what he sealed, so that the young man could see it himself. Around the Yanjun began to curl purple shadows. They overwhelmed him more and more. When it seemed that he was already drowning in this darkness, the old man again sealed strength. Only after that, Yanjun was able to calmly exhale and ask what it was. The spirit reassured the boy, saying that he could still restrain this power. He also admitted that he did not know her nature, and understood that Yanjun had many questions, but decided to stop today. Yanjun did not understand why Shinchol refused to answer, but he only pointed to heaven. The young man did not see anything, calmly asking for what was being discussed. A violet glow has already flared up behind him. In less than a second, this bright purple flasher landed near him. The frightened Yanjun immediately turned to the warrior, trying to understand what he was doing. The warrior explained that from ancient times there was a saying in all sects, namely, that friendship should be hardened in battle. Yanjun realized, this guy asks him about sparring. Having bowed, the warrior admitted that he had never fought with his peers, which was why he was slightly excited. Yanjun was surprised, believing that in his sect there are plenty of students of the same age with him. However, thinking about this, the young warrior felt awkward. He perfectly understood. A man in front of him was a young elite of martial arts. For a mediocre warrior, he would become an insurmountable wall. If someone like him wants to fight with peers, this will only aggravate the inferiority complex. Shin-chul was surprised by Yanjun's insight. As a result, the young man agreed to meet with a warrior in battle, but only once. The man immediately thanked him, and near him began to sparkle lightning. Finally, he offered to start a duel. Suddenly, the guy was struck by an unknown attack. When Yanjun looked around, he saw that lightning had done a huge gap in the nearest tree. Next, Namjoon Bia appeared, who looked in surprise at the young master. But then she smiled embarrassedly, rejoicing that she had finally found him. Then Yanjun remembered when the last time he saw her in a past life. She lay dying in his arms. Looking at the girl, he did not understand why she did so recklessly. He knew she could escape and escape. It was incomprehensible to him why she did this, why she entered the battle with him. However, the girl only smiled weakly with the last forces, explaining that she wanted to do this. At that moment, the moon just ascended, and she realized Yanjun was nearby, like the moon, which means she could calmly leave. These were her last words before she gave up the spirit. At that moment, a young warrior appeared behind Yanjun, who could not believe that the demons were not alien to simple friendly feelings. He even suspected that the girl was in love with him. The warrior asked Yanjun would not get bored because soon he would meet his lover. However, the young man explained that only one thing could promise. He wanted the death of the warrior to be as painful as possible. Now looking at Namjoon Bia, Yanjun remembered her former face. He was really scared, not understanding why she appeared here. At this moment, another warrior came up, who, defending himself by a sword, decided to find out whether Yanjun knew this woman. If they were unfamiliar, he wanted to kill her on his own. Yanjun understood that the wounding of the Hua Mountain warrior was a serious crime, and he is unlikely to be able to protect the girl if he said that they were familiar. In addition, he did not accept this engagement. But at that moment, Namjoon Bia herself announced that her fiancé was in front of them. All warriors froze in surprise, not knowing how to react. Then Yanjun was surrounded, wondering how such a beautiful girl could become his bride. Yanjun calmly asked what led her to him, and she honestly admitted she wanted to see him. Then Yanjuna wondered why warriors showed such double attention to her, who were ready to shine her into pieces just a minute ago. Nevertheless, he was interested in why the girl attacked if she just wanted to see her. Shin-chul pointed out that this girl was at the limit. She obviously exhausted while she rushed to him and did not sleep at night. It was unlikely that in this state she could distinguish a person from the demon. Yanjun did not understand. To bring himself to a state in which a person does not see the difference between warriors and monsters clearly does not deserve approval. However, Shin-chul understood. She really longed for a meeting with him. Nevertheless, the boy explained to Bia that she stumbled upon members of MANHUA, and the sect could not just forgive it. However, looking back at the young warrior, he saw that he was not at all angry. It seems he was completely fascinated by the beauty of the girl. As a result, he was even more likely to fight. He invited Yanjun to start the battle right now. The young man understood. Apparently, he had no reasons for excuses. As a result, both armed themselves, preparing for a duel. However, the wandering gaze of the warrior still rushed to Bia. The girl seemed to not notice his attention, calmly talking with her friends. Yanjun was really surprised that the warrior was so carried away by a girl. Shin-chul even thought that Yanjun was jealous. However, he explained that he had accepted a challenge in kindness of sincere, and only he was infuriated that the enemy had now used this from dirty thoughts. Shin-chul understood that Yanjun had no choice. He also had to join this battle. Although Yanjun did not see any benefit in this, Shin-chul realized he himself wanted to know how strong he became. At that moment, Muyong prayed that the young master would not suffer until Vsol tried to understand why Namjoon Bia came. The warriors began to bet on the outcome of the duel. Many even sympathized with Mr. Gu, realizing that he would not stand against such a monster. They were all witnesses to the talent of a warrior. He often flirted, but when he became serious, he remained invincible. And now he was just as concentrated as possible. Sakura leaves began to fly around this battle, and the warrior decided to attack first. However, to the surprise of those present, the sakura petals began to burn slowly. Yanjun came closer, radiating the bright light of fire. Looking around himself, the young man realized that his flame was still weaker than that of his sister. At that moment, Yanjun saw his opponent's face. He was surprised. The heir could only hope that the guy was not afraid of his strength. He only grabbed the sword more confidently and smiled, deciding to start a fight. He was the first to rush into battle, moving like wind streams. As a result, they converged in a duel, but Yanjun easily managed to get closer to the warrior and hit him in the stomach. In addition, he strengthened this attack with his internal energy. A talented enemy immediately flew back, completely covered by fire. Even his weapons could not withstand such an attack and broke into pieces. Having fallen to his knees, the warrior admitted his defeat after a single blow. At that moment, Namjoon Bia rose from her place. Approaching Yanjun and exposing his sword, she demanded that the groom also fight with her. The young man who had just completed the fight did not understand the reason for such a request. But I saw, Namjoon Bia was clearly angry because of his refusal. As a result, Yanjun explained that it was already too late, and promised that another time he would definitely fight her. The girl only smiled joyfully, after which she took his hand. Recalling that he made her promise and must keep him, she smiled joyfully. After this skirmish, the boy, remaining alone, continued to meditate. Watching him, Shin Chol was amazed at how capable this young man was. He used the central core, which was amazing at the imagination. However, Yanjun understood, this is only the basic ability. Providing him, Shin Chol said that to use the central nucleus at such a young age, you need to be incredibly gifted. But it is better not to try to go even further. If he reveals the central core to the full, that essence inside him could get out of control. As it turned out, she was interconnected with his inner energy. The more he involves it, the more unbridled it became. Shin Chol explained that in addition to radiation of flame or fists of fist, all can cause a loss of control. Yanjun was sad. This was clearly not enough. At that moment, the very warrior appeared, who was surprised at the victory of Yanjun, who was still dissatisfied with his strength. The young man did not understand why he had come. Bowing, the warrior explained that he wanted to thank Yanjun. He admitted that he was a little inconspicuous, so he does not quite understand what exactly Yanjun tried to teach him. But he felt he wanted to teach him an important lesson. Shin Chol was amazed that this guy, despite the unconditional defeat, did not fall into sadness, but rather carefully analyzed everything. Yanjun was surprised. While he was forced to spin like in a pan to release extra steam, the warrior came up with some kind of stupidity about one fight. Yanjun explained that he did not deliberately taught him a lesson, but was glad that he had taken something out of this battle. Then the warrior finally admitted that he was the most gifted among the peers. But having met Yanjun, he realized how great the world around was. He was sure that Yanjun in his training put so much effort that he could hardly imagine this. Therefore, leaning, he decided to once again thank this guy. But in his face, Yanjun saw only the features of the one whom he once killed. Now he could not help but hate himself with all his soul for that act. At this time, Vuil joyfully discussed with his grandfather how their young gentleman defeated the boy in flower clothes, while his sect's members were upset by defeat. However, V-Sol explained to her grandfather that they had a very big problem. The young master would marry. V-Moon seemed to be a joyful event, but at that moment, V-Sol screamed loudly into protest. She explained that she did not know what it was to marry, but she no longer liked it. She believed that only she could be near the master, and was sure that Yanjun had to ask her permission. However, grandfather decided to explain to his granddaughter what marriage means, and this upset her even more. After that, everyone gathered at dinner. However, Vi-Sol was restless. A recent conversation complicated a few more things for her, because of which she was more thoughtful than usual. Vi-Moon, noticing this, decided that the granddaughter was feeling bad. However, she only calmly shook her head. Yanjun was wondering why the girl was picking in food and did not eat, as if she were unhealthy. He explained that if, due to her constant snacks, she was about to skip the basic meals, then it was necessary to return all the goodies immediately. At this moment, Namjoon Bia, as if nothing had happened, chose treats for herself. However, as soon as she took a piece, V-Sol immediately took her food right from under the sticks. This has been repeated several times that managed to confuse the BIU. Yanjun got angry, trying to understand what was the matter. However, Vi-Moon entered the conversation. He was unhappy, because he taught his granddaughter how to behave at the table correctly. At that moment, V-Sol finally lost her temper. She got to her feet, admitting that everyone had already managed to get her. Then she ran away, still holding a plate with a soup near her. Yanjun looked in surprise after her. He even thought that perhaps Namjoon Bia told the girl something strange. However, this was not so. From that battle with Yongfeng V-Sol, it became unusual and very upset. But the most annoying was not even that. When morning came and Yanjun finally woke up, he met with Muyun, praising the guy for the fact that he worked hard on guard. They had to extend the parking for a few more days. Recently, Yanjun has slept more in the open air than in a cozy bed at home, because of which he could not sleep. Now, going to the stream, he wanted to swim a little. However, at that moment he was found by Yongfeng, who suggested Yanjun to practice together. Yanjun did not understand why he walked without clothes. However, Shin Chol explained, the body of the warrior was a reflection of his thoughts, and the fact that Yongfeng trained without a shirt helped him ensure the collection of internal energy. He even brought the analogy, the stronger the trunk of the tree, the more magnificent it blooms. Shin Chol believed that Yanjun also would not hurt to engage in his body. However, the young man refused the training, explaining that he had more important things to do. The warrior was interested in what was so important for Yanjun for today, and the guy was surprised that he had forgotten about it so quickly. Finally, sitting in the carriage, they went on. By evening, they got to the walls of the city. Shin Chol from this place still felt unshakable grace, which even made him sneak. Finally, after some time, they arrived in the nearest house. Yanjun was surprised that the inhabitants of the mountains constantly have to climb upstairs manually. But for them, it was already familiar. The young man believed that the founder of the clan, who decided to establish a settlement on the top of the mountain, clearly did not think about it. Such thoughts came even Shin Chol. Returning an hour ago, when the carriage stopped, they were offered to spend the night below and continue the rise in the morning. They could already prepare a place for an overnight stay, but Yanjun understood. Given that they drove the Hua treasure, it was better for him to rise as soon as possible. However, looking at the faces of the soldiers, he realized that he could not abandon their hospitality. Then they decided to get up first to report that Mr. Gu would appear the next day. Yunfeng was left with Yanjun so that he could escort their guest. Yanjun did not understand why they did not want to take Yongfeng with them, because the mentors were looking forward to his return. For some reason, for an unknown reason, the face of Yongfeng has become much more sad. Now thinking about this, Yanjun suspected that perhaps Yongfeng did not really get along with the elders. Even Shin Chol was surprised by his reaction. After all, during his reign, everything was different. Finally, Vi Sol with huge containers of dumplings appeared. She brought what Mr. asked. He immediately began to look around the treat, looking at them as the rejection of his whole life. Vi Sol did not move far from the master, and also offered him a glass of water. She was very kind, so Yanjun wanted to know what was found on the girl. The maid, smiling embarrassedly, realized that she really did everything right. Yanjun himself wondered why Vi Sol, who looked upset recently, was completely amused. For this reason, he stroked her head. At that moment, the girl was embarrassed, but did not argue. Yanjun praised her and asked her to always do that. The girl immediately promised that she would always try. At that moment, Namjun Bia, who handed Yanjun a small dumplings, was also nearby. However, Yanjun, looking at Visolu, was not sure whether he was worth it. At this moment, the maid was completely angry, so she ate dumplings herself, intended for Yanjun. All the time she looked at the Biu as if trying to show her hostility. But the girl did not understand this, instead only smiled sweetly. Looking at their exchanging, Yanjun wanted both of them to leave as soon as possible and let him eat calmly. Somewhere at that time, the head of a branch of criminals interrogated his spy. The man suspected that the spy was noticed, and this direct question was very scared by the man. Susing, he explained that it seems the sect Hua found out everything about their plans. The leader was clearly dissatisfied with how quickly they explored everything, but now he could not do anything. The frightened spy immediately wanted to go to report on the situation in the main palace, and the leader ordered him not to delay and hoped that he would quickly settle all the questions. In addition, it turned out that another order came from the main palace. The immortal doctor was seen on the way to Shangxi, which seriously angered the leader. The spy explained that the doctor was seen in the province of Manhwa, and the scouts tried to establish his current location. Getting up from his place and leaving the weapon at the neck of the subordinate, the man recalled that he did not give the order to send a group of intelligence. Bowing, the spy explained that it was a direct order of the leader. This really surprised the head of the branch. The leader decided to clarify the plan, to kill the doctor or grab him alive. They were ordered to detain him and lock him in the underground dungeons of one of the branches, which seemed quite boring to a man. He only wondered if he could kill anyone who will stand in his way, and the ruler was not mind. After all, he needed only a doctor. Then, smiling, the leader realized that this task would be really funny, and at the same moment disappeared. Somewhere at this time, Yanjun ended his ascent to the mountain. He still did not fit in his head, as it occurred to him to establish a sect at the very top. Shin Chol recalled that people like him rose all his life along these steps, and everything was fine. The emerging Yongfeng explained that the deep wisdom of MANHUA was in these steps. They taught that nothing could be given without hard work. However, even Shin Chol admitted that he would have killed anyone who came up with the temple at this place. At that moment, Vi Sol, who was not at all tired, suggested that the young master be carried on her back. However, he wanted to preserve the remnants of his pride. He was more interested in why the maid did not look tired. At that moment, Namjoon-bia arose ahead, who offered Yeonjun her hand. Then the guy noticed that the girl also did not seem particularly tired. She helped him get up, after which she bowed her head. Yeonjun did not understand why she did this. But V-Soul seemed to understand everything. Why was very angry? Yeonjun realized Namjoon-bia was waiting for his praise, and Shin-chol invited him to act. However, V-Soul did not let him touch Bia's head. Instead, he stroked her hair herself. With a smile, the maid explained to the owner that she would always be glad to help him. Bia seems not upset, hoping that next time she would get his praise. The boy looked around to find out how the others got. He saw Vaimun and Muyun slightly behind. They looked not too tired, but one of the maids could barely climb the steps, and even asked to be left. At that moment, the head of the MANHWA clan appeared, which greeted the guests. It was a small old man, and Shin-chol was unhappy when he saw the current leader of the sect. The old man patted Yeonjun on his shoulders, scolding in a joke for making him wait so long. In addition, he was happy that finally the elders would stop bothering. Since he lost that pebble, they did not give him rest. As a result, while the man said, Yeonjun barely managed to introduce himself. However, there was no sense in this. The head explained that the elder Ji-yu Ren had already sent him a letter about a visit where he told everything. Yeonjun came to give a flowering stone and pick up his younger sister. The young man was delighted that thanks to the master with business, it would be quickly over. However, at that moment, the chapter hinted that there was something that Ji-yu Ren was silent about. Yeonjun did not understand what it was about, and it turned out that they were talking about energy inside him. At that moment, the man met with Vaimun, who accompanied Yeonjun. As a result, he calmed down, deciding to deal with business in order. He understood that the guests were tired of the road, so he asked the servants to provide them with her shoes and food. Then he invited them inward to discuss all affairs. Yeonjun looked scared at Chol's Shin, trying to understand what to do. The spirit only laughed, realizing that it was unlikely that the young man would not be punished for absorb the essence of the artifact of their clan. He asked not to worry so much, because it seems they were not going to kill him. Soon, Yeonjun met with the head, who apologized that he had not allowed him to rest normally. He hoped that the boy understood. He could not allow the one who absorbed the energy of the stone to freely walk around the yard. Not arguing, Yeonjun himself understood this perfectly and eventually told how everything happened. However, the old man did not believe that as soon as the young man had a little touching the stone, he immediately absorbed all the energy. Yeonjun now did not understand whether he did the right thing that he told the whole truth. Having concealed only a part about the phenomenon of Shin-chol, the spirit believed that this was right, because in fact, Yeonjun did not lie, saying that he simply trained and suddenly absorbed that strength. However, the chapter was difficult to believe in this, not only in absorption, but also in the fact that he kept two completely opposite in terms of energy. But in the end, he decided to close this issue, realizing that Yeonjun still came for his sister. The boy immediately got up to find out how to reach her. However, this turned out to be a deception. The old man only laughed gloatingly, wondering that Yeonjun really believed that he would do without punishment. However, the head was surprised when he saw such an indifferent reaction of the boy. He apologized, explaining that the old man had the same expression on his face as the elder of Gu-ren when he made fun of him. The old man seemed rudeness to compare them, but Yeonjuna became obvious to their similarity, since this old man in a drunken fulf spoke the treasure of the clan. As a result, having finished with a joke, the man nevertheless decided to take the boy to his sister. At this time, an elderly woman was at a reception with doctors who stated that the flows of her blood mixed with chi streams. They did not even understand how she withstand the pain that her body was subjected to. However, she explained that the pain was not so strong. But the doctor understood. The woman lied, trying to seem stronger. She probably wanted to keep her face in front of her student Yeonso. The girl herself excitedly watched the master. The doctor decided to find out how long all this lasted with her. As it turned out, it was already the 4th year of her illness. The man was interested in what happened to her. The woman only exhaled awkwardly, never admitting everything. At that moment, Yeonso felt something strange. At that very moment, blood poured from the woman's lips. The doctor calmly offered her a scarf, and she began to wipe herself, thanking for the service. Then the doctor became obvious that a seal was imposed on her, but he realized that he would surely notice her when he measured her pulse, which was strange. The woman wanted to ask something, starting to turn to the divine healer, but he immediately interrupted her, ordering not to call him in this way. Apologizing, the woman wanted to know how long she had to live. After this question, Yeonso's face blushed from the approached tears. The healer gave a forecast. At best, 2 months perhaps will live until the winter. From this awareness, the whole body of a woman shook. However, the woman only smiled. Looking at her, the divine doctor recalled her past. She was a magnificent warrior, the strongest of women. However, now she was not like the same. The doctor promised that he would do everything in his power, and asked Yeonso to leave. The girl did not want to leave the master, but she understood that there was no choice, so she quickly left. At this time, Yeonjun just made his way higher and higher in the steps, amazed that in the morning he was forced to climb the stairs for the second time. The chapter only laughed, reminding their philosophy. Nothing is given without hard work. As soon as Yeonjun rose, he saw the opening door from where his older sister appeared. They both froze in amazement, and the girl seemed to not believe her eyes. At that moment, not noticing her stop, a guy walking behind him crashed right into her head. Yeonjun did not immediately recognize him, trying to understand who it was. However, when he saw the young man, he was seriously angry. Yeonso only restrainedly demanded that the guy look where he was going. However, at that moment, she felt the terrifying power of energy emanating from her brother. He moved closer, like a deadly disaster. Yeonjun recalled his past when he returned from the next task. Then the Fanjukok strategist greeted him, rejoicing that Yeonjun coped with the task intact and unharmed. However, he noticed Yeonjun was too angry. He decided to find out that he was so upset. But soon I realized, perhaps he was saddened by the death of the girl BIA. After these words, Yeonjun finally lost his temper. However, Fanjukok, smiling, explained that this was the will of their master. He was surprised that Yeonjun was dissatisfied with this decision. In a second, Yeonjun was a centimeter on the face of this guy. Dusting with anger, he brought his hand to cut his face. However, the guy asked the master not to forget that the words of their leader were undeniable. At that moment, Yeonjun forced himself to stop. At that time, the Heavenly Lord was already dead. The Supreme Sword lost his hand, so that he could not pose a threat to the Heavenly Demon. Their plan was literally perfect, but some more consequences remained. And Fanjukek understood. The master would definitely leave all these showdowns on Yeonjun. However, at that moment he was already quite angry and regretted that he intervened in all this. Now Yeonjun, having recognized this man, immediately grabbed him, starting to strangle him. His mind was completely blurred by the past. However, at some point, the chapter intervened, who forced Yeonjun to retreat. Seeing that he did not control himself at all, he used one of the techniques, warning that it would be a little painful. Immediately after that, there was a loud explosion, alarming all people sitting in a building. The head, as if nothing had happened, greeted the doctor, rejoicing that he was in this place. Having demonstrated to him the unconscious Yeonjun, he explained that he had brought him a new patient. Soon he told Yeonjun that the divine healer, the greatest doctor of generations, capable of curing anything in front of him. He was also introduced to the famous sword of their sect, the Queen of the Flower of the Plum. The child, who was attacked by Yeonjun, was the grandson of the doctor and his student. He did not talk, so all the questions had to be asked the doctor. When all the performances ended, the chapter became interesting why Yeonjun attacked that guy. At that moment, the young man understood what serious situation he was in. He realized that from the moment he saw this guy, his memories became vague, so that he could even come up with anything in his excuse. He first heard that Fanjukok was the grandson of the doctor, and did not expect to meet him here at all. Therefore now he did not understand what to do. At this moment, the chapter realized that Yeonjun did not remember his actions well. The boy froze, not understanding how the old man learned about it. He explained that this was just his assumption. Now he asked the doctor to examine this child, but the doctor had no desire to fulfill his request. At that moment, until they argued with him, the Queen of the Sword spoke. Yeonjun was surprised that she seemed to know him. As it turned out, Yeonjun's mother was her close friend, and the woman was glad that they were finally able to meet. In addition, she was amazed at how much Yeonjun looked like her mother. He had his appearance like his father, but the aura was almost the same with his mother. She felt that he had a quiet, but at the same time a good heart. At this time, the divine doctor wanted to escape, just not to treat Yeonjun. However, the head, in exchange for his inspection, suggested to him a sheet Yeonyancho. The divine doctor could not refuse, but warned that he would fulfill his request for the last time. As a result, after consent, he immediately began examining the body of Yeonjun. There he discovered something strange, because of which his face was distorted from fright. He explained that this boy was definitely wrong. He could describe his condition as follows. Yeonjun was a walking corpse. The young man clearly did not understand what the man wanted to say with this, but he explained. In his body he circulated more than one type of energy. It is surprising even that he could move. Yanjun himself understood that recently he had absorbed a lot of things, but did not suspect that this would cause problems. He thought that everything would be settled by itself, and suspected that he was killing the bloody force that Shinchol showed. However, the ghost explained that this was not at all. Yanjun got angry when he saw the spirit, because Shinchol disappeared for a long time. But he explained, when Yanjun lost himself and reassured him by the head of the sect, he simply disconnected from the connection with him. Now he heard the words of the doctor, and at that moment he was convinced of his guesses. It was because of this violet substance located in it that Yanjun was still alive. Simply put, an unfamiliar essence suppressed all the flows of energy in it, but it also could not be called safe. Now, turning to an immortal doctor, Yanjun decided to find out what he was doing with all this energy. The doctor explained that either the boy continues to live, hoping that everything will pass, or tries to get rid of her. But he warned his body could explode at any moment, which would not be surprising, and he could not help him. Speaking without embellishment, the current state of his body was such that energy could break it literally while eating or bathing. The head of the sect realized that everything was much worse than he expected. However, Yeonso did not understand why the brother was so calm when she learned that she could die. Yeonjun understood that he was alive and there was no reason for concern, but Yeonso reminded, he could die at any time. Yeonjun asked his sister not to worry, and it is better to prepare for returning home. However, the girl did not want to go, and Yeonjun was not opposed. He only asked that, in her opinion, their father would answer if he said that he had not returned her home because she did not want to go. Surely he would have absolutely any way on her feelings. Looking at their conversation, the head patted Yeonjun on the head and offered to relax alone, because this is his first day here, and he should be tired. After that, the head also said goodbye to the doctor, promising to go in, but he only got angry, threatening to escape if this happens. When everyone left, the doctor realized it was a really strange child. But what embarrassed him more, they told the boy that he was dying, but the reaction seemed to be not followed. There was a feeling that life was completely inexpensive to him. At this time, Yeonjun went to eat. However, Shinchol recalled, he could die even from a simple meal. It seemed to him that Yeonjun decided to arrange a dying meal for himself, but he did not even think about it. Yeonjun explained that he had committed many sins and considered it karma. This surprised Shinchol, because the young man was very young and was unlikely to make something so terrible. Returning to his room, Yeonjun was surprised to find Bu, who was in his bed. She explained that she was going to sleep and all this time was waiting for her fiancé. However, Yeonjun recalled that the head of the sect had prepared 2 different rooms for them and asked to go to his own. However, she explained that they were allocated only 1 room. This surprised him, but he guessed it was not strange, since the head of the sect was already a friend of the elder. Realizing that he could not do anything with this, he decided to leave Bia his room and go to bed to the bodyguard. However, Namjoon Bia prevented him from leaving, taking his hand. She asked to go to bed, promising that they would simply hold hands, nothing more. At this moment, the shocked Yeonjun rejected such a proposal. But soon he only laughed, explaining that it sounded too funny. For the first time, Namjoon Bia was so happy. This was the first time Yeonjun smiled at her. He did not even pay attention to her words, only wishing good night. However, Namjoon Bia did not let his hand out. Instead, she held out her hand to her cheek, quietly explaining that she would like to sleep with him in bed. Somewhere at this time, Vi Moon arrived at the head, apologizing for the anxiety at such a late hour. However, the head was glad to see him. He had already managed to get bored. He knew that Vi Moon was looking for a divine doctor and was right. And now he was interested in what Vi Moon would do next, since he had already found a doctor. The man honestly admitted that he felt. The head installed a huge barrier from internal energy in order to protect the doctor. The head noticed that Vi Moon did not even try to step over this barrier. He explained that out of politeness, he decided to ask permission. So he asked if he would allow him, the leader of the sect, to meet an immortal doctor. The chapter explained that now he had a patient, and even if they meet, a miracle that Vi Moon was waiting for may not happen. However, despite this, he hinted, if Vi Moon fulfills his request, the result may be completely different. Finally in the morning, Yeonjun woke up on his half of the bed. He looked unfavored, because he did not even close his eye all night. Shin Chol was surprised that nothing happened between them at night. The guy only asked the old man to stop carrying nonsense, because he was already damaged. Nevertheless, the spirit recalled that they were sleeping together. But Yeonjun objected. Namjoon Bia was ready to force him to do this, and given her dangerous internal energy, he had no choice. Shin Chol laughed, realizing that Yeonjun was very lucky that his maid did not see this, although it seemed to the young man that she would not care. However, Yeonjun recalled that her mood jumps happened more often when Namjoon Bia was next to him. Therefore, he admitted, it is better for her to really not see this. He decided to escort Biu, but turning, he saw that V-Sol was already in his bed. Finally, Namjoon Bia, who greeted the maid, also woke up. But the girl called her a selfish. She explained that she also wanted to fall asleep next to the master, to be near when he was sleeping. Namjoon Bia did not understand that she prevented her from doing exactly the same. Therefore, with a smile, she invited them to sleep together. At this moment, the bursting of V-Sol could not believe her happiness. She immediately fell on the bed and laughed joyfully, happy that she was able to join. And Yeonjun realized what he did not have enough all this time. At that moment, Yongfeng came to the room to wake Yeonjun. However, he froze in shock when he saw two women in the bed of a young master. Immediately closing the door, he only informed the guy that the leader of the sect was looking for him, and hastily left. The spirit asked the boy not to worry about this. After all, it was not customary to condemn this in the sect. Finally, Yeonjun found himself at the head of the sect, to whom rumors had already reached that he had fun at dawn with two girls. The old man rejoiced at his stormy youth. Yeonjun exhaled awkwardly and decided to find out what the chapter wanted from him. As it turned out, the man wanted to listen to his night adventures, and Yeonjun was going to leave immediately. Then the man laughed and explained that he just wanted to ask if Yeonjun of the Chambers remembered, to which the Queen of the Sword was resting, and in which the Queen of the Sword was resting. Then he took out a scroll and asked to pass it on to the Divine Doctor. But Yeonjun did not understand why the chapter gives him this task. However, the head explained, most brothers are not aware of the Queen's illness, and Yeonjun realized that the man simply did not want the rumors about her to spread. The old man explained, if he goes himself, the doctor will begin to be indignant again and can leave, and if he asks the students, then their secret may be at risk. Therefore, he could only ask the one who was in debt in front of him. Yeonjun realized that he had no way out, so he went immediately. At this time, Yeonso left her room, who decided to calmly walk along the streets. Soon she went and bought in one of the stores. Going home, she realized that she had already managed to buy everything that she was ordered, after which she began to return. On the way, she saw a small deer family. It was a kind family which she never had. Her memories of the family were terrible. A cruel father who always punished everyone in a row. She remembered how she found the scene while still a little, where the head of the sect was reported to Yeonjun's mother, who was an insanely kind woman. Thinking about this, she decided that she would never return to such a house. Just a moment after that, she disappeared. The spies trying to find her did not understand how she could feel and disappear. But soon, approaching closer, they realized that the problem was that she passed through the barrier. It was a barrier of internal energy that they could not pass. Therefore, it became obvious to the spies, if such measures were taken, then a divine doctor was probably inside. The spy decided to leave and report everything, realizing that the district leaders will be able to take care of this. Soon Yeonso saw her brother, who climbed the steps. She froze, not understanding what he was doing, and only awkwardly asked why Yeonjun went there. However, he explained that he had been climbing the mountain obviously not of his own free will. He simply delivered one thing from the leader of the sect. Yeonso, passing by, invited him to rise faster, not understanding why he hung in one place. However, the brother explained that he was simply not able to do this, and did not understand how Yeonso could climb faster than him. At this moment, the girl remembered the diagnosis made by the divine doctor. Handing through her hand, she offered to give the scroll to her. She could take it and pass it herself. At that moment, Yeonjun understood. Obviously, Yeonso worried about him. However, she got angry, explaining that she had nothing of the kind to him. Surprisingly how nervous the sister became, Yeonjun went on, rising forward. Looking at him, Yeonso remembered the problems with his body. I ignored his words. She decided to find out about the grandson of the divine doctor. Did he do something strange? Yeonso convinced him that everything was in order, and he immediately left. Shinchol, who appeared, decided to find out from Yeonjun what was bad in that person and where such hostility came from. In fact, the young man only said that he himself did not know about it. Shinchol was surprised that Yeonjun was completely uninteresting. But the reason was that his body disturbed him more, and the rest at the moment could wait. Soon, Yeonjun delivered a letter to the divine doctor. After reading the message, he looked insanely dissatisfied, as it turned out by the fact that the boy was at death, and the head ordered him to deliver a worthless letter. Yeonjun himself did not understand what kind of evil the head caused the divine doctor that he hated him so much. The man understood that Yeonjun had not at all easily running through petty requests. However, this was the order of the chapter that he could not ignore. In addition, smiling, Yeonjun explained that he felt normally, nothing was bothering him. But the man did not understand why the young man was not at all afraid of death. After this question, Yanjun fell silent without giving an answer. Then the old man asked to forget about it, believing that he should not ask. After which he suggested that he leave. Rising right there, Yanjun went away under his sister's gaze. Looking at all this, she understood that her brother was a real idiot, if she does not value herself so much. Soon, Yanjun met with the head to report on the delivered message. He explained that the doctor cursed without stopping while he read the letter. However, the head understood that such a reaction was probably deserved. Also in a whisper, he decided to find out how the Queen of the Sword felt. However, Yanjun explained that the woman was sleeping all the time, so her condition was difficult to appreciate. The chapter understood that since the divine doctor looked after her, she would definitely get better. He was hoping, because a lot of failures had collapsed recently. Yanjun realized that in addition to the health of the queen, there were still other problems. Shinchol recalled that the boy was told about the missing children of this sect, which he had already forgotten about. Then Yanjun realized that this is hardly just a strange accident. From the very beginning, this grandson of the doctor has also appeared in the mountains, which also fell off the supreme sword. Indeed, several misfortunes in a row, which even separately was a whole problem, and they gathered in a whole bunch. At this moment, spies reported their chapter about the divine healer. He only joyfully decided to find out where this man was, his next goal. Rising from his throne, the ruler was silent. His thoughts did not leave only one question. Did his soldiers find an immortal doctor? The servant reported that he failed to find him, but it was possible to find a place where he was probably hiding. So they conveyed this information without even making sure that it really... If they assured that the doctor was there, then it seems, and the owner was not quite accurate. Angry, he went up signally with the throne, and grabbing his sword, approached his subordinate. They had no information, so they went to him with nothing. The ruler was only surprised to ask how they dreamed of appearing to him with such a matter, and at the same moment his sword with a lightning speed swept past his warrior. The gloomy look of the Lord who burned everything in his path was full of intention to give his servant to feel the true meaning of suffering. Only so, through painful trials, he will understand how much he was mistaken. He did not spare his warrior at all, because only because of such torment he can truly realize his shame, with the guilt he had done, and with which he headed to him. Lived on the war of the warrior tensed, giving the pain that pierced his whole body. The Lord stood next to him, as a wonder that his warriors could not find even a defenseless old man. The warrior tried to convey to the leader all that lay on his heart, hoping for forgiveness, and at the same time sincerely asked for his actions. But today, he was lucky, because the ruler showed mercy. In addition, this warrior is one of the most common in their kind, so he is given life. Even when the warrior shuddered at the unbearable pain, his face did not say complaints. He only gratitude to his commander. He slowly approached his throne and quietly sank on him. Based on the giant sword, he has a hard time breathing. Realizing that sending their soldiers has no sense, he was aware there was a barrier just at the point where they came across him. Although his warrior, turning in pain, was not smart enough to tell something. He concludes that he must understand alone. However, before you go to the den, they need to be carefully prepared. They have to overcome the protective barrier and find out if there is an immortal doctor inside. If they have already got there, they will be stolen, and they will be planned. And if not, they will ruthlessly destroy everyone who is there. Since it was the owner who has proclaimed this idea, he is convinced that the idea is just shiny. The warrior silently tilted his head. In order to prove the perfectness of this plan, he kneel in front of him. We return to our hero, who lazily yawns in the evening silence, realizing that not everyone so skillfully attracts the messes like he himself. But he sincerely does not understand what his guilt is. After all, he just woke up, took the letter, and spilled over with a few words with the head of the sect. This was over. However, the spirit that was near was convinced that it is not the end. He believed that the guy lingered here for too long, and it was time to go back to his clan. Indeed, the young lord was convinced that he had nothing to do here. There is no reason to stay here. The stone flower of the plum has already been transmitted, so you can safely return. Suddenly, a girl named Vin Sola appears in a distance. She rushes so rapidly that she does not pay attention to everything that happens to her. The hero just wondered what she was doing in the middle of the night and why not in her room. Salt mastered herself for a moment, heard the voice of Gu Yanchon, and, a little confused, asked, "Did you not forget?" He stated that they would sleep together that night, and from these words, she was crazy. Gu Yanchon does not understand what she is talking about. He did not even think. He would never say such nonsense. But you are confidently standing on your own. She is convinced that she always remembers her words and is ready to be responsible for each of them. The guy asked if her grandfather was aware of what she was doing here, but Vonus only laughed and assured that he did not worry. His grandfather went somewhere in business. She does not imagine where he gathered, and she does not even know when to wait for his return. The young owner understood that even if he did not plan it at first, it was time to complete all the cases to the end. Realizing the inevitability, he decides to surrender and take up a difficult test. Opening the door to the bedroom, you unexpectedly encountered. On the horizon, a young mistress of the Nazunbiya wrapped in a loose blade appeared. He was not alone, but he clenched his teeth and accepted this test. Pepper under the blanket, the salt crawled forward, heading to the pillow. When she rose, she called a young gentleman. Today they were destined to spend the night together. Of course, he did not like it at all. He was okay to dodge from there. However, Jimby, directing all his strength, immediately rushed after him. Dee caught up with him and made him go to bed with them. And when the girls have already plunged into the sweet embrace of sleep, the young owner was put right in the middle. In such an atmosphere, he could not stick his eyes. And it was in the moments when dreams emerged before his eyes. He swore on his head and exclaimed, "Damn, what I got into!" The next morning, as soon as the first rays of the sun touched the earth, the young owner is well aware that it is almost impossible to sleep in such an atmosphere. There is only one question in his head: what to do next. Even his grandfather asked to help him. Although he is not able to move his finger through these girls, the old man still believes that it would be unfair to say that he is bad with them. Moreover, he was in fact quite lucky with such companions. After all, the young man is able to get to his feet himself. He does not need extraneous help, even from an elderly man. However, Gu Jianshan was convinced that these people grabbed him firmly on both sides, not even leaving. But the old man emphasized again and again. Gai Yanshan was extremely lucky, although he did not even suspect his luck. But the very idea that if they see them together, they can misinterpret everything, did not rest. And suddenly the doors dissolve sharply, and the girl watches carefully that she opens before her look. Our hero turned to her unnoticed, trying not to give out his true feelings. The girl cast a look at them. Running the door, she assured she would be waiting on the outside, the only thing that does not leave our hero's thoughts. "Why can you come here so easy without warning?" The old man immediately reminded him that she would have been tapping, because it is his room. Still, the guy understands. You need to find a way to wake them up. He asks whether one of the ones in the bath can be easily stuck. The salt opened the eyes and cannot tread what happens around. However, our despair did not resist and decided to summarize it, stating that something was crawling on them. Scared to death, she rushed to shake from herself some incomprehensible thing, completely lost from surprise. He then confidently pointed his finger on the next victim. He caught her a light shock blow, because she was the second in turn. Solo in the whole voice shouted, "Where are these beetles? Where did they go?" Jean Bia, meanwhile, could not understand what they were beaten for. Now he fell even more new hassle, and as he got up, he immediately went to the yard. I asked the girl who just appeared for what purpose she was here. She reported that the gentleman wanted to meet him immediately, because he is convinced that during the next meeting he must talk to Gu Yanshon. Departing, the girl asked him to be no longer offended. She did not even suspect that the young owner had already made the decision to combine his fate with two girls. And so she went into the room so easily. The young owner asked if it was the only reason why she came to him to inform him. However, it was not the only one who participated in the tournament of the Jade Flame. Another figure associated with this action stopped nearby. It belongs to the community of sects similar to the Hua Mountain sect. Like you. She expressed everything she had on her heart, and now asks the boy to continue to have fun with her girlfriends without her. The girl, having decided to make a joke, boldly told the young master that the girls with whom he spends time look quite suspicious. They seemed terrible. And suddenly she caught the sound of the open door. The young owner looks around and notices a strange confusion around. These girls went out to the yard to find out who Gu Yanshon speaks to. They did not look scary at all. On the contrary, their appearance was quite pleasant, and even pretty. They asked who the girl was. The young owner noted that he did not even remember what he annoyed. Grasping her teeth, she turned around and went angrily. She laid her head on his shoulder, and they watched together. How angrily he was going away. Everyone began to consider it carefully, trying to understand who she really is and what she represents. You went out into the yard and turned to your brother. She stepped forward, anxiously looking at every unfamiliar silhouette that happened on the way. She wandered around, calling her brother and begging for him to appear. But suddenly a suspicious rustle came from the bushes. She paid attention to it and fought forward. And suddenly, he rushes to her and explodes with a loud growl. Salt was so impressed with her mouth that it was difficult not to notice her surprise. And she broke up, pouring all her pain and despair. If it were not for the apology of Yanshon, her tears would not have subsided. He soon decided to reassure her, stretching a cup of water, and again apologized for scaring her. Moreover, he even offered her an agreement to earn forgiveness, since the girl for a long time did not pronounce the word, plunging into silence. This time, she finally took her hands and thought, if he really scared her. So she wanted to punish her older sister. She insists that her mother is her mother too, and it annoys her quite a lot. Just a guy wanted to know if it really is it wrong? Yes, it was pure truth, but the girl annoyed it. She may say so because she considers her an inseparable part of her family. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he was going to report it. However, the girl in response only smiled gently. At that moment, the blade with a roar pits into the ground. We move to a new stage. The heroine is older, and it is here that she persistently hunts her skills in the training field. She barely turned her breath. She was gripped, and fatigue took the mountain. Even with this intensity, its physical form already leaves much to be desired, and she again goes to her feet, full of determination to continue to exercise with the sword. After all, the tournament is extremely important to her, which can change her future. Soon, exhausted, she lowered the sword. The last forces left her. She collapsed to the ground, difficult and convincingly catching the air. Squeezing her jaws, she realized that things were much more confusing than they seemed. Angry, she threw her sword into the nearest tree. She is annoyed by her own weakness, so she wants to achieve at least some results. And even tears gather in her eyes. She is so tired of it. Suddenly, a bias appears on the horizon. It quickly grabs her sword. He asks her to never lower her sword, no matter how difficult the road is forward. He extends her thing to the girl, encouraging not to give up and find the strength to move on again. Running sword in the palms of her palms and met the Guy Yanwad's gaze. A short, tense silence reigned between them. She immediately recognized the same girl who was constantly around her brother. She sought to simply thank her, but suddenly she was covered by a strange feeling of disgust. The fact that she worried inside herself. She realized that she did not want to receive help from a girl who was near her brother. She spent Bia with an abusive reproach. In any case, she wondered what business this girl is doing here. It seemed to her that she had already approached Janj-Khan, and this was what prompted her to follow him. Guy Yanwad does not consider it enough to begin to chase it. However, in fact, she had quite differently. Running with a gentle smile assured that if everything is true, then it's just great. Suddenly, a wonderfully warm, light energy began to flow from it. Watching her, Gu Yonstao tried to understand what was wrong with this girl. In her soul, she was sure that there was nothing special in that, because she was just spinning around her brother, as if she had lost her sense. Suddenly she started talking to her. She advised the girl to calm down and just release the tension. She sought to get at least a proportion of this. Because of this, she sewed tight the sword. Maybe it would be worth at least a little bit of a grip. Guy Yanwad felt a slight excitement, hearing similar tips. She was a little angry, though she is well aware of the whole situation. But Bia seems to have never taken a sword herself. Who is she to teach her? Let him not even try to teach it if he does not understand anything. The running silently frozen, watching her reaction carefully. Then she challenged, "Try to compete with me if you have enough courage." Guy Yonada asked with curiosity what she had in mind, and why doesn't she still pull out a vaginal sword? However, Mrs. Run reassured everyone. Everything is under control, you can safely attack. The girl squeezed the jaws, realizing, if everything is fine, then she is considered weak. In fact, it is indifferent. Let her do everything she wants, she will attack her equally. But then let it not complain or sobs pain. And at a moment when Guy Yanwao sent a sword into heaven, focusing in it all her strengths, the lightning movement of the Baie skillfully turns this attack. Guy Yanwad turned to her again, urging to calm down and not worry. At that moment, she splashed a wave and rushed to other detachments. She could not understand how this simple girl managed to repel her attack so easily. The Mistress Bia once again reminded her, "You should relax a little." She attracted attention. Let her see how it really is. And it was at this moment from her sword that has not even left the vagina. A powerful, lightning flow of energy. This energy broke out so bright that it dazzled everything that happened on the way. For a moment, its glow illuminated the whole forest, pouring the trees with silver light. She came out of her so much that a cloud of dust was rising from a powerful movement. Guy Yanhua, feeling this powerful power, settled around. When the dust cloud finally settled, Bia remained unbreakable, squeezing firmly in his hand. Under her feet, a deep pit was visible, torn by a powerful burst of her energy and strength. What made Guy Yonadu for the first time to contemplate such incredible, unknown to her before? Then she carefully wondered what really connects this girl to her brother. And something in me finally began to move. and I tried at least to get back on my feet. Bia has already opened her mouth to confess that she was his Vesta, and suddenly she was interrupted by Guy Yonwao, ironically throwing her. Why is such a strong girl chasing someone like him? She has no idea that she has found the counsel in him, although he is not at all worth the honor. And then Guy Yenhua said a cruel phrase. They say, with such force as Bia, it deserves something much better than being constantly near the talentless failure. Even a rat is not easy to deal with such a weird creature. At that moment, Bia broke out of anger, sharply throwing that he was not a freak. She raised her sword again and assured with a smile, if she says so, he definitely has nothing to be ashamed of his appearance. Here she decides to take on the duty to punish the girl for her careless words, and at that moment he is fierce. The unspeakable force is directed directly to her. Our hero suddenly appears on the horizon and rapidly rushes to the very center of battle to stand up for his sister. He skillfully parts her a madly powerful blow. Her strength disappears instantly, and Guy Yanukas froze in his eyes without her eyes. What happened just? Our hero does not leave curiosity. What did these two hungry come up with? Bia is silently standing, immersed in observation, without saying a word. Moreover, this girl also disdainfully called Gu Yanchun the freak. However, the protagonist could not understand what is so special here and that he was waiting ahead. Bia already understood that she was not liked. A real anger broke out inside her. I asked who she considers herself to afford such words. In general, why is Gu Yanchun so stubbornly stands on her side and rushes to her? At that moment, the face of Gu Yenf was illuminated by a smile, and she said with a smile, "Is this your business?" Here, Guy Yanwad began to question Gu Yanchun. Why he intervened in this case at all, and who in fact authorized him. She again stressed that she did not need his help, and it offended her even more. The hero stood still, confused, only firmly clapped his teeth from impotence. However, in the end, the girl rushed to the side, throwing grateful words for training. The young master of Bia stood side by side, sadly looking at her, full of regret. It is unclear why she does not adhere to the basic standards of etiquette, even though she seems to have attended appropriate classes. And the strict question of Bia only emphasizes the unknown. Who is this girl, and who she really is? But why then, if Guy Yanhua is really mistaken? It seems as if insults and reproaches will pour on her. Gu Yanchun has no idea that she imagined there, but as soon as she met his sister, and the little creature that had just offended him was his younger sister. I just asked if she was a real sister. However, Gu Yanchun does not understand at all what doubts are. What else can you be in doubt? And he seeks to emphasize that she seems to him a real, blood relative. Bia froze, staring directly in front of her, and finally realized that now she did not escape. And even our hero felt fear in her soul. Seeing how the girl's face changed, she immediately guessed, in front of her sister. She constantly states the same thing, whether I end or Cain. On this alarming note, the head is coming to an end. After that uncomfortable event that happened, Humbia's face froze, as if healed without expressing any emotions. Our hero did not have what happened, but the girl was barely audible whispering under her nose, which was over. At that moment, Solo cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, hello! What did you start there?" It remains a mystery why she was alone, because on my question she answered that she did not notice her sister nearby, apparently, and disappeared somewhere. It was a great deal of curiosity to Gu Yanchun. He was katit to find out where she could disappear. In addition, the young man did not give rest. When would his grandfather Solo finally return? She, like him, does not understand what is happening, but seems strange. The Swordmaster's attacks are getting longer, and so he thinks, maybe just wait a little? Or maybe it is better to act and do something else. At this time, the streets of the city tend to live. The movement and fuss reigns everywhere. One of the shopkeepers loudly exclaimed that if people already got out in such a heat, then they must visit him, because there will be a lot of good in his bench. He is an experienced guy. In addition, he has a rare, still ancient bones of the monsters, which at one time sent the Alliance himself. Let them come and look. The hero approached him and asked what magical stones he had. In addition, he stressed that he needed exactly those magical stones that were delivered the day before. The merchant does not understand what these magical stones are, and then the young man goes forward. This guy did not happen, and it was quite upset. His advisor looked around and noted that there was no seller of stones here. However, at the heart, the hero understood. The heart of the monster is the most valuable part of it. However, as soon as it is pulled out, it loses all its power. Because he has the ability to absorb, it is not in vain for him. Moreover, if you believe the words of the Dr. Shino, the main reason why he is still alive is his power. He sought to know that he was hiding his heart and wanted to absorb the magic stone to test his suspicions. It turns out that if that's the case, they will have to go hunting for monsters. However, there may be some difficulties. Recently, the number of monsters that inhabit these lands has decreased significantly, and it is difficult to understand what exactly. But here is something unknown and incomprehensible. But even so, they did not leave empty hands. It was possible to obtain valuable information. While the young owner was absent, his servant learned something that could be useful to the warriors of Hua Mountain. In any case, if someone learns about the condition of the Queen of the Sword or the location of the sacred healer, it will be considered disrespect for the leader, and then you will have to go without a sword. Once in the middle of a lively market, he thought for a moment. They have nothing left to go back, because it has already been hungry. He barely restrained impatience, walking home. It was interesting to find out what kind of dish she was cooking. At that moment, the salt was prepared the most delicious fish. She was laughing and inviting the owner to treat. In the end, she fastened her. But the fish resembled a stinky line of shit. The salt looked patiently when the owner finally took the fish. With unspeakable pain in her eyes, she pleaded, "Please feed me." He simply ignored the comments, although his friend repeatedly emphasized the young vessel that it was not necessary to do so. You could always ask and cook some other dish. However, this no longer matters. Does he think that a friend must go, and he is to do something else? He suggested going with him to avoid trouble. However, the protagonist insisted that he would be better if he goes alone. Meanwhile, somewhere near the forest, Bia is carefully training, honing his skills. She teaches Guy Yanwao, helping her to become stronger and more confident. In particular, he advises not to take too wide steps and keep the body in a more relaxed state. Suddenly, in the thickets, something worried about their attention. So, a young master appeared on a friendly visit. He still cannot understand why they were here, but Guy Yanwad was already asking him if he really noticed anything. Turning from tension, she said she was engaged with her sister. However, Gu Yanchon could not tread as the two so quickly made friends. Yesterday they seemed to be good to bite each other's throat, but then Guy Yanwad was not angry at her but with her brother. Our hero understands. Even defending it, he has not changed anything. Her stubbornness and senseless behavior remained the same. At this point, Bia is interfering with the conversation. She sincerely recognizes her mistakes, approaches to ask. And Gu Yanwad asks to teach her. The hero sighs hard, releasing the air from his chest. The sun is soon hidden behind the horizon, so he invites them to take a break and dine together. Biao suggested that Guy Yonadu join their company. The girl bent head and never dared to speak, staying silent for a long time. Senor tried to convince her. I warned, if she does not hurry, the salt would be upset. When she moved forward, Guy Yanwad suddenly stopped her, contacting her. She confidently grabbed the sword, decisively lifting it up. Then she glanced on her palm after a workout, her skin on her corn. This situation was quite embarrassed, but she still realized a significant detail. She remembered the moment when her brother strictly forbade her to run after him, because even her appearance annoyed him to the rabies. However, the girl tirelessly followed him, almost every step. Gu Yanchon did not get tired of breaking it, every time strictly warning, "Do not dare to call me my brother." He was pleased to stop her hundreds of times. He told her sharply to break away from him, to silence and finally live quietly. And it was at this moment that, when she remembered it, she again waved his swirl with a sword. 65. Memories of the past did not leave it and were not allowed to fall asleep. She felt the image not only of him, but on the whole situation. What trap did Renva get, and in what situation did they find themselves with the rest? At the moment she lifted her sword. In the end, she managed to curb her own emotions, get together and focus on the main one. She decided to connect with her sword and hone the skill of dawn technique. Grasping a ripe egg in the bazaar, who was in high demand, I was in a hurry to buy it. It was the last party, so it was not necessary to delay. The girl felt that because of the hassle in front of the festival on these streets, everything turned. Even a barbecue kiosk opened for the first time in so much time. And she, tired of endless workouts, does not see the world of white and hungry, like a wolf. The tiny girl ran past our heroine and asked to share a piece, but Guy Yanwao politely apologized, explaining that this food was intended for her younger sister. Finally, she managed to truly taste the dish. She gladly tasted her, admiring the perfect taste, and even wanted to treat the masters. She brought the master the dish and intended to make it more saturated. Seeing Ju, she wondered if she had dinner herself, and politely asked to leave the prey on the floor. However, the girl assured that she would eat immediately after completing his workout with a master. However, the master himself did not want the warrior to miss a single meal, and it was then that she sent her to the market. Let him go and buy something delicious. And even wandering the narrow streets, her thoughts did not leave her for a moment. The master sought to convey something really important. Not just knowledge or skill, but something deeper and thinner. Her words always contained a hidden meaning that inspired to think and see the world differently. Through her actions and guidelines, she ignited in the hearts of others thirst for the true essence of things. And suddenly, without hesitation, she extends the appetizing barbecue of the baby. She never heard a word of gratitude, though she said nothing. She moved rapidly forward, heading to the assigned place. To make sure everything really happens as she wanted, always stay next to your mentor. When the evening was covering everything around, she rushed up. She did not suffer to share what had happened. She spent sparring from Bia's reconciliation, and for the first time began to instruct someone else. But as soon as she was going to share it, as it was suddenly attacked, Hun Bia rapidly bounced us, pulling it out of the blow of a slanting scoundrel. The powerful attempt of the sword was so devastating that if it were not for the intervention of White, the girl would not have any chance to survive. It was an unexpected and bizarre turn. Wrap the head, no one wanted to meet with this insidious abomination. This fraudster, squeezing his sword firmly, cast his gaze on them, as if it were surprised. Where did such beauties come from here, and even two at once? When Guy Yanhwa wondered who he was, he answered in a rather rude manner that it would be clear to her if she called the name of their older brother, Jan Helchok. He advised her to get rid of a stick that she was firmly squeezed, because she would not be useful. He would not want to distort her in the way because it hurts him to even imagine that something is wrong with her. When he snatches the sword, she strictly commands her to run immediately and tell her all the elders. Sister Bia soberly assessed the situation. She began to defense and clearly ordered not to interfere, although she could not stay away. The disgusting man moves to the running and caps. They say, why she is older. Because he is constantly busy and will not be ceremony for a long time. So let the Malishka not delay or widers his head. Run her say, if you intend to protect someone, you first thought that you are able to do it. Although Guy Yanhwa was terribly worried about the sister of Bia, there was no time for reflection. She had to act quickly and immediately order the girl to flee. Returning to our hero, the Salt wondered, what made him wake up? He does not sleep, so not finding himself a class, he decides to go for a night walk. Solo sought to be near him, but he preferred loneliness. And although his grandfather insisted that they kept together, he still stayed away. However, when Guyanchan promised that if it suddenly happens at home, he would certainly treat her with chicken kebabs, the girl immediately agreed to such a proposal. Going, he asked her not to hurt others. In the trail, she sounded to keep it and grab more salt and meat. While he went, he had a slow conversation with the old man in his mind, complaining about how endless workouts deplete him to the border. But the old man just did that. He laughed at him. They say, look, what a wound. He could not understand what could be attracted to a boy who has something from a mantis. His old mind does not understand why the daughter of the family Hun was interested in this guy. The hero himself does not understand why he is humiliated before his eyes. After all, he does not notice any similarity with that mantis, and he closed the old mouth so that he did not portray the saint because he himself is not sinless. But the old man did not seek praise, though he seems to have forgotten that his name of the spirit has long been engraved on the plates for significant achievements. The words of the young mistress fell not to his liking. They sounded boldly and did not answer at all. Suddenly the guy of Yonada appears on the horizon and sounds to his brother, warning of danger. It was necessary to hurry and help her, but our hero froze on the spot. For the first time, someone called his brother. Apparently, she ate something wrong. Speak embarrassed. She is not her own. Barely pronouncing the words, she repeated that she was running with her sister, and she was in danger. And at the request to explain what happened, she was silent or confused in the answers. The girl again stressed that her sister was in danger, so she should rush to her help as soon as possible. At that moment, Bia was fighting this insidious villain. He appeared here in search of the legendary healer, and still could not understand what reason he was bearing with this girl. Since she was on his road, he will now truly bring her accounts with her. He emphasized again that she did not really want to distort her face, but she forces him to act like this. Waving his sword, she ran cleverly, bounced sideways, avoiding the blow. Squeezing the sword in her hand, she skillfully reflected each blow, radiating around her incomprehensible, powerful aura. However, the opponent was extremely powerful, and she was barely able to restrain his pressure. All blows became more powerful and devastating every moment. This bandit has already annoyed her agility in such a tense moment. He watched her carefully, realizing that he was a strong warrior in front of him. He made a promise inside. This witch must die from his hand. After all, her power already brings him some pleasure. Suddenly, her unexpected attack fell on him. He immediately recognized this technique. It was a special style of the sword of their clan, and this feeling could not deceive him. He has not met this technique for a long time, and in his opinion, it seems too weak. And yet, he managed to evade her powerful blow to his sword. For him, her movements seemed too slow and sluggish. Inside, he was well aware that he was evading the attack, but guessed it was only a trap, a cunning deception on her part. Since a real blow fell just in his chest, he felt all his sword on his own body. A mighty aura rapidly spilled over the forest, escaping from the robber's body. After resting, he still cannot tread what this beauty is here, who leads to him, and whether it is somehow connected to us by the Hun. First, a girl from the clan on the sword, and now this. What is happening in these mountains at all? The robber was surprised. He does not stop. What was so attracted here, as if someone was spreading honey? However, it must admit that the trick really turned out to be successful. However, he notes that whatever beauty is, it looks as if it have never been taking away human life, and that is why it is now defeated. The robber immediately noticed that the girl's energy had little, and even became interested. Is all the descendants of the once legendary warriors so weak now? Without spending time, he quickly blocked her acupuncture points, so now she could only lie down. Lie quietly while the eldest brother goes in his business. He threw goodbye and promised. When he returns, he will take the girl with him, and for many years he will be fun, mocking her. The girl feels her forces finally leave her, and the eyelids are difficult. It is painful to realize that if this abomination returns, Bia will inevitably find herself in his hands, turning into a helpless toy. And she has never been destined to meet the person she loves, Gina. It again absorbs the world filled with pain. She decided to make every effort to prevent it, and suddenly her eyes opened. When she opened her eyes, a young gentleman was set in front of her. The boy is aware. Now she is unlikely to run away. So, at least, asks her, hide behind my back. Suddenly this scum appears on the horizon and rushes to it rapidly. And finally our hero appeared. Jaws were closed. He was well aware. There would be no search. Feeling a powerful flow of energy from Gu Yanchun, the girl involuntarily clapped her teeth. He broke away from the earth sharply and rapidly rushed forward, showing unheard of speed and strength. The hero again immersed himself in the memories of his past life, remembering how Jin did not hesitate to donate himself to save him. Then he realized that she was a real fool. It would be better if she took care of her own well-being. All this time, he was not released by an obsessive thought that she did not allow him to find peace. What is the point in the other existence if it is pierced by pity alone? No one was going to wait for him, so he had already resigned himself to the inevitable death. For all his unconscious sins, whether he was determined by the fate itself, it may be only a random coincidence of circumstances or whim of fate, but he still fell a second chance. And despite all this in his heart, hope is glowing, which he may not deserve. But this time he hopes that he will be able to do everything properly. But could he be mistaken? And if suddenly his past is a continuous mistake? And suddenly, this is not a second chance for him, but just an eternal return to his own hell? And what, as his punishment? To live this life again from the beginning? And to live everything to the last drop? Both life and pain that deeply nurtured in the heart of his soul. Will he have to repeat the same mistakes again and again? At that moment, the rage of the whirlwind pierced his soul. Squeezing his teeth, he decided he would not allow it to happen. I ask, just do not lose your mind. Do not allow the repetition of the same injustice and meaningless mistakes. And at that moment, this freak realized that he finally seems. Turning, he suddenly realizes, in fact, everything looks simple, until you try on your own. However, unexpectedly on his way arises the appearance of whom he could not imagine. A giant fiery fist suddenly appears from nowhere and with frantic force collapses on his body. The flame fist made his insides to twist with pain and burning force. The main character unexpectedly strikes the target, piercing the enemy through. It is at this moment that a powerful mushroom cloud explodes unexpectedly. This scum was already choking with a cough. Everything went into a tight knot inside, each muscle tensed to the border, and he kneeled. Where a powerful explosion broke out, everything around the flames swept. The trees were completely burned. On the ground, being on his knees among the fire, the warrior realized he was attacked by that scum from the Gu clan. He, of course, intended to visit him somehow. However, this abomination noticed that the guy had surpassed him, and such greetings turned out to be really fervent. Looking at the guy, He clearly saw. He sought to solve everything in one and only blow. And the blood clearly testified these intentions. This is no doubt that the son she said of. In him the flames are raging like her. Before this guy you will no longer say that he is a beginner. No one understands why he should be afraid. However, our hero struck the flames again and again, directing them directly to the enemy, forcing a huge, muscular body of this scum hiding in unbearable pain. To put this land, he was about to stop this crazy freak with his fist. However, struck by the sword, he could not touch him. He cannot understand what is happening here. This rat constantly keeps it in tension, not giving the question of peace. He was overwhelmed by the real excitement. He had no idea that he feels like this excitement. But despite all, the main character did not doubt. The clash with Timoblutka was worth the risk. Feeling a powerful blow to the insidious scoundrel, our hero is forced to retreat at a safe distance. Watching him, he realizes that it seems that the puppy was scared and full of doubt, and to the level of real father is still very far. But suddenly the earth under his feet splits, and something rapidly destroys balance. The speed of the protagonist increases to such an extent that the scoundrel no longer has time to monitor his movements. He coughed and shuddered, trying to understand how to proceed. And now this fight becomes a real battle not for life, but to death. The young man cleverly evades the powerful attacks of the enemy, and this scum will only scream that he is scared, and does not know how to restrain himself. However, the protagonist firmly believed that the relentless thirst for this shudder to the blood would eventually turn against him, and would lead to inevitable death. But suddenly an unexpected change took place in his body. An unexpected outbreak, similar to a thunder in the clear sky, instantly pierced it. The hurricane of energy seized the whole body, stunning to the very depth, and he realized the center of force is in it. Suddenly, something happens to him. He drops down without power, and the scum watches it without blinking his eye, and with cold indifference thinks about getting it. He fades for a moment, losing hesitance, and looked around in a confusion, not knowing how to proceed. However, at the moment when the blade of the abomination is rapidly approaching him, he is still. It overcomes its own boundaries, suddenly releasing its power, moves instantly in space, and skillfully overcomes the abomination. He immediately made it clear that this guy was a real young monster. It is unknown where he came from, but his power is really impressive. Even in the palace where the darkness of the night reigns, there will be no one as powerful as this young man. And suddenly, before my eyes, he began to create an incredible spherical bunch of energy in his palm. The scum had other choice as soon as possible to withstand the powerful blow of our hero. It was at the moment when I collided with that abomination, and an incredible explosive wave of energy occurred. He hit the very nucleus of this freak, directing the blow so that the energy broke through, stitching his body through. From a powerful blow, the abomination began to grasp his own blood, and his life in an instant flaunted him in front of his eyes. The hero looked at him with fury, because it was this person who caused numerous suffering and pain. Those he transforms do not have a crumb of humanity. All of them are subject to a cruel instinct, as in the muscular monster that once appeared and attacked his family. When Ms. Bia first set this place, she was barely believed because she saw. The fist of our hero was filled with blood. He did not stop making the enemy, saddling him from above, but he no longer even tried to resist. Bia begged him to stop, because this is enough. She sincerely wanted him to stop. But a powerful wave of dark energy had already rushed around. This smell was too familiar. Among all that they had to feel, this was the worst. However, it was unclear where this enemy came from, and how he managed to be defeated. She stared at Gu Janchun and did not want something like this if he changed. All the tongues of the flames were rising upwards, inflated by this incredible force. She was forced to cover her nose, unable to endure a caustic smell, and begged him to stop. He did not hear her. His eyes acquired a deep purple hue, and the veins on the face and all over the body were filled with dark blue, almost black energy. However, when she hugged him, her eyes were full of tears, and through the sobbing she begged him to stop. She begged him to stop, because his opponent was already breathing, and at that moment the boy seemed to swept the invisible force, which gradually suffered all the forces from him. And at that moment his gaze changed, acquiring the same expression, and in the soul spilled unbearable weakness. He fell to his knees before the Lord B, and at that moment he felt as if he had returned the clarity of his mind. Soon, alarming moods began to be reigned in the dungeons. The leader did not return for a long time, no news from him. The warriors were increasingly worried, because its absence became more suspicious. Well, they understood everything, but were forced to act according to the plan. And the plan provided for one thing. it was necessary to wait. At dawn, he will again unite with the leader and go to Hua Mountain together. But suddenly, their eyes attracts the mysterious old man, who unexpectedly appears on the horizon. It is unclear how he managed to be here. The old man looked closely at them and wondered if it was true that they were attacking the students in Huanshan's. They never stopped that this grunting old man had already set his sword on him, as unexpectedly as you appeared. Another moment, and someone's head can fall down. Suddenly something amazing happened. The warrior who swung against him with a sword immediately perished, while the old man did not even shudder. The warrior did not have time to notice how everything happened, and the old man with a smile noted that for small bandits they were extremely brave. He lifted this sword with one only force, easily holding it on the little finger. It was a mystery to the warriors who this old man, and where he had such an incredible power. Like the sword that looks most in the vagina, so evil must remain hidden in the depths of the human heart, the old man said. When he went to the task, he immediately reported that he was able to determine the villain involved in the disappearance of Gorhua listeners. It turned out that it was Jean Heljok, a young, ambitious noble from the palace of a dark knight. Since he was not allowed to leave the palace, he instructed the Supreme Sword to decide this case for himself. In the name of the coming generations of the Huangan sect, he appeared here to destroy them and the old guard. However, he still left them a choice, to give up without a fight, if in their hearts still glowing at least a spark of humanity. In the meantime, the warriors united, set up to put an end to his life, because what can they do this weak grandfather? But when the enemies targeted his blades on him, his hand suddenly grabbed a settling ray of light, which pierced the space from one edge of the palm to the other, to the stone in which he settled the sword that directed him. The old man guessed that this would be the answer of fierce fools. It was their most naked decision. And it was at this moment that each of them lost their lives. The young Donatsky lord suddenly opens his eyes, grabbing the air from the unexpected fright. He was afraid of the fear of everything that was happening, and near the old one, who asked him to be quieter. Since he has been unconscious for 2 days, it is better not to move. Even a slight movement can break his energy flow again. The hero was surprised to learn that 2 days had passed since his failure. However, looking at the old man, he noticed that smoke was slowly rising from his mouth. Without restraining, the hero asked, "Have you reached the level of transcendence?" My grandfather reported that he was okay with Jig, and cheered Yin Munbao with a dispute further. The judge also noted that the boy is feeling well, so you can relax. He pressed on certain acupuncture points and reminded this child again, as before, that his condition is almost hopeless. If he again overload himself, he may well die. Although he spent all his inner strength to the end, the dark energy inside has not acquired uncontrolled force, which seems surprising. However, it is easier to say. When he asked about his younger sister on Juma, the old man reassured him. They say, "You should not worry." He quickly and carefully examined it. It is not noticeable visible damage, so nothing seriously threatens. Our hero is in the end pleases. At this point, the girls were dormant in the corner, gently sticking to each other. In the air, there is only one question between them. Is it really capable of helping them? Long spent in reflections, the hero remembered his first unintentional murder in this life. Although the event happened unexpectedly, he clearly remembered everything to the smallest details, especially the incomprehensible moment when something inside him seemed to be awake and completely captured him. He himself does not fully understand how much it is left to find out and what is waiting for him. However, as the divine healer advised, it is first of all necessary to arrange and strengthen their own internal energy. Its meridians are not easy to go now, but the body is growing steadily, so over time, these energy channels will inevitably recover. And it is at this moment that he feels inside a dark, invisible whirlwind of energy. For a moment, it is covered by this opinion, and he cannot believe that it is true. It was at this moment that he clearly felt a dark, demonic energy broke out in his heart. But why did it happen? Somewhere in the distant office of one of the leaders of the dark forces is the news. The unit in the chance is completely destroyed. The question arises, who will be responsible for failure? The guy who was called Janhaljok has already gone to another world. You have not even grown up to the flower level, although you once reached the peak of perfection. However, most likely they just decided to get rid of it. But who could commit this murder? Who had this courage or reason? The witches' sect of Huanshan obviously hides something, but even they did not come to them that a warrior from the old league was hiding among their ranks. Then the leader gives an immediate order to find out everything to the end, and as soon as possible. Send people in search of a divine healer cancer of the chassis. These orders were executed instantly, without any delay. The leader who gave orders was burning the same mysterious energy as our hero, when he is immersed in virtue of darkness. This leader realized the idea was failed, but they remained a little to the goal. He was just surprised how endless heaven was, if they who directed such a fate to them. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure arises before our surprised views, a completely naked person with a piercing and purple eyes. She watched with pain. She was locked in a gloomy dungeon. She is now here, and it is still unclear for what reason she has been imprisoned. But suddenly, Solo approached her grandfather, going to ask him something. After I told him that my sister was now with Mr. Gu Yanchon, and had already felt much better, he replied that everything was fine with her. The grandfather was genuinely surprised to see at what speed he restores strength. Then the girl pulled out of her hands a small object and put it on her palm. This was the shutter that belonged to the vagina of her sword. She confidently grabbed the sword, lifted him to her chest, and asked her grandfather to teach her the art of battle, because she seeks to master the true skill of having a sword. The moon quietly shimmered on the purple surface until a sudden step broke the silence, plunging into the icy water. They sat side by side on the porch, silently gazing at the city bathed in the glow of the full moon. A girl by the river quickly grabbed a cup of drink, holding it tightly with both hands. He looked up and quietly said that under the moonlight, the drink's flavor becomes more vivid. She took a sip and sadly thought that the master couldn't join them this evening. The young man listened silently, his lips pressed tight, as a dark shadow slowly deepened across his face. They kept sitting in the quiet of the night, not saying a single word. Suddenly, the girl's gaze caught something strange that disturbed her calm. She stepped into the river, and cold splashes scattered all around. Her eyes fixed on the mistress, sitting motionless like a stone statue. The girl noticed he looked strange, and the gentleman quietly apologized, raising his hand to his face, remaining cold and distant. In response, she calmly assured that she was fine. Admiring the night view, the girl repeated that it didn't bother her at all. Her hand reached confidently for the jug. When her fingers touched the cold water, she remembered how sometimes it feels like the master is thinking of someone impossible to forget. Then, in the next moment, she froze, realizing it wasn't just a memory, but a feeling that his soul was still tied to her, clear in his eyes reflecting the moon. She suspected he was thinking about the woman who stole his heart, and no matter how much he tried to hide it, he couldn't fool her. Watching him, she realized one thing. His heart was hurting, and no mask of calm could hide it. In her mind, she pictured the sword demon who died for him. If he knew this pain, would he forgive? And then he stopped her. Enough. His voice was filled only with weariness, no anger. He no longer wanted to listen or remember. My thoughts grew cloudy. I kept hearing the same thing. What if it's that very woman? The image in her mind became clear, and she suddenly asked what would happen if that woman died by her hand. A smile, like spoiled wine on a face, slowly blossomed. She leaned in closer and asked if he would still say everything was fine then. She dipped her feet in the water and calmly sipped from the cup, pretending nothing had happened, though every move seemed to mock his silence. High in the mountains, surrounded by mist and blooming trees, hung a bridge leading to an old monastery. A tough journey, especially for those unaccustomed to steep climbs. Gu Yanjun climbed the stairs, breathing heavily and sighing with every step, unsure why he was putting himself through this challenge. Struggling to catch his breath, he muttered that the residents of MANHUA must be crazy to make visitors climb to such heights. Looking down, he was horrified to see an endless number of steps already climbed, as if the locals were obsessed with going uphill. At the monastery, he sat before the old mentor, who asked if Shinu was allowed to get out of bed, and Yanjun replied that everything was fine with that. The mentor looked at him seriously and admitted he had drawn the boy into dangerous events. As the sect leader, he sincerely apologized. Gu Yanjun replied shyly that he holds no grudge and is doing fine. He asked if the celebration had already started, since it was an important event for the people living on Hua Mountain. The leader explained that the plan was supposed to be on time, but it was delayed by a few days due to certain circumstances. Yanjun was surprised and confused, sensing it wasn't serious and would soon be resolved. But he also felt something was being hidden from him. In the leader's mind, the real reason flashed through. Perhaps the disappearance of the sect members forced the celebration to be postponed. The leader apologized once again and advised Yanjun to take some rest after everything he had been through. The conversation was postponed. Yanjun politely said he'd come by when it was convenient, though he secretly thought it wouldn't happen. He delivered the plum stone and now had to run. Suddenly, the elder announced that someone was waiting for him outside, which made the young man uneasy, though his name was never mentioned. Thoughts raced through my mind. Maybe it was Namgun Biju Solar, or Yunfeng. If it was the latter, disappointment was inevitable. Stepping into the courtyard filled with blooming sakura, Yangjun took a deep breath, finally surrounded by fresh air, peace, and quiet. Looking around, Gu Yanjun saw no one and couldn't tell who the leader was talking about. Suddenly, he noticed the shadow hiding behind the wall. Someone was definitely watching him. While Yanjun looks around, someone suddenly pushes the girl from around the corner. It's Reinhwa. Surprised, he asks what she's doing here, but she doesn't answer right away. The girl looked confused, as if unsure whether she should tell him, until someone behind her urged her, saying she had to. Yanjun asked what she was mumbling to herself, and Reinhwa shyly replied that it was nothing special. She sighed, stepped closer, and her voice turned serious as Reinhwa said she wouldn't repeat herself, so it was best to listen carefully. Yanjun, not understanding what she meant, asked her to clarify. Blushing slightly, she admitted that she just wanted to check if he was okay, and if his wounds had healed. Around the corner, Namgun Ba was watching them, while Yanjun, a bit annoyed, thought Reinhwa was mumbling for no reason since he was fine and ready to leave. The girl thanked him awkwardly. Yanjun lost his patience and snapped, asking if she could just speak normally. In response, Reinhwa shouted loudly to thank him, leaving him completely taken aback. Reinhwa suddenly spun around and ran off, while Yanjun watched in shock, thinking she was acting crazy, but she just waved him off. He hadn't even recovered from it when Namgun Ba appeared around the corner and calmly said the girl was just a little nervous. They both watched Reinhwa walk away, and Namgun Ba said she just wanted to thank him, but Yanjun thought that was nonsense. Real gratitude doesn't come with running off. Suddenly he noticed that Namgun Ba's hand was bandaged. She explained it was nothing serious, and that she was just told to keep it wrapped. Yanjun realized the situation was serious but was reassured that everything was fine and would stay that way until tomorrow. He sensed that she was hiding something. Namgun Ba looked at him and noticed something was off, so she asked if he was okay. Yanjun seemed lost in thought, just staring at her silently. A terrifying scene flashed before his eyes, where he was carrying an injured girl on his shoulders, as if it were really happening. He suddenly snapped awake and cleared his throat. He told Namgun Ba that he was fine and thanked him for saving him. She stood stunned by his words, while he couldn't understand why she reacted that way. Yanjun started to get nervous and said that if she felt uncomfortable, he hoped she would forgive him. In response, she reached out her hand and said she was actually very pleased. He didn't expect that kind of response. Scratching the backs of his head, Yanjun said he remembered little, but was sure she was right there beside him. He wanted to thank her, but Namgun Ba blushed and lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, and he said it was thanks to her that his sister was safe. Suddenly, as if scared by her own emotions, she ran away, and Yanjun never understood why. Looking up at the sky, he wondered why everyone around him was acting so strangely. After everything that happened, Gu Yanjun lay on the cold ground, deep in thought, anger pulsing through his mind as someone spread foolish ideas about the higher values of MANHUA, and he decided to wait for the right moment to take his revenge. A memory surfaced of the old man who disappeared after the battle. His advice echoed once more. Don't rush, stay calm, or death will be inevitable. A bitter question lingered on my lips. Where had he gone and why hadn't he shown up? Yanjun lay there, mocking his own words. Suddenly, a familiar guy with a mischievous smile appeared. It was Juge Wu, and his arrival made Yanjun suspicious, so he asked what he was doing there. He suspected that maybe he was the one taking care of the Sword Queen instead of Shin, but why him? Yanjun remembered hearing that he was mute, but it didn't make sense because he clearly recalled him speaking in a past life. This confidence stayed with him. He couldn't be wrong. A sudden memory overwhelmed Yanjun completely. A bloody battle flashed through his memory. His servants fought to the last, but loyalty turned to betrayal as they raised their swords against their master. They were destroyed for this, all turned to dust. But the one who remained believed that no force could break the master's will. Their bond was stronger than ever. Yanjun thought that maybe he was silent simply because he didn't want to talk. He didn't know what the guy needed, but he understood he couldn't let his guard down. Inside, behind the wall, lay the Queen of Swords, and she sensed someone else was there. Gu Yanjun appeared at the door, greeted her, and said he wanted to visit. Jugeuk silently nodded, signaling him to come in. Heading toward the Queen of the Sword, Yanjun deliberately stepped on Jugewook's foot to make him talk, but he didn't give in. The Queen of Swords smiled and said she had heard about his serious troubles but was glad he was all right now. She felt awkward that she couldn't properly host the guests, but Yanjun reassured her not to worry, saying everything was fine. She continued the conversation, mentioning she had heard he saved Yanhwa and praised him. But at that moment, Yanjun felt something strange and his face went pale. The Sword Queen was glad that Yanhwa had someone to rely on. But Yanjun seemed to be in another world, not hearing her words. He felt a strange energy coming from the Sword Queen, an energy he recognized. And he realized it was demonic energy, even purer than that of the Jin clan, and in that moment, he sank deep into his own thoughts. Gu Yongjun felt a strange energy, very different from the usual demonic kind. His eyes narrowed with worry because the source of the power was familiar to him. This energy felt like the power of a celestial demon. He wondered if he might be the cause of the illness slowly weakening the Sword Queen, and how such a thing could have taken hold of her. Had she encountered a celestial demon? Demonic energy can't be suppressed, yet it fights against it for so long. How does it manage to hold up under such intense pressure? She barely smiled lying in bed and said that if he had come a little earlier, she would have treated him to lunch, her voice tinged with disappointment. Despite her weakness, she gently touched his hand. To her, he was not just a guest, but the child of her old friend. And in that touch there was warmth, pain, and acceptance. Her eyes barely lit up. If she were healthy, she wouldn't be ashamed of her appearance, and she imagined how things might have been, though it all felt distant and out of reach. The moment the Sword Queen touched Yeonjun, he felt something strange and unfamiliar in his body. Suddenly, his eyes turned purple, and an unseen energy began to glow in the shadows. His body wouldn't obey. He shuddered, his face twisted in a scream, energy bursting out as if his very touch was already infecting him. The Sword Queen looked at him with surprise and felt a slight fear. Dark energy swirled wildly around Yeonjun, his hand glowing with a poisonous purple light, an outlawed art of absorbing demonic power. And suddenly he realized it was starting to affect him too. His eyes blazed with a cold fire as powerful waves of energy surged through his body. He snapped his gaze toward the door. Someone had boldly interrupted their conversation. The senior foreman entered the room with a wary look, stopping abruptly as he sensed a strange tension in the air and struggled to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, on the training field, a young student gripped her sword tightly, honing every move with focus. Determination was clear on Gu Yonghwa's face as she trained with full intensity. Her gaze was focused, sweat beading on her forehead, as she kept reminding herself to hold the blade upright, her eyes burning with the desire to grow stronger. Against the sunset, a girl was jumping across the rocks, skillfully handling her weapon. She swung her sword, feeling her strength grow with every strike, when suddenly a terrifying memory flashed through her mind. A vivid memory came to her mind of the day in the forest when she and Namgun-bi met a huge man who looked like a demon. She remembered how his face twisted into a sinister smile, his teeth flashing like a predator's, as he declared that not even weapons would save her. Determination burned in her eyes, but her steps grew heavier. She pushed forward. Yet inside, a thought took root. That it was all in vain, and doubt began to erode her strength. Fear and shame gripped her chest. What could she do against such a monster? Her vision blurred and her lips trembled with helplessness. Her opponent just smiled mockingly. To him, she was no threat but a joke, advising her to run away and find someone worthy, his face glowing with scorn. Then, from the darkness, Namgun-bi appeared, her figure glowing with cold lightning, urging Gu Yonghwa to focus and stop pretending to be a savior because right now, she was just a burden. Her voice made Gu Yonghwa let go of his pride. She obeyed and ran away, leaving the battlefield behind, her heart heavy but trusting the true warrior to handle the situation. She ran, breathless and broken, each step feeling like a betrayal, having abandoned not just her duty but her own humanity as fear took hold. Tears didn't fall, but her breath came in ragged gasps. She felt miserable, as if she had hit rock bottom, a traitor to herself. At the training ground, Gu Yonghwa silently struck the target, recalling how her mentor had dreamed of her true potential, but she had run away. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind her, and a stranger's voice spoke. Her eyes flickered with surprise when the guy asked if she might be overdoing it with such exhausting workouts. He handed over the water bottle with a smile and suggested taking a break to rest. Before her stood Yonfeng, a young master of the plum blossom sword style. She looked at him with admiration, knowing that if the roles were reversed, he would never have run away with his tail between his legs. Her face was covered in sweat. Yonfeng noticed something was wrong with Gu Yonghwa because she didn't respond to his words at all. At that moment, she was only thinking that if her brother hadn't been there, it could have ended in tragedy. She remembered sitting beside him wounded, while someone said that Gu Yanjin was an amazing guy. Even the Namgun clan's daughter couldn't handle that monster. But her brother completely crushed it. She was curious about the power he hid. His aura was unusual, yet no one knew he could actually use it. Gu Yonghua looked at his brother with pity, calling him lazy and self-satisfied. Looking back to the present moment, she thought that everyone was honorably walking the warrior's path, while she alone was still holding on to the teacher. At that moment, she silently asked herself a question. She thought all she ever did was run away, so what kind of blossoming was she really waiting for? Yanfeng was still standing nearby, watching her actions with a sense that they seemed a bit odd. The girl was serious, grabbing her weapon with a determined look. Seeing this, Yanfeng smiled, realizing she wanted to keep training, so he decided to leave the water jug for her. But as Gu Yonhua ran past, she tossed out that she didn't need that kind of concern. Yanfeng was surprised by her behavior. He tried to stop her, but she quickly dashed ahead. As she ran, she shouted to the boy to forgive her. She felt awkward around the elder Yanfeng, and making that decision was not easy. As she ran, she recalled her older brother's advice that any path a warrior chooses is perfectly valid. Even if it's sadness or pain, envy or jealousy, not a single petal will pierce the tip of her blade. And only when she believes in herself will the day come when she can present this petal to her teacher. And it will surely bloom. Night was already falling over the estate where the Queen of the Sword stayed. As she climbed the stairs, the girl didn't notice how quickly it had gotten dark. As she approached the door, she hoped the Queen of Swords hadn't missed any meals while she was away. Just as she reached for the handle, she heard someone's voice from inside. She froze because the voice was familiar. It was Gu Yangjun's. She remembered their clash that day when, shouting, she thanked him for saving her and ran away without ever understanding what really happened. She froze on the stairs, unsure of what to do or why he was there, while voices arguing about medicine came from behind the door. It was Gu Yanjun trying to convince the sage that medicine was powerless in this case. But the sage thought differently and knew no other way to treat the illness except with drugs. Gu Yonghua stood outside the door the whole time, listening to the argument and trying to mustering the courage to come in. Gu Yangjun insisted that his method would definitely help the Sword Queen. Hearing this, Gu Yonghua was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. And yet she mustered the courage to step inside. When they saw the girl, they were all a bit surprised because they hadn't expected her to be there. Right from the start, she asked only one question. Could Gu Yanjun really heal her teacher? Gu Yonhua was waiting to hear from the guy about whether he could really heal her teacher, but Gu Yangjun admitted he wasn't completely sure. The girl wanted to hear from him what exactly he planned to do, since even the divine doctor couldn't cure this illness. Gu Yanjun spent a few minutes silently thinking over his next move. In the end, he said that if the wise man agrees, he will try to heal the Sword Queen and take on this task. After those words, serious talks began in the mansion. The Sword Queen first wanted to hear his exact plan, and Gu Yanjun confidently said he intended to use a cultivation method from the Gu clan. This method uses heat to push out the dark energy, as he sensed the disease was draining the Sword Queen's life force. And it is this dark energy that causes it. When the sage heard these thoughts, he was shocked, as all previous research and attempts to cure it had proven useless. When Gu Yanjun touched the queen's body, he immediately felt the energy, and his fire wheel was able to expel part of it. But the Sword Queen herself found this method doubtful, as she didn't recall the Gu clan's technique being so effective, yet Gu Yangjun chose not to reveal the whole truth and used this excuse. Actually, the fire wheel has nothing to do with this, and only the demon energy absorption technique he knew, but wasn't willing to mention because no one would believe him, could help. He understood the heavy responsibility he was taking on, knowing that if he failed, the Queen of Swords would be defeated. She is bound to die without ever overcoming her illness. But if he survives, he'll turn away from the world and disappear, just like he did in his past life. He hesitated, unsure if he should change the future to save the Sword Queen, when suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. This was Gu Yonghua, who wanted to find out if he could really help. She begged her brother with tears to save their teacher. Gu Yanjun looked at her, trying to figure things out on his own, but the girl knelt down and said she would help him right away if he needed anything. At that very moment, thanks to Gu Yonghui, he was able to decide whether it was worth taking on. She sat beside him, crying and leaning on his shoulder, begging him to do it, and Gu Yangjun asked the sage for permission to heal. The wise man still doubted. Even if the boy's words were true, he wasn't sure the Gu clan's technique could expel evil energy since it wasn't meant to save human lives. Gu Yanjun and the girl looked at him, waiting for an answer, while Gu Yonghua burst into tears. The sage spoke again, suggesting that if the Sword Queen's energy flow is disrupted during treatment and she dies, is Gu Yangjun ready to take responsibility? Toy shouted angrily that you can't just sit around doing nothing. You have to try every possible way. These words angered the wise man even more, and he warned the boy not to throw words around carelessly, as this was a high-stakes game with the patient's life. At that moment, the Queen of Swords spoke up, asking if she could place the bet herself. Her words surprised the sage, but she refused to just lie there and fade away like a candle, especially since the wise man had already tried every possible remedy. With hope in her eyes, she looked at Gu Yanjun, and he made her understand that there was a chance to live. The Sword Queen thought for a moment and said it was worth taking the risk. And even after that, she smiled and told the boy that if things went wrong, It wouldn't be his fault. Gu Yonghua barely held back tears, believing and hoping that the Sword Queen would survive. Meanwhile, Gu Yanjun looked very serious, trying hard to keep his emotions in check. The Sword Queen said she would spend the time she had left however she wished, which greatly upset the wise man who had fought for her life until the very end. He accepted her decision and gave his permission to Gu Yangjun. As he walked away, he added that if anything went wrong, he would step in immediately. As he prepared for treatment, Yanjun bitterly reflected on how, in a past life, he had taken hundreds of thousands of lives with his own hands, and now those same hands were trying to save just one. For the first time, he felt such pressure, and wondered if this was the responsibility the wise man had spoken about. Even so, he was bound to act that way. Gu Yonghua watched them with hope shining in her eyes. The wise man watched the boy's every move closely, his eyes filled with doubt, as if he already knew the boy would fail. But Gu Yanjun knew that sitting idle wouldn't help him protect anyone. He placed his hands on the Queen of Swords' back, beginning the healing ritual. Clenching his teeth tightly, he stood firm against the raging torrent of demonic power, desperately holding it back from breaking free. The air grew heavy with purple sparks, and one glance made it clear. This was beyond human limits. Yanjun stood frozen, stunned by the overwhelming power nearby. Darkness opened wide, and at its heart stood the Queen of the Sword, holding back a sinister power all this time to keep it from breaking free. A terrifying shadow gripped her head. Her face was calm, but a bead of sweat rolled down as she fought with superhuman effort to hold back the curse. Gu Yanjun took a decisive step forward. He realized the situation was critical. If he lost focus even for a moment, it would end in disaster. Looking at the Queen, he hesitated, unsure if he had the strength to absorb so much demonic energy without breaking under its weight. Amid the dark whirlwind, a creature appeared with human-like but empty eyes, as if it was waiting. Ta Yangjun didn't hesitate. If this was his fate, he would see it through to the end. Tearing through the veil of fear, he reached out into the darkness. His fingers plunged into demonic energy that tried to consume him, but he stood firm. His face was tense to the limit, and his eyes were completely filled with demonic energy. In a whirlwind of flames and energy, Yangjun knelt before the Queen's body, drawing out the poisonous essence as dark figures tore free from her, writhing in the air like evil spirits. Demonic flames scorched his body, but he held on to control, even as the absorption technique reached its limit. Yangjun's eyes blazed with unshakable determination, like a flame that never dies, even in the darkest storm. Deep within his soul, a pinkish-red light flared up as his heart tightened. Demonic energy tried to break in, overpower, and control him. A fiery wave rose above the Sword Queen, and the sinister faces of the shadows within her broke free. The Queen began to regain consciousness. Her body was still weak, but her hand reached for the sword, and the darkness no longer held complete control over her. Her eyes flashed red as she grabbed the sword. Meanwhile, Gu Yanjun barely held himself together, his eyes filled with a mix of horror, pain, and despair, while his hands burned with fiery energy. The ritual drained him completely. His body lost its strength. His gaze blurred, and he slowly fell backward like a candle burning out. His eyes went dark, and an anxious voice echoed through the room calling his name, but he no longer heard it as his consciousness slipped into darkness. In the darkness, a sinister smile appeared as the dark creature within the crown spoke through the shadows, delighting in the incredible taste of the soul it had just savored. Meanwhile, Gu Yangjun's body was shrouded in darkness, his eyes barely open, his face vulnerable. Yet deep inside, a faint spark remained, a sign he was still alive. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a training ground nestled among mountains and dense trees, where Sola practices with her sword, while stern advice to hold the blade higher and firmer echoes behind her. Focused and determined, Sola diligently follows orders, striving to master every move of the martial art. The blonde mentor smiles gently and encourages Sol, assuring her that she's doing great. Her strikes grew sharper than before, and Sola looked gratefully at her older sister, happy she had agreed to teach her. When she asked her grandfather to teach her how to fight, he just scolded her, saying she was too young, and Sol burst into tears from hurt. At that moment, a girl approached her, gently soothing her. At first, Sola was scared and confused, not knowing who was speaking since she was all alone. The girl reached out a helping hand and promised to teach her how to fight, becoming Sola's mentor from that moment on. Sola admitted that when she first took control of her body, she was scared, but now she likes it even more than her grandfather. Suddenly, Grandpa's stern voice sounded right beside him, harshly calling Sola a scoundrel. Sola flinched when she saw her grandfather, who had once warned her never to touch the sword, but she disobeyed. Hiding the blade behind her back, the girl tried to explain that she had only practiced a little, but the old man's stern, angry gaze gripped her heart with fear. The morning sun streamed through the open window, filling the room with a warm glow. Gu Yanjun slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. The pain still lingered in his body, but his mind quickly cleared. He jumped up suddenly, memories of recent events flooding his mind. Panic gripped his heart as thoughts of the Sword Queen haunted him, and though he called for the divine healer, only silence answered. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the whole body as a familiar, vile wave of demonic energy burst out from within. He realized the curse was still there, and now all the power was within him, which meant only one thing: the queen was saved. Getting up, he hurried to find her, making sure she was all right, his steps growing faster and faster. Stepping out of the room, he saw a carefree world beyond the door, with cherry blossom petals gently swirling in the air. In the distance, beneath a blooming pink tree, a familiar figure appeared. It was Gu Yonghua, looking up with excitement and joy, her face lit up with a genuine smile. What Gu Yanjun saw stunned him. Beneath the petals of blooming sakura, the Queen of Swords soared upward like a bird tasting freedom, her movements light yet full of strength. Down below, Gu Yonghua couldn't hold back her tears. They were tears of joy. A faint smile touched the queen's lips as she looked ahead, leaving behind the darkness that once consumed her soul. With a light leap, she landed on a cherry blossom branch, sending a cloud of petals swirling into the air. Her movement unleashed a powerful gust of air that scattered petals across the entire clearing. The strength once restrained now flowed freely with every swing. Gu Yanjun looked at her in confusion. Her figure had changed, yet still felt familiar. The Sword Queen had returned to her former form. The sword in her hands gleamed, each swing flashing like lightning. She was free, strong, and unshakable. Petals drift across the blue sky as she rises higher, as if daring the heavens themselves. Finally setting foot on the ground, the Queen of Swords approaches the young man with a calm voice, admitting she has long awaited his awakening to share something important. Meanwhile, with tears of joy, Gu Yonghua runs to the Sword Queen, overwhelmed with happiness. Under the blooming cherry blossom, the Queen of Swords bends down, embracing the girl trembling with emotion, whose quiet thank you feels more heartfelt than any grand speech. Looking up with a gentle smile, she admits that none of this would have been possible without Gu Yanjun, her eyes full of warmth and gratitude. Gu Yanjun looks away, trying to hide his confusion. He's not used to showing such open emotions. Suddenly, an old mentor interrupts the conversation, calling the young man a rascal, with a hint of irony. He admits that the young man managed to absorb all the dark energy, which even surprised the doctor. Squinting, the old man asks what kind of technique this is, hinting that not just anyone could pull it off. Gu Yanjun just grimaces, thinking the mentor is a real pain. Meanwhile, nearby, the Sword Queen, still holding the girl in her arms, watches as Gu Yanjun tries to escape from the old man demanding answers. Her face lights up with a gentle smile full of gratitude and relief. She feels calm for the first time in a long while. The silence is broken by Namgun Bia's icy voice as she sits at the table and sharply asks where Gu Yanjun was last night. Suddenly, what he hears makes him almost choke on his food. He coughs, turns red, and crumbs scatter everywhere. He tries to joke it off, but Namgun Bia repeats the question with cold suspicion. He wonders about her tone, like a jealous wife catching her husband. Then remembers she's his fiancée and explains he was just practicing and fell asleep right there. But the doubt in her eyes doesn't fade. He insists he's telling the truth, yet inside he's annoyed. Why should he have to explain himself at all? She suddenly slams her hand on the table, pointing out that she should have been warned because she was worried. With a cold look, she asks to be warned about such things in advance from now on. After that, she gets up and says she's going to train, leaving her food unfinished, while Gu Yangjun watches her, clearly confused. He sighs, thinking that with this much tension, a heart attack isn't far off, his gaze involuntarily falling on Saul. He notices the sadness in her eyes and asks why she's so quiet. His words break the silence. Sola suddenly bursts into tears, food falling from her mouth, and he mutters in shock that at least she shouldn't spit it out. The boy freezes, watching her choke back sobs. Sola, choking back tears with her mouth full of food, tries to explain that she begged him, but he just scolded her, and she was scared. Gu Yanjun suddenly grabs Solu's cheeks and shouts irritably that she should swallow first before speaking, because nothing is clear. His gaze darkens, irritation growing. This chaos only adds to the trouble he already has. Looking at the crying girl, he feels a surge of dark energy inside, and the thought of old Shin disappearing only fuels his panic. For a moment he freezes, his gaze fading as fragments of the moment when he absorbed the energy flash through his mind. Darkness closes in, and chilling words echo in his mind, cutting through his consciousness just like before. In the darkness, two blood-red lights flicker, and he cautiously wonders if they are connected to Grandpa Shin's disappearance. Remembering the conversation, he realizes that someone once told him there's something strange sleeping inside his body. From the depths of darkness rises a fierce purple vortex, swirling everything around, and he suspects it swallowed everything in its path. Gu Yanjun turns his head toward the door and notices someone entering. At the door, Gu Yonghua appears, apologizing for interrupting his breakfast. He asks her with a hint of annoyance why she comes so often, jokes about her love for the stairs, but she replies that she's here because she wants to be, adding that the doctor said the teacher's inner energy is being restored. Gu Yonghua conveys that the doctor thanks him for saving the Sword Queen, and adds that she herself also wants to say thank you. Gu Yanjun just stays silent, looking surprised. He's surprised she went through all that just for this and remarks she must have too much free time, which makes Gu Yonghua burst out with emotion. The dark-haired girl angrily turns to the teacher, demanding he see how Gu Yanjun is speaking to her, but the teacher asks her to calm down. When Gu Yanjun learned that the Queen of Swords had arrived, he was stunned. Sweat ran down his face, and he even stopped chewing. Sola, chewing noodles, admires the Sword Queen with delight, calling her a beautiful sister. At that moment, the Queen of Swords appears before them with a warm smile, saying that a saved life cannot be repaid with words alone. Gu Yanjun froze in amazement when he saw the Sword Queen standing before him. He was amazed at how remarkably healthy she looked, and how fully she had recovered. Even the Sword Queen herself didn't expect to recover so quickly after such a tough illness. Little Sola, finishing her meal, watched them and couldn't understand what they were talking about. Gu Yanjun jokingly said she looked even better than last time. The Queen of Swords entered the room, explaining that she came out of a sense of duty and wanted to repay the life that had been saved. With a gentle smile, she said that if he ever needed anything, all he had to do was ask. She was ready to sacrifice her life for him at any moment. These words sparked outrage in everyone, especially Gu Yanjun, who had been through so much to save her and couldn't accept that she was so ready to give up on her life. The Sword Queen insisted that her life was already lived, so she wanted to repay it that way. But the young man objected. What if he asked for something ridiculous? Then she took his hand and said she had learned a lot about him during that time, and whatever he asks for, she's sure it won't be anything bad or harmful. Gu Yanjun was shocked by the trust she showed him. He didn't understand how she had gotten such a good impression of him. Not much time has passed since Huashan and all her students were destroyed, and in a past life he was the one who did it. Though it wasn't his fault, he couldn't protect Gu Yonghua. The Sword Queen assured him that even if he doesn't need anything right now, he can ask for help any time. But that wasn't all she wanted to say. She apologized to Sola for interrupting her meal and asked to be left alone with Yanjun because she wanted to talk to him privately. Gu Yonghua asked in surprise if she needed to go too. The Sword Queen gently explained that the conversation would be brief, so she should just wait outside. Gu Yonghua reluctantly left the room, while Gu Yangjun noticed Sol, who was still sitting at the table. With a funny look, stuffing food in her mouth and plugging her ear with a finger, she said she'd just block out the noise and finish eating. But he wasn't satisfied with that. He stood her up from the chair and practically ushered her out of the room. Their behavior made the Queen of Swords smile. She was glad to see such a warm family atmosphere, something she hadn't felt in a long time, while Gu Yanjun wondered what was so warm about it. She explained that she once shared this same atmosphere with his mother. They talked, laughed, sometimes argued over little things, and then made up. The young man didn't fully grasp where she was going with this, but the Queen of Swords got straight to the point. She wanted to talk about the final moments of his mother's life, but Gu Yonghua was too young to know, and the clan kept all the details hidden. Gu Yanjun still didn't quite understand what she meant. Finally, she asked him directly to tell everything he remembered, in full detail. The young man hesitated, wondering if he should share everything, as memories flooded his mind. He remembered that terrifying day when, in the snowy wasteland, his mother walked toward the abyss, her hair whipped by the icy wind while he stood behind her alongside another man. The mother's lips barely moved as she finished preparing for the inevitable. Gu Yanjun stood with his head down, his body trembling with tension, unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, anger boiled inside him as he demanded to know why he had been brought here and what they wanted. The older man replied coldly that there was only one thing he needed to survive. On the white snow, the figure of the mother slowly faded away as the wind swept her footprints clean. Without looking back, she made one last request for him to take care of Gu Yonghua in her place. In the icy air, a blood-red crack opened, unleashing a strange, powerful force. Before her rose a blazing portal that swallowed everything around, and she stepped into it boldly. Gu Yanjun watched his mother's silhouette fade into the darkness, his eyes filling with tears. A quiet, sad smile lit up her face, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at her son one last time and asked for forgiveness. The boy lunged forward, trying to pull her from the grasp of the swirling portal, but the bright light was already swallowing her figure. His scream tore through the icy air, his hands reaching out as if they could pull her back from the abyss. She closed her eyes, hiding the pain of goodbye as the red light finally separated them. The boy found himself in a void where time stood still, running without noticing the ground beneath him fading into darkness. The next moment, cold snow was all around again, and the mother was gone, as if she had never existed. He called her sobbing, while behind him stood a man, calm and steady like a rock in a storm. She told him to remember these tears as the last ones he would ever see. Gu Yanjun stood there, choking on pain and sorrow. But the man firmly added that even if the urge to cry ever returned, he would not allow it. The boy's eyes burned red with anger, his teeth clenched as he demanded to know where his mother had gone. The man ahead, without looking back, ordered them to follow him, promising to show something important. They stopped in the middle of the blizzard, where heavy chains lay dark in the snow. The boy looked up and shuddered. The elder's expression darkened as he revealed that this was the very reason for the existence of the Gu clan and their lineage. It was his burden, and now the young man had to inherit it. Facing reality, Gu Yangjun decided he couldn't tell the Sword Queen the whole truth. Even when she asked if what they were talking about still existed in the world, he gave the same answer and refused to explain further. Holding his drink firmly, he made it clear that no matter how much they asked, his answer wouldn't change. The Sword Queen stood up, realizing she wouldn't get any answers, and decided not to push any further. She gently touched his head, apologizing for bringing up painful memories. Before leaving, she remembered Yeonhui's words about the beautiful older sister and asked who she was, but Gu Yangjun didn't respond at all. Looking closely into his eyes, she realized this wasn't the little girl at the table. The boy wondered if Yeonhua had told her everything, but that wasn't like her. If we're talking about the one who taught her fencing, it's most likely Namgun Ba. The Sword Queen changed the subject by asking when he planned to return to the clan's lands, and Gu Yangjun replied that he was just about to, since Yeonhua didn't want to go home anyway. Her voice wavered with doubt, so she called Yeonhua to hear the truth from her. The girl, hearing the call, entered the room. At her mentor's request, she listened carefully. The woman leaned in and asked directly if it was true that she didn't plan to come back. Yeonhua hesitated, but explained she was worried about her mentor. The Sword Queen insisted that it's worth visiting your loved ones at least once, but Yeonhua, feeling shy, just fiddled with her fingers. The woman paused thoughtfully and said that if leaving her felt so unsettling, then there was one solution. Gu Yangjun stood up cautiously. Her face lit up with a smile as she suggested they go together to the clan's lands. Yeonhua was happy, but Gu Yanjun looked anything but pleased. He seemed angry. Gu Yeonhua couldn't believe what she heard, and asked in surprise if the Sword Queen was really going with them, and was told yes, since she had business with the Gu clan and still hadn't received a request from Yanjun. The young man looked confused and asked if she wasn't supposed to be guarding these lands. The woman just smiled, reminding herself that she had already spent a lot of time dealing with the troubles of the Huashan sect. Hearing this, Yeonhua said she was ready to go anywhere with the teacher, surprising Yanjun since she hadn't wanted to go just recently. Gu Yanjun scolded her for changing her mind so quickly, but she just said it was her choice. Suddenly, Sola noticed their older sister approaching. When the Sword Queen saw the girl, she understood everything immediately. Then she asked if she was the one who saved Yeonhua, which put her in an awkward position. The Queen of Swords reached out to Namgun Bi and said she wanted to personally thank her for saving the girl. She admitted that she had heard about her from Yeonhua as a kind sister who cares for her. The woman said she really looked like a painted beauty, which made Namgun Bi blush and feel shy, while Yanjun watched, puzzled by her reaction to such a simple compliment. Suddenly, the woman remembered hearing about Yanjun's engagement, and his own cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. She added that they both have big hearts and are perfect for each other, making Namgun Bi's pale cheeks blush even more. Gu Yangjun glanced at Sol and asked where the Sword Queen had heard about their engagement, hinting that she was the one who told her. Suddenly, another older sister appeared and called Sola to training. She told the girl to finish what she had started, and Sola agreed with a sparkle in her eyes. She stood up firmly and ran off to train, just to avoid any questions from Gu Yangjun. The guy was surprised and wondered where she had gone. Suddenly, Gu Yonghua remembered the Jade Fire tournament was coming up soon and suggested they set off right after it. The Sword Queen agreed but said the final decision was up to Gu Yanjun, who didn't object since if Yonghua decided to go home, leaving after the tournament wouldn't be an issue. Feeling agreement, Yonghua was happy, and the woman smiled, concluding that they had reached a deal. Suddenly, the woman started staring intently at Yonghua, who grew uneasy, unsure of what was wrong. Finally, the teacher said she had taken a closer look at the girl and had something to say. She said that the girl had supposedly gained extra weight, which hurt her deeply. The girl blushed with embarrassment and didn't know how to respond. Yanjun barely held back his laughter, while the Sword Queen added that the girl was too worried about her helpless friend instead of focusing on training. The coach suggested setting up a sparring match with Yanjun, which upset him because he didn't see the point. The woman didn't accept any excuses, insisting they'd resume training tomorrow. But for now, she told the girl to warm up while Manhwa said she could train on her own. But, poking her finger at her nose, the Queen of Swords said enough with the excuses. She commanded with her gentle yet firm gaze to start training immediately. The tree leaves gently swayed in the breeze. Manhwa was already holding a sword in front of her. Her expression turned serious, and she decided to strike first as the sparring match began. With an indifferent expression, Yanjun said she wasn't going to hold back since this was just a sparring match. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's face, but Yanjun still asked her to take him very seriously. At that moment, Manhwa swung her sword without hesitation to strike Yanjun. But suddenly, memories flooded her mind of when she was little, sitting at the dinner table. It was a cold winter night outside when she asked her brother why he wasn't telling her the whole truth. At that moment, Yanjun was just quietly eating. They were sitting on the floor, and Manhwa asked him to stop pretending he didn't know anything. The girl was worried because her mother hadn't come back for a long time, but her father didn't care, nor did Yanjun, which surprised her. Taeyangjun, with a cold stare, ordered her to just eat quietly. But Manhwa didn't stop and boldly asked how he could behave like that. Overwhelmed with emotion, she shouted, how could he react like that when their mother was missing? Tears streamed down her face because she didn't know where their mom was or when she'd be back, while her brother calmly kept eating. She was upset that Yanjun didn't seem to care, but he just didn't want to tell her the truth. He barely held back his emotions, gritting his teeth in anger. In the end, he lost it, flipped the table with the food, and ordered everyone to stop crying at once. Manhwa, tears streaming down her face, looked at him in shock, not expecting such a reaction, while he repeated that he had no idea where their mother had gone. Stepping over the scattered food, he asked why she kept questioning him about it. In his anger, he finally dared to say that their mother was dead. His gaze was both angry and sad as he repeated that she had died and asked if she felt any relief now. These words upset Manhwa even more. She couldn't believe what she heard and asked if her father had killed him. But Yanjun didn't want to answer anymore. With a threatening look, he ordered to shut up and forget about Mom. And if she speaks to him disrespectfully again, he won't care that she's younger and will hit her. Manhwa burst into tears, not knowing how to respond. During sparring, she recalled that this was exactly how she had argued with her brother. She thought that in the Huashan Mountains, she could forget about her mother, brother, and the whole cursed Gu clan. Now her family was the Queen of Swords, whom she saw as her mentor, and that was enough for her. She admired her techniques and skills. Remembering all this, Manhwa drifted away as if transported to another world, surrounded by falling cherry blossom petals. She watched as Yanjun walked away. When she came to, she realized it had all been a dream, and in reality, she was lying on the battlefield, defeated by the boy. Yanjun approached and said her technique was still too raw, but he was sure she was fast and strong, knowing the Queen of Swords had trained her well. Exhausted after the battle, Manhwa asked her brother if they could mend their relationship. This question left Yanjun at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Finally, as they moved forward, he asked what she was talking about. He assured that for them, it was already too late to rebuild any kind of relationship. Manhwa probably didn't expect a different answer, and that disappointed her. Lowering her head, it hurt her to hear this. She sat on the battlefield in the forest as the sun set beyond the horizon. Yet a flicker of hope remained inside her, because Yanjun hadn't said no. By the roaring Muyan waterfall, he stands on a rock, focused and training hard. He grips his sword tightly, determination blazing in his eyes. Muyan leaps forward, his sharp, powerful swing cutting through the air like a wave of force. His face is tense, beads of sweat rolling down. The scene shifts to a room where Muyan is bent over the injured, unconscious Yanjun, confused about why the young master went into battle alone. Yanjun's face was pale and drawn. His hand is covered in scratches and wounds. A subordinate, leaning over him, speaks with pain and anger in his voice, unable to understand why the young master kept everything hidden. Muyan knew his intentions and saw that he had reached a point where he no longer needed help. Clenching his teeth in frustration with himself, he realized that didn't free him from responsibility. Muyan remembered that his role was to be the sword and shield of the Hu clan, and if his master were to suffer, it would only be through his cold body. A young man walks forward through the chaos, wondering how it all came to be. He trains against a bloody sunset, slicing through the air with a wave of blue energy, knowing that Yanjun was risking his life at that very moment to save others. Muyan is angry at himself for wasting time on pointless things. He swings his sword with incredible force. The water in the river, calm just moments ago, suddenly rises into a wild, crashing wave from the impact. Muyan feels like a miserable fool because he spent his whole life mastering the sword to protect others. But in the end, he couldn't save anyone. Suddenly his eyes widen as he hears a voice. Looking up, he realizes the sound is coming from the top of the waterfall and recognizes the familiar voice. It's Sola. He doesn't want to believe it, trying to convince himself he imagined it, because it seems strange that Sola would come here alone. He shudders when he hears her again, now certain it's really her. He looks up, trying to figure out what she's doing there, and hears her complain about wet feet but keeps going, asking if it's okay to open her eyes yet. A girl walks on water, while her imaginary mentor sister tells her to stay focused until her steps start coming naturally. Sola, feeling the sway, struggles to keep her balance, grimacing at the splashes, while her coach watches closely, noting her progress. The mentor smoothly moves into the third form with a powerful swing, and Sola follows, filled with determination. In the middle of the night river, her figure moves swiftly, cutting through the water, gaining confidence with each stroke as her mentor immediately moves on to the next stage. A smile spreads across her face as she realizes she's floating effortlessly, without a single thought. Muyin recognizes her and realizes it's really V Sola, but he's surprised to see her here at night. He finds it strange that she's talking to someone invisible, and he notices she's standing too close to the edge. The coach moves on to a tougher stage that demands full focus, and Sola puts all her strength into a precise, powerful move. Muyin watches with wide eyes, amazed by what he sees. Sola leaps into the water with amazing grace and strength. Her imaginary mentor, with a focused gaze, announces the transition to the final fifth form. Sola looks tired and out of breath from a tough workout, but still gathers her remaining strength to try and complete the final move. With a swift leap, she flips through the air, and below her, the water erupts from the powerful splash, sending waves soaring toward the moon. She lands smoothly on the surface, and her mentor praises her skill, filling her with proud joy. Below, Muyin watches in surprise, trying to understand where she got such skills and how long she has been secretly practicing fencing. He realizes he was wrong to think of her as just an ordinary servant, incapable of anything more. Clenching his sword, he pushes away distracting thoughts, forcing himself to focus, knowing that baseless arrogance only hinders growth. He grips the sword's hilt tighter, deciding to focus on his own path and work even harder. Deep down, Muyin reminds himself of his duty as clan guardian and his readiness to take responsibility for every action when suddenly Sola appears behind him, saying that this is enough. Muyin, spotting the girl, suddenly freezes in surprise, trying to figure out how and when she got here. Sola presses her finger into his chest, saying that knowing one's path is enough, but Muyin still doesn't understand what she means. In the next moment, a bright golden flash lights up the space, and a powerful wave of energy radiates from her touch. Muyin grits his teeth, feeling a surge of power course through his body, pushing him to his limits. Sola, with warmth in her eyes, advises him not to get stuck on his own limits, reminding him that sometimes they need to be broken. A surge of energy bursts around them, forming a glowing sphere that surrounds them both at the center. The next moment, Muyin starts catching his breath, trying to make sense of what just happened. He stands on the shore, looking around in surprise, trying to figure out where Sola has gone. The scene shifts to a quiet evening town, where the soft glow of streetlights gently illuminates the streets. The market buzzes with the lively shouts of vendors calling out their sales to attract customers. The city's streets come alive under the glow of lanterns and cherry blossom petals, while below, the bustling market buzzes with shouts and calls as everyone prepares for the festival. Under the starry sky, Yeonjun sits on the steps beside Namgun Ba, gazing dreamily at the festive bustle. He hadn't planned to stay until the celebration, but fate had other plans. Deciding to take a break, Yeonjun suggests enjoying some treats and relaxing before the journey. Namgun Ba responds with a warm smile and a gentle nod, accepting his offer. Ta Youngjun reminds her that after the celebration, she needs to head home because her family is probably already worried. Namgun Ba quietly responds, leaning on his shoulder as if agreeing, but at the same time avoiding any direct promises. At that moment, Yeonjun's expression softens into a warm smile as he looks at the girl. The night sky bursts with flower-shaped fireworks, painting the world in pink and purple lights, as Yeonjun softly tells her to do whatever she thinks is best. Amid the festive fireworks, festival participants complain about fatigue and joke that their hands will soon fall off from making the fireworks by hand. But one of them smiles and advises simply to enjoy the moment. During the festival, the cult leader and the doctor sit across from each other at a table, with colorful fireworks exploding outside the window. One of them explains to the leader that he understands the request but doubts his ability to fulfill it. The leader, calmly looking into the interlocutor's eyes, replies that no one else but him can handle this. The old doctor notes that, although people call him a divine healer, he is not a god. The leader insists on knowing if there truly is no way to carry out the plan. A silence falls between them, broken only by the flickering candle on the table. The leader notes that the doctor didn't give a definite no, which leaves room for hope. The doctor explains that operating on the human body is already complex, and in this case, the situation is even more complicated. He adds that the girl in question isn't an ordinary person at all, and it turns out to be Sola. The doctor explains that her blood vessel, like everyone's, turned out to be unusual and mysterious, making the task even more dangerous. He describes the girl's strange nature. Her inner world is so vast and empty that it's almost impossible to sense. In a glow of golden light, the image of Sola appears, and the doctor admits she might not be human at all. The leader's expression darkens as he recalls the past, when he angrily forbade her from acting on her own. Before his eyes unfolds a scene where a girl kneels, and he, gripping his sword tightly, pours out his anger at her disobedience. He believed the world wasn't dangerous enough for a maid to take up arms, and he broke the wooden training sword. His order is clear and firm: she must never touch that weapon again. Turning to the present moment, the leader clenches their fists and makes a heartfelt request. With pain in his voice, he pleads to make Saul a normal child without any special abilities. The doctor admits that the request is extremely difficult and beyond ordinary medicine, but that's exactly why it was directed to him. He warns that carrying it out will take as much time and resources as it would to wipe out an entire clan. The leader calmly says he will prepare everything needed, and even get what the doctor truly requires. But the doctor doesn't understand what he means. The leader's quiet voice reminds us that he knows the doctor needs to get something for his grandson. In the doctor's mind's eye, a vision flashes. A radiant white demonic stone wrapped in golden light and flames. The surprised doctor sharply asks what the madman told him, but the leader replies that deep down, he knows their feelings for their grandchildren are the same. With bitterness and a plea in his voice, he asks for efforts to be made for the sake of the children. After a brief pause, the doctor asks if they can pose one question to the leader. He wonders if there's a reason his granddaughter is forbidden from learning martial arts, since in such a harsh world, that knowledge can never hurt. The leader cautiously agrees to answer, but only if the doctor fulfills his request. The doctor says that if the reason to take this gift from the child is convincing, and the white demonic stone is truly obtained, he will find a way. Finally, the leader speaks the bitter truth. Soul's gift is not a blessing but a curse, and these words shock the doctor. She has a rare and extraordinary talent, but it comes at a terrible cost: her own life. This realization hits the doctor like a blow to the heart, momentarily freezing his thoughts. In everyday tasks or even during hard physical work, she feels no difficulty at all. But as soon as training blends instinct with reason, a hidden power bursts forth like a fire cutting through the darkness. Each strike burns away a part of the life's flame, leaving less and less light behind. The more power she uses, the faster her life energy fades. This stunning story reminds an old doctor of a forbidden power once known as the blood of the demonic cult. After this, he realizes that the leader is keeping her from learning martial arts to avoid speeding up the inevitable. The only hope to save her lies with the distant Thion family, who gave the world the current leader of the Alliance. The doctor explains that deep in the mountains and winds lies the white demonic stone, the only artifact capable of sealing the lower Dantian and stopping the loss of vital energy. The doctor warns that after this, the girl will never be able to study martial arts again, and asks if the leader is truly okay with that outcome. He tries to convince her that the leader wants to clip her wings before she even gets a chance to fall, reminding her that she won't be a child forever. If she sees herself broken, never having tried to fly, all she'll feel is regret. In that case, her heart will fill with hatred, and she will hate her grandfather for the rest of her life. The leader reflects on these words, repeating them quietly, and if it means sacrificing Sola's life, he is ready to accept it. Meanwhile, at the celebration, amidst the lights and crowd, B.A. notices something and points it out. She breaks ahead, and Yunjin reaches out in confusion, trying to stop her. At that moment, a smiling seller appears nearby, showing something. On his counter, golden butterfly-shaped jewelry shines brightly, catching everyone's eye. Yunjin's gaze sharpens as if he suddenly realizes what he must do. A bare foot quietly steps onto the mansion's threshold. This is Sola, casually walking through the gates, holding something in her hands. She slowly chews a piece of cookie, glancing around with a hint of worry, as if afraid someone might notice her. Suddenly, Yunjin appears from behind her, making the girl jump. She stops, turns to him, and Yunjin demands sternly to know where she has been all day. The boy is angry because he spent a lot of time looking for her, while Sola shrinks down, hiding her hands in her sleeves and shyly lowering her gaze, admitting she's at fault. Suddenly, her eyes widen as they fix on an unexpected object. In Yunjin's hand appears a delicate gold butterfly pendant that softly glows, and he gently offers it to the girl. Yunjin explains that it's nothing special. He just wanted to give her a gift for her hard work. Sola, confused and anxious, hesitates at first to accept the gift, unable to believe it's really meant for her. Yunjin realizes the girl doesn't want to accept his gift and puts it away in his pocket. But just then, Sola quickly changes her mind and stops him. A smile spreads across Yunjin's face. They stand under the moonlit sky, and he offers to put the jewelry on her himself. His hands gently secure the decoration in her hair. Sola feels a bit awkward, but Yeonjun says she looks good. With a smile, he adds that if she doesn't like it, she can take off the accessory since it's inexpensive. At that moment, Sola kisses him on the cheek, something Yeonjun definitely didn't expect. A faint trace of her lips remains on his cheek. Sola moves closer to him. Blushing, she thanks the master for such a gift. Morning came, and Namgun-Bia yawned tiredly. Namgun-B. A looked tired and sleepy, but unlike her, Sola was lively and eager to leave quickly to watch the matches. Yeonjun was lagging behind, and Sola called for him to hurry up, noticing he was distracted by Namgun-Bia, who looked tired. When Sola saw his expression, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. His face was red, and she thought he might be feeling unwell. He actually felt ashamed about yesterday when Sola kissed him on the cheek, even though Namgun-Bia was his fiancée. He was angry at himself and tried to control his emotions, reminding himself he was no longer a child. The sky cleared and turned blue. The sun rose high above the clouds, and Yeonjun assured Sol that everything was fine. She fell silent, still unsure of what was wrong with him. Participants and guests gathered at the Grand Arch where the tournament was about to begin, while the crowd buzzed with talk about whether the Sword Dragon would take part this year. The wind gently waved the clan's flag, signaling that a great event was near. Someone curiously mentioned last year's winner, trying to remember his name, when a stranger began approaching them. A figure in white stood against the backdrop of blooming trees, reminding everyone that last year's champion was Master Yen Sun. In the courtyard appeared Yen Pun, a third-generation student known as the Sword Dragon. He laughed at the compliments, but Yeonjun noticed and looked at him with surprise, realizing he had gotten distracted from the preparations. Yen Pun waved his hand casually at him. Yeonjun wondered why he wasn't helping with the important preparations and was just standing there. At that moment, Yen Pun ran up to Yeonjun and asked if he was going to the flower tournament, and Yeonjun, surprised, wondered if he was really allowed to be there since preparations were in full swing. Yen Pun smiled and assured that preparations were nearly complete, even though the courtyard buzzed with chaos and loud orders urging everyone to hurry before the tournament. It turned out that most people went off to train before the fights, which upset those who stayed behind to work. Despite the tension, Yen Pun smiled and offered to show the fighting arena, and at that moment, Yeonjun realized that this was exactly what he had meant by preparation. Before their eyes stood the grand building adorned with clan flags, the main arena of the tournament. Sola gazed in awe at the vast square, impressed by its size, while Yeonjun stayed calm, recalling even larger places. On the way, Yen Pun jokingly asked if Yeonjun would join the tournament, but quickly clarified that only Hwashan students were allowed to compete. Yeonjun was thinking about who would face Renva and worried that she might get hurt. Yen Pun smiled and announced that he would be the one to fight his sister. Yeonjun froze in surprise, trying to make sense of what he had just heard. The realization sparked outrage, and Namgun-Bia, with a cold gaze, remarked that the fight promised to be interesting. Yeonjun knew Renwa was much weaker than Yen Pun, and Sola wondered why she was matched against him since she was just a girl. Yen Pun asked Yeonjun to watch their fight and honestly judge his skill, but Yeonjun was upset by this, since even in this situation, Yen Pun was seeking an honest assessment. The organizers asked everyone to step back to the edges of the square to announce the start of the flower tournament, but Yeonjun looked a bit nervous. As he walked past the crowd, he wondered who had arranged this fight and whether it was done on purpose. The audience's eyes were fixed on the main arena, and Yeonjun felt a strange premonition, unable to shake the feeling that his worries for his sister were not unfounded. He felt sorry for Yeonhwa because he knew she had no chance of winning. She was just too weak. At that moment, the arrival of the cult leader was announced, and a voice echoed over the arena, opening the ceremony and noting how every year people gather here despite the heat. The audience listened intently, holding their breath, as cherry blossom petals swirled in the air, and Sola looked a bit surprised. A bright pink glow erupted on the main stage, pulsing with magical energy. In the center of the light, the cult leader appears, solemnly thanking everyone present. He was surrounded by 5 students, creating a grand and ceremonial atmosphere. The leader promises to show what the Hwashan students have achieved through their hard work. But at that moment, Yeonjun notices something strange happening with Sola. The crowd responds by chanting words of gratitude, thanking for the protection. The magical glow transforms into a stream of energy, setting the stage for the upcoming battles. Suddenly, a magical surge of energy bursts from Sol's mouth, barely held back, leaving Yeonjun and Namgun-Bia confused about what's happening to her. Despite everything, the leader announces the start of the first match, as the glowing pink birds soar above the arena to the joyful cheers of the crowd. Blades clash with sparks flying, igniting a fierce battle. 2 fighters exchange quick strikes, each trying to knock the weapon out of the other's hands. The crowd erupts with cheers, shouting the fighters' names and marveling at their strength this year. Meanwhile, Manhwa prepares for her match, holding a real sword that surprises her brothers, who suggest she use a lighter weapon. Manhwa stares ahead with focused determination, her eyes burning with resolve and tension. She closes her eyes, gathering her strength before stepping into the fight. Tico thanks for the sword, which surprises and amuses the older students. One of them jokingly offers to teach her a secret technique, but just then someone appears behind them, calling the girl dismissively. Two older siblings instantly explode with anger, outraged by such a bold way of addressing their younger sister. In response, Yeonjun smirks boldly and reminds her that he's her brother, stretching his hand. After landing a few blows, they quickly fall to the ground. Yeonjun then approaches Manhwa, mentioning he heard about her upcoming fight with the sword dragon and asks if it's true, to which she confirms. He admits he doesn't underestimate her, but advises backing out if the master scheduled the match, while the angry guys behind complain that he's ruining her mood. Yeonjun emphasizes that the opponent is too strong and the outcome is clear, but Manhwa confidently declares that he will fight anyway. Yeonjun freezes in surprise as Manhwa thanks him for his concern but then starts speaking frankly. She admits that she received a lot from the master, senior students, Sister Bia, and Yeonjun himself. She openly admits that she doesn't deserve this, so he decides that from today he'll start paying back his debt little by little, which shocks his brother. Her brothers are touched by her words, tears welling up in their eyes, and the girl adds that winning this match isn't important to her. A smile appears on her face as she says this is the first time she hasn't backed down from a fight. Meanwhile, the fight in the arena comes to an end, and Young Gun is declared the winner, sparking cheers and groans from the crowd. The host announces that the upcoming fight will be special, sparking great interest among the audience. He introduces the participant, the best among the junior students, the future of the Huashan sect, Yen Peng, the Dragon Sword. Amid the crowd's loud cheers, Yen Peng steps into the arena with a confident and focused look. The host continues, announcing his opponent, a direct disciple of the first sword, Gu Renhua from the second generation of students. The girl steps forward confidently, sword in hand, ready to face her formidable rival. Ryonghua recalls the moment her brother first got angry with her. Back then, she simply hated him. Her memories grew darker. Soon his outbursts of anger became frightening, and her own rage wouldn't fade. Her fear of her brother grew until she began to hate the whole world, running with all her might to escape the horror. In search of safety, she found herself beside the master in the calmest place on earth. Yet even there, a sense of unease crept into her mind. She wondered if it was simply her own weakness showing early, rather than a scar left by her brother. Ryonghua makes her decision, focusing intently on her opponent as she prepares for battle. She admits that her family and brother still bother her, but now she has made a different choice. With determination, she introduces herself. I'm Gu Ryonghua, a student of Huashan. Her body glows with a bright purple energy, and with fire in her eyes, she decides she won't run away anymore. A fierce duel begins as the swords of both fighters clash under the night sky, sparks flying through the air. Looking at her opponent, she realizes everything is just as she expected. The sword dragon proved to be incredibly strong, and she barely managed to hold back its attacks. Right from the start of the fight, she looked exhausted and nervous, but she still tried to keep fighting. The next moment, an explosion erupted right where she had been standing. She took off into the air, trying to attack Yen Peng. An incredible surge of energy radiated from Ryonghua as he flew over the dragon, leaving the creature truly stunned. He notes that his opponent is quite skilled, but even with that technique, she couldn't surprise him. A girl lands, and the ground cracks beneath her feet. Ryonghua stands wrapped in her bright floral energy, while Yen Peng swings his sword at her. With a sly smile, Yen Peng says that the flower planted by the first sword has finally bloomed. The sword dragon lunges forward swiftly, aiming its attack at the opponent. He acknowledges Ryonhua's skill but notes her moves are predictable and prepares to strike. Ryonhui's face fills with shock as she realizes the danger approaching. The sword dragon is right beside you, its attack posing a deadly threat. He suddenly shifts position and keeps advancing. The sword dragon urges Ryonhua to act without hesitation, pushing her to unleash her true power. He believes she's capable of more and challenges her to show her true potential and shine at the tournament. His strike unleashes a powerful purple whirlwind of petals. The audience is amazed by what they see, some recognizing the legendary sword technique, while Yeonjun watches the fight with a cold, steady gaze. Yeonjun realizes that Ryonhua has changed, becoming freer and stronger, as if she has shed her inner constraints. A faint smile appears on his face. He realizes he has already seen what matters most, and winning no longer matters. As he prepares to leave, he mentions urgent business and asks to pass something to Ryonhui after the fight. He admits she did an amazing job, with the night sky and cherry blossom petals highlighting the moment. After that, he strides forward with determination. Yanjun knows that the only chance to check the right place is now, while everyone's attention is focused on the tournament. He moves quickly across the narrow stone bridge. He pauses for a moment, staring into the darkness, remembering that ahead lies the Black Palace division near Huashan, controlled by Zhel Chok. Yanjun decides to check everything himself before the alliance gets involved, and seeing they haven't arrived yet, he takes it as an advantage. He thinks he can make it back in time for the finale if he hurries. Arriving at the cave, they see chaos and destruction that leave them amazed. Yanjun recalls that after the battle, the palace members and Huashan warriors seemed to be just clearing the bodies, but now he suspects they were actually involved in the fight. He wonders what the Black Palace representatives might have been doing here. His eyes fill with surprise and tension as he notices something troubling. On the floor lies a barrel leaking purple energy, and the hero realizes its demonic power and that he's exactly where he needs to be. He pulls back the heavy curtain, revealing a passage to another room. Ahead lies the final room, where the sense of demonic energy is at its strongest. Based on his experience, Yanjun concludes that places like this always have hidden rooms. He identifies the spot where the energy feels strongest and decides the mechanism should be hidden in an inconspicuous place. His hand touches the stone, trying to activate the mechanism, and he feels a faint click. Yanjun watches closely, waiting to see the result of his action. A mechanism in the floor starts moving, revealing a hidden passage leading downward. From the darkness rises a deep rumble echoing through stone walls as Yanjun stands at the edge, holding the light. He looks at the hidden entrance with a mix of surprise and frustration at the foolishness of whoever concealed it. Deciding it might be for the best, he steps down, ready to see what's hidden below. Before him lies a glowing, blood-red underground lake, with a bright flower blooming right in its center. His face twists with anger, the shock of horror unleashing a flood of emotions. A body of a missing Huashan student floats in the bloody water, revealing the true nature of this place. Yanjun doesn't understand why they did it. He can't believe that all of this was done for the sake of a glowing flower growing out of a stone. He is filled with surprise and disbelief as he tries to figure out what kind of plant this really is. Yanjun's eyes flash with fury. His hand swiftly grabs the body from the blood-red lake. He realizes that this is not a Huashan student, but a completely different person who recently passed away. The alliance symbol is clearly visible on the clothing, instantly changing the whole situation. The hero realizes that, despite the alliance not officially arriving, one of its members is already here. Suddenly, he is struck with surprise as something rushes past him, but he manages to dodge it just in time. A deadly arrow flies past, embedding itself in the rock, and someone from the shadows praises the boy's quick reflexes. Yanjun spins around suddenly, confused about who's there and what's going on. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerges from the darkness, hiding their face, and admits that now it's clear why Yahello Chok is dead. Yanjun stands in a pool of blood, staring at the stranger and suspecting he's from the Black Palace, while the stranger boldly acknowledges the boy's courage. The stranger sizes him up, recognizing right away that he is Gu Yanchong. At this moment, Yanjun realizes that the Black Palace already knows about him. As the enemy approaches, he realizes Yanjun was on his target list and feels satisfied that Yanjun came alone. Yanjun realizes the news about him spread faster than he expected and gets ready for the fight. The opponent tells the boy to surrender, saying the palace wants him alive. Yanjun notices the contradiction in his enemy's words. Just moments ago, he tried to kill him, and now he wants to capture him. He dismisses any talk and suggests starting the fight right away. The enemy knows Yanjun is too clever and calls himself Nahal. Yanjun is surprised by the unnecessary introduction, but quickly notices the threatening movement and the blade coming closer. At this moment, the enemy suddenly launches a swift attack. He strikes with the intent to show who will be his victim, but Yanjun reacts just in time, blocking the blow. His eyes widen in surprise. The enemy's speed exceeds all expectations. At that very moment, Yanjun strikes back with a fiery blast, knocking the enemy aside. He carefully surveys the area and realizes the exit is too far, so he knows he can't fight here. But at that moment, the enemy with burning eyes strikes again. Yanjun realizes he's in a tough spot while the enemy keeps maneuvering above him. They face each other in battle once again. The enemy grows frustrated as the boy keeps dodging his strikes, since his swords are shorter than Yahello Chok's. But Yanjun feels he doesn't have the strength to keep fighting. He attacks from above again, amazed that Yahello Chok lost to a coward like Yanjun. In the next moment, the enemy strikes with a devastating blast of energy, declaring that Yanjun deserves to die. Yanjun flies off to the side, falling into a pool of blood that splashes around him, realizing he has no chance. Barely opening his eyes, he hears a strange voice saying he just woke up and problems have already started. Yanjun flinches, recognizing the old man Shin's voice, but can't understand how it's possible since the old man is dead. An invisible force lifts the bloodied sword, and the old man says it still works even after death, urging the boy to try once more. Meanwhile, upstairs, the enemy waits for him, urging him to come out quickly and finish the fight. With a bold tone, he adds that he doesn't want to drag out the killing, since the boy's ability to dodge attacks shows just how strong he really is. Suddenly, the enemy notices bubbles rising on the surface of the bloody water, and realizes that Yeonjun is hiding right there. Aiming his sword right at that spot, he decides to finish the guy off with a single strike. Suddenly, a huge splash of blood bursts from the water, scattering everywhere and shattering his plans. The enemy freezes, eyes wide open in shock at what they see. Amid the splashes of bloody rain, Yeonjun steps onto the shore with heavy, confident strides, his aura pressing down on the air around him. With a sword on his back, he slowly approaches the enemy, radiating confidence and determination, as if the spirit of an old warrior has taken over him. The opponent was surprised to find out the guy was a swordsman, since he had only heard that he fought with his fists. Yeonjun's eyes shine with cold determination as he looks up and says his name is Shin Cheol. In the next moment, the sword slices through the air just above the enemy's head. With his strike, Yeonjun knocks the bandage off his opponent, leaving him stunned. The boy's fierce gaze locks onto his enemy as he calls him a brat. These words become the final straw for the opponent, whose eyes flash with fury. Their swords clash with a loud crash, sparks flying everywhere. The enraged enemy screams about tearing Yeonjun to pieces and swings with all his might. Yeonjun leans back calmly, keeping a cool, composed expression. The enemy swings his sword, unleashing a stream of red energy, and fiercely lunges at Yeonjun, intending to leave his body to the jackals after the fight. The boy looks up at the swirling energy above him, as the old man's voice explains that the enemy's anger makes his movements chaotic and unpredictable. Such anxiety can transfer to the sword, making the strikes unstable. Yeonjun's blade gleams as the elder urges him to reveal his true skill and stay in control, even in the heat of battle. Following his mentor's advice, Yeonjun soars into the air, performing a move that can cut through both sky and earth while conserving every bit of energy. The enemy charges forward, his eyes blazing with madness. The old man calmly names the technique, the First Blossom Plum Sword, and Yeonjun, following his guidance, unleashes a perfectly controlled, deadly strike. The boy's sword bursts into a glowing plum blossom, filling the battlefield with dazzling pink light and petals. The enemy's face twisted in shock, caught off guard by the blow, and even Yeonjun himself couldn't believe what he saw. He grips his sword tightly, unable to understand how this could be possible. Suddenly, an old man touches his hand, saying that the same principles apply in boxing, and admits he hoped Yeonjun would realize this on his own. Behind the young man appears the image of a mentor who, while helping him, mocks him as a fool who managed to trick time. The old man behind helped the boy hold back the danger, knowing that the monster inside Yeonjun had almost completely taken over. But it was through this that he understood many things and even saw what Yeonjun himself hadn't realized. The mentor had many topics to discuss with the boy but knew this wasn't the right moment. First, you had to focus completely on the enemy. Yeonjun had to feel the full force, and a wild burst of energy threw the enemy aside. The guy couldn't understand how that was possible since he wasn't even a swordsman. The exhausted enemy stood up, not realizing who was in front of him. His face twisted with rage. He couldn't understand why Yeonjun had been so much weaker at the start of the fight. The boy replied with a smirk that he just wanted to have some fun, but even that didn't stop his opponent. He didn't care whether he was a swordsman or not. The enemy surged forward, leaving a trail of energy behind, while the old man began to explain why the Huashan warriors train their bodies so relentlessly. As the enemy charged, he didn't notice the mentor telling the boy that this allows him to fully harness the power of his body like a vessel. Fear in Yeonjun's eyes only grew. Even with minimal energy, this could bring the greatest impact in battle. The guy tried to block the attack with his sword from above. The old man added that the effect was even more noticeable with the sword, but Yeonjun's body seemed too heavy to him. The mentor smiled and explained that he was simply using muscles he had never used before. And this is what allows it not only to flourish, but also to engulf everything around it with its blooming. The next moment, the enemy was already flying, wounded and with his forearms severed. His face twisted with incredible anger. Even without an arm, he didn't hold back his fury and fiercely attacked the boy. Seeing Yeonjun trying to block the strike without using his inner energy, the old man called him crazy. The guy was on edge, demanding his mentor give him back his body if all he was going to do was just watch. The old man just laughed, noting that he was starting to argue again. In his past life, he also couldn't conserve energy, and without it, he was helpless. Martial artists who rely on demon power lack a solid foundation. In the heat of battle, Yeonjun accepted his mentor's advice, eager to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. The mentor kept the situation firmly under control with calm confidence, pushing the student to act, while Yeonjun, tense but determined, assured he was ready to train and fight. The old man smiled, noting his progress. He noticed the enemy had wasted too much energy and signaled that the boy could handle it on his own now. as a menacing shadow of the foe loomed again from the darkness. The enemy's eyes burned with rage, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Remembering his mentor's advice not to rely too much on inner energy, Yanjun's expression grew serious. He threw down his sword, challenging himself and signaling that from now on, he would fight differently. Yanjun takes a fighting stance with complete focus, calmly showing through his movements that he is no longer just a vessel for demonic power. The mentor listens with interest and a hint of satisfaction, his voice carrying a tone of approval. The enemy lets out a savage roar, his eyes blazing, every move fueled by deadly hatred. He lunges forward with a shout, pouring the last of his strength into the attack. The boy's clenched fist glows with a red light, bursting with fierce energy. The mentor's eyes, filled with determination, pierce through the darkness, knowing that an enemy without a goal becomes easy prey. Yangjun's face is set with determination, his fist surrounded by a fiery aura, ready to strike with maximum power. The blast of power bursts outward as it strikes the enemy's body, a bright flash cutting through the darkness while a wave of energy ripples through the air. His lips barely move as he recalls his mentor's advice about using minimal internal energy. A fist dripping with blood clenches even tighter, ready to push through the pain to feel the full impact. He takes a deep breath, feeling the fiery heat of battle in his chest, ready to deliver the next decisive strike. His figure launches into attack again, the strike aimed straight at the enemy, while the red glow around him intensifies even more. His gaze is cold and determined, fully controlling his inner strength and channeling it efficiently without any waste. His open palm blazes with red flames, ready to unleash a focused burst of energy that can wipe out everything in its path. The enemy, twisted by rage, grits his teeth. Yanjun, bathed in a bloody glow, bursts forward, his silhouette blazing like a comet racing toward the enemy with unstoppable speed. The enemy strikes back, unleashing a fierce wave of purple energy that sweeps across the battlefield, turning the area into a raging storm. Yanjun senses that something strange is happening behind him. Turning around, he is hit by a powerful blast of energy to the chest that throws him backward. The guy realizes that absorbing the celestial demon is much weaker than demonic energy, and he feels like the overwhelming power inside him will tear him apart. He realizes that if he doesn't control this state, it will be the end for him. The mentor reminds him not to use energy he can't control, and these words make the boy flinch and admit his mistake. Yanjun focuses on his fist, acknowledging the elder's wisdom, and realizes he must control his energy. He calms his breath, gradually gathering his energy within as flames flare around him, held back by his will and focused into a single point. A fiery projectile strikes deep in his heart, igniting a new source of power, his gaze turning serious and cold. A radiant glow bursts from within, filling his heart with unstoppable power. Red streams of energy burst outward, twisting into a deadly whirlwind that engulfs everything around. His face changes, his eyes blaze with fire, and his gaze holds the confident look of a predator sensing its advantage. The battlefield falls into eerie silence as he stands amidst swirling smoke, fully in control of himself. He looks at his palm, from which a calm but powerful glow emerges, and realizes he has succeeded. With a hint of a smile, Yanjun acknowledges that he has reached the peak he so long sought to climb. The fire in his palm burns bright but doesn't burn him, and he feels like this flame has always been a part of him. Lowering his head, Yanjun feels a familiar surge of strength, but bitterly realizes he never truly experienced it in his past life. Memories flash before his inner eye, showing how his own laziness kept him from enlightenment and cost him the chance to grow stronger. He recalls how he brutally broke through the demonic wall, stealing someone else's power, and even feeling proud of it. The mentor's voice suddenly snaps him back to reality, and he looks up in surprise, gripping the hand with the golden flame. The mentor's gaze leads him forward, toward the wondrous glow of a flower burning in the distance. Yanjun wonders why they even grew this flower if so many masters had to die for it. He looks at the flower with suspicion, sensing its energy is dark and threatening. Yanjun knows such things exist only in demonic lands, but even the elder has never felt such a repulsive power before. He notices the energy is incredibly strong and hears in response that not everyone can feel it. Yanjun suggests the elder take the flower to Huashan, but he warns that as soon as he does, people will start asking where it came from. Most likely the cult leader will just imprison her in his own garden. They stand there, staring at the flower, unsure what to do with it, and Yanjun suggests just burning it. The old man insists it's better to absorb her power, and this crazy idea shocks the boy, as he can't take what belongs to Huashan. The old man is upset by his words because the boy has already chosen his goal, but is still looking for excuses. He commands not to hide behind conscience and hypocrisy as an excuse for doubt. After all, who better than him knows how to atone for his guilt toward those who died shedding their blood? The old man insists that he focus on building his strength. Yanjun reaches out and picks a glowing red flower. He looks at her in his palm, his eyes mixing determination with doubt, but deep down he knows his mentor was right. He raises the flower to his lips, remembering his promise to never regret anything again. He swallows it sharply, finally casting aside all doubts. A burst of red energy shoots swiftly into the darkness like a lightning strike, heading straight into its core. His face twists with tension, muscles trembling, and his skin glowing red from the surge of energy. Inside, a chaotic mix bursts forth. Qi, Dao Qi, and demonic Qi intertwine, and he is stunned by the immense power hidden within a single flower. Clenching his fist, he realizes the key truth. This tool isn't meant for an ordinary craftsman, but for someone who can endure a superhuman trial. A blazing ball forms in his hand, its flames bursting with a bright purple glow. His gaze sharpens as the flame takes on the color of Dao Qi, and he feels the resistance slowly fading away. He clenches his fist, harnessing the energy and controlling its power. Inside the cave, the air crackles with energy as he stands, holding it tightly in his clenched fist. Breathing heavily, Yanjun places his hand on his chest, trying to catch his breath after a big burst of energy. His eyes suddenly widen and a bead of sweat appears on his face. The old man nods approvingly at the situation. Before him floats a bright ring of flame, woven with pink streaks of energy swirling around a golden core. Yanjun realizes that his circular flame art has reached a 5-star level, feeling both proud and amazed. A restrained smile appears on his lips, and a drop of sweat trickles down his temple. A fast pace along the trail blurs the surrounding landscape, capturing the wild speed of movement. Yanjun rushes forward, thinking he didn't expect to spend so much time. His foot pushes off of the ground with force, kicking up dust and debris. He jumps up, thinking the flower tournament has probably already ended. The fire in the campfire burns brightly, destroying the bloodstains and his dirty clothes. Yanjun stands by the fire, knowing the Alliance will find the missing masters, and his work here is done. Sighing wearily, he thinks the tournament is over, and they'll hit the road tomorrow, so he needs to get some rest. Opening the door, he sees Namgun Ba, who sits up in bed, surprised. The old man jokes that progress happened while he was away, and Yanjun reacts irritably. But suddenly the girl smells blood. Namgun Ba, rubbing his eyes, asks why he's so late, reminding him that he promised to be back soon. Yanjun replies that it just happened, but wonders how she could have smelled blood at all since he burned everything. Namgun Ba reports that Reinhwa lost the tournament, and Yanjun wasn't surprised since her opponent was the sword dragon. She also notes that the girl seems strangely calm. Even though she lost, she was having fun, and the girl had never seen that expression on her face before. Yanjun looks down calmly, responding quietly to her words. Suddenly, Namgun Ba throws herself into his arms. Yanjun is surprised because she just said he smells like blood, and he asks if she's curious about where he's been all this time. Namgun Ba replies that she just wants to be quiet right now, holding him close. They stand like that for a few minutes, while an old man watches them from above. The old man frowns, his brows knitting into a dark shadow, and he decides to leave, feeling out of place. Cherry blossom petals drift slowly in the sunlight, as the old man's mocking words about Yanjun being a scoundrel fill the air. We find ourselves in a dark, gloomy forest, standing before the entrance to the very cave that radiated cold and an unseen danger. Two Huashan warriors stand by a pool of blood, staring in shock at the gruesome scene, and one of them angrily asks what kind of monsters could have done this. The elder warrior speaks with cold indifference that they cannot understand the heretic's thoughts, and the younger one, a bit confused, hesitantly agrees. The warrior's gaze suddenly flashes with suspicion and inner tension. The senior officer briefly orders him to return and report what he saw, promising to share the details personally later, which only confuses the junior officer more. The young man quickly fades into the darkness after wishing luck, disappearing swiftly toward the exit and leaving his companion alone. The warrior, looking closely at the body, notices a scar on the eye and realizes it's Nakal, who was clearly sent to retrieve the Huashan source, but he can't figure out how he turned to charcoal. What puzzles him even more is who could have stolen the source. Suddenly, his expression shifts as he senses something is wrong. He studies Nahal's body and, judging by the marks, realizes it's the work of the same guy from the Gu family who killed Yahel Chak. He can't understand how it happened that the heavenly energy of Nahal vanished without a trace. Clenching his fist, he realizes this is a serious problem, and if it's true, he must act fast. He decides to report this to the Lord of the Black Knight as quickly as possible.